history, prestige, legacy. Words synonymous with the most coveted title in chess. To be a world champion means your name etched in the history books alongside greats of the past.
Ding Liren, a deserving world champion.
Ding is overtaken by emotions. What a match this has been.
But for 8 men and 8 women, it's here and it's now, as the road to the World Championship goes through Toronto, Canada. Over 3 weeks, chess's elite compete for their right to challenge for the crown. For some, it's a story of redemption.
He knows this might be the last few moves of his world championship.
Oh my god.
There's experience, there's youth, and for one nation on the rise, fortune could favor indeed.
An amazing day for Indian chess, making their way into the Candidates tournament.
Only one will advance. Only one will play for it all. Watch the 2024 FIDE Candidates on chess.com.
Toronto, Canada, not the capital. Had to remember that right before the broadcast. That would be Ottawa, but definitely the most beautiful city in Canada, which this year plays host to the most exciting tournament of the year. The 2024 FIDE Candidates is back with the 4th round contested today in just 10 minutes or so. The bloodbath is going to begin once again as we look at the playing hall and all the preparations underway for what promises to be an incredible round of action. I'm your host, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky, and once again, just like yesterday, it is an honor to bring back International Master Tanya Sachdev and Grandmaster Peter Leko, my co-hosts, for this round, which is going to determine a lot as we start slowly, round by round, completing the first quarter of the tournament, the first third of the tournament, and moving to a very important phase. Tanya, Peter, welcome to the show. Tanya, first to you, your thoughts on yesterday's round. How excited are you going into round 4 today?
Yesterday was relatively a slow day, and I'm saying slow only relatively because on day 2 we had 4 decisive games. We did have quite the spectacular battle between Pragg and With It, but I'm looking forward to more. I'm hyped, and I'll tell you why. Daniel, Peter, any conversation around the candidates has been about the experience of the players. How important is that in a long-haul tournament? And today that debate gets settled as we're going to see the first-timers, the debutants, playing against the candidate veterans.
And one debutant made a big, loud statement yesterday. That would be Pragg rebounding with the victory with the black pieces. Peter, you were there to watch it. You and Tanya, you dressed for the occasion today. I just rolled out of bed and put on a chess.com shirt like I usually do. But Peter, big statement wins yesterday and some rebounding to do today for the likes of Hikaru Nakamura, who still needs to put up his first win.
Yeah, hello Daniel, hello Tanya, and welcome everyone to this super exciting 4th round of the candidates. I perfectly agree with Tanya that yesterday was a little bit of a calmer day, and it's absolutely normal after what we have witnessed in the 2nd round, but I believe this is not the moment when things are heating up once again. And when we look at the matchup, Hikaru against Pragg, this is a very interesting one, and I believe that it will be the first time that we're going to see a very professional Pragg. He won't be playing this ultra crazy kind of stuff that's not the style to play against Hikaru. I think he will be very solid today.
Well, we had a deferred Schliemann yesterday from Pragg, and all sorts of interesting things happened. If you weren't there yesterday, I don't know what else you could possibly be doing on a Saturday, but we have the perfect recap video for you to summarize the events from round 3. Let's roll the tapes. We welcome you to the 3rd round of this marathon event that will decide the challenger to the next world champion title. Bishop b1 is on the board. Knight c6, there we go.
Yeah, and now we're gonna see the repetition. Yeah, now bishop d3, things are speeding
there
up.
It is.
It's got to be frustrating for Hikaru though, this one.
What's happening?
Oh, because I'm seeing 31 minutes on White's clock and they haven't reached move 40. Could that have been a glitch?
This is very frustrating for Jan because he's the one on defense. He's playing against Gukesh's clock, keeping the position under control. It's just psychologically, it's just not a pleasant situation to be in when this happens.
Bishop b1 blitzed out, move 40, so time control has been made. King takes g6, and the draw agreed. Wow, what a save.
Repetition, by the way, in Perugia Caruana, they're actively repeating and they're getting the arbiter to claim a draw.
And he's reaching out for the rook, and he plays
Wow.
rook g5.
The old Soviet school, right?
I'm so impressed with that move.
And that's it. We've got a result.
A victory for Pragg. He gets back to 50%. There were several issues forbid it. His time pressure didn't help. What a game, Peter. A big moment for Pragg. His first candidate's victory.
95.
Oh, no, 95 very quickly. Oh, wow. Bad move. I don't think we're even going to see move 40 here. One moment of miscalculation for Salimova. And Vaishali takes her first point. What a great game by Vaishali.
A big shout out to Vaishali and Pragg. Both siblings win their games yesterday. I think there were some happy parents yesterday, but today is a new day and a slower day. Tanya, you mentioned, Abbasov and Hikaru did not have the most riveting game. Perugia and Caruana, some chances for Alireza. Ultimately, that also ended in a draw. Peter, other than, of course, the Pragg game, anything more subtle that kind of stood out to you from yesterday to keep in mind going into today?
Well, there were many very interesting moments. For example, Hikaru's approach of not going all in. And I did check out his recap video, and I liked what I was hearing. Yeah, Hikaru highlighted that after all, it's a 14-round marathon event. Why should I go crazy? There is absolutely no reason. Yeah, he has to find his rhythm. He has to start playing good chess. And I think if he does that, then victories might just come automatically. That's the main idea. And I kind of like that he had this inner strength to just settle. If it's a draw, it's a draw. Yeah, it also depends on his opponent. He was playing with the black pieces after all. There was this very critical game between Gukesh and Jan Nepomniachtchi, because that was a wonderful golden opportunity for Gukesh to get a +2 score, because he got a very nice grip, beautiful, nice advantage, risk-free advantage. And surviving that scare, I think, will also boost Jan's confidence for the rest of the tournament.
Yeah, that game was absolutely moving in Gukesh's direction. He got himself into some time pressure, but there was a moment when I thought that it was maybe not a bygone conclusion, but pretty close to positionally busted for Jan. Tanya, do you kind of share Peter's sentiments? And I also just wanted to shout out, Hikaru's recap videos. He made one even after his painful loss to Vidit. So Hikaru is all in. That's not easy to do, but he definitely has to do some winning as the tournament moves toward completing its first third.
Yeah, he's yet to score his first win, but it's absolutely incredible that he's still sticking to creating his content and being there for his fans after the game, regardless of the result. And I think after the Vidit game, he did say that was his absolute worst chess that he's played, and he's got to turn it around. A very difficult moment for him. He's playing Nejat in game 3. Does he manage to actually go all out? Eventually, it ended in a draw. And I completely agree with Peter. Even though Gukesh had that slight push in the position, it was never really enough. I think Gukesh, so far, being the youngest candidate in this tournament, his first time in the event, he's looking really good and really solid. He's got his first victory in. He's one of the leaders in the tournament going into round 4. He's one to watch out for.
Absolutely, and it's very easy from the side after the game to point out a single missed opportunity and pretend that a position was easily winning. Same thing happened with Caruana and Nakamura in round 1. It was never an easy win. It was maybe technically winning at one point, but everybody in this tournament is here for a reason. They will fight to the last drop of blood. Well, speaking of this tournament, we want to set the kind of larger context for the event, and we have the perfect video to do that. So let's roll the tapes one more time on our candidates information video.
Every chess player dreams of becoming world champion. But to even make it to the main stage, first they must win the Candidates Tournament, a grueling event played out over 3 weeks featuring some of the top players in the world. 8 competitors will face off in both the Candidates and Women's Candidates. Each has qualified in a unique way. The runner-up in the previous World Championship match, the top 3 finishers of the FIDE World Cup, the top 2 finishers of the FIDE Grand Swiss Tournament, the winner of the FIDE Circuit, or, for the women's section, the top 2 finishers of the Women's Grand Prix. And last but not least, the highest rated player in January that hasn't already qualified by other means. Both the Candidates and Women's Candidates tournaments consist of a double round robin with classical time controls. This means there will be 14 rounds, with each player facing one another twice, once with the white pieces and once with the black. If 2 players are tied for first at the end of the 14 rounds, they must play a 2-game tiebreaker with rapid time controls. and if more than 2 players are tied for first, a single round robin will be played, also with rapid time controls. Further ties will be broken by a repeat of this format with even faster time controls until there is a winner. Players will also earn prize money for their efforts, but make no mistake, they are all here for one thing and one thing only: a shot at becoming part of history as the next FIDE World Champion.
Such a storied tradition in the candidates, but right now we are dealing with the 2024 edition with a new time control that does not include increment for the first 40 moves, and that has impacted the standings pretty directly as we take a look at the current point totals for each of the players. Group of 3 with 2 out of 3, group with 1.5, and 3 players with 1 out of 3. But pretty important not to overstate the case, as Tanya mentioned at the end of the show. Yesterday, pretty early days, Tanya, and I mean 1 point separates the quote-unquote last place from quote-unquote first place. I ended the show yesterday with these words, and I'll start the show today with these words, because it's really important for people to understand that.
You mentioned it, Daniel, that the time control has impacted the standings, but not just that. It's impacted all the players' opening approach as well. We've been seeing all these fresh ideas, which objectively might not even be the best, but they've made their opponents think early on and burn those initial minutes, giving them a big edge on the clock. We saw it happen in round 3. We saw it happen in round 2. And I think going forward, we're going to see this narrative more and more. It's going to be really interesting to see who brings on the opening surprises today, what leapfrogging we see in the standings.
Well, Peter, you have decades of experience at the highest level. How nervous is Hikaru Nakamura feeling? Is Alireza Firouzja feeling? Are they thinking about the stand? I have 1 out of 3. I kind of really need to start taking some risks. What's going through their mind right now?
Yeah, I think this is always the most dangerous thing about having a slow start. Yeah, that in order to come back, probably the best way is to forget about the standings. Yeah, just ignore it completely. But it's so easy to say and so difficult to really implement this into your game, because also your seconds are kind of asking the player that, okay, what is the strategy, right? Because before the player goes to sleep, we have to talk about this, because this is how professional preparation goes. Then the player gives the guideline to the seconds who are working all night on some direction. And basically, if there is no clear signal that what the seconds task really is, then it's very difficult to determine that what is the right way to proceed. Yeah, what is the right opening choice? Which direction should we go? And when things are going smoothly, yeah, your player is leading the tournament or has a very comfortable situation, then the chemistry between the seconds and the player is always ideal. Everybody is happy, everybody knows his task, and the boat is going in only one direction. Yeah, this is a very special moment, and I think it was important that I share this kind of insight.
Well, those are great insights, Peter, and just hearing you share them, it makes me think it would be so nice if we had a correspondent, live on scene in Toronto to sort of take the temperature and to generate some insights live on site. So I'm going to tell the team maybe after the show to send someone. Oh, wait a second. I think FIDE Master Mike Klein just hopped on the Concorde and made his way to Toronto in 2 seconds, and now he's live on scene, ready to share some insights. I'm shocked to be saying this, but let's go to Fun Master Mike live in Toronto.
Thanks, guys. Round 4 is going to be a revenge match on 3 of the 4 boards. That's because Nakamura versus Pragg, they played at the last World Cup in 2023. And after tying their classical games, Pragg famously knocked Nakamura out of that event. Can Nakamura get some revenge? We'll see. What about the other American? He's got the same revenge mindset because Caruana and Gukesh played at the 2022 Olympiad. USA was the #1 seed and failed to medal largely because of that match against India where Gukesh personally beat Caruana. Nepo Vidit, again, another revenge match at that 2023 World Cup. Vidit was also able to knock Nepomniachtchi out of it. So pretty exciting stuff. Lastly, Nijat Abbasov against Firouzja. After the game yesterday, Abbasov left the playing site complaining of some sort of malady. We're going to see if he's back to 100% today. Of course, he's still got that brace on his leg after the ACL surgery, but he was complaining of something else, and we hope he gets back to full health. In the ladies, Katerina Lano versus Tan Zhongyi. The entire field is rooting rooting for Katarina to continue her lifetime great score against Tan Zhongyi. She has 4 wins and 2 losses lifetime, and Tan Zhongyi is all alone in first place. So somebody has to knock her from her throne in order for the field to be able to catch back up. Those are the news lines for round 4. Now back to you in the studio.
Thank you so much, Mike. Of course, I was joking about the Concorde. It is a 2-hour flight time from where Mike lives and where I live to get to Toronto. He's been there all along with some incredibly professional broadcasting and some great insights. Well, an insight there into Gukesh's frame of mind. I love this camera shot. So many great camera shots to supplement and make our coverage all the easier as we see his opponent, another imposter. Man, these amateurs keep infiltrating the 2024 candidates. Now that is Fabiano Caruana getting set up as the game will start in just a couple of minutes. Let's review the pairings for today. We have 4 matchups in the open section. Hikaru Nakamura versus Pragg. Jan Nepomniachtchi faces off against Vidit. He's got a pretty good head-to-head score. Fabi versus Gukesh, as we just saw, and Nijat Abasov faces a struggling Alireza Firouzja. And Nijat, he's got the white pieces again. That probably is pretty good news, given that he's been so solid with white. Peter, anything jumping out at you? What to watch out for in today's pairings?
Well, my eyes are, of course, fully focused on Hikaru against Pragg, because I just feel like, yeah, Hikaru needs to start going. On the other hand, Pragg is exactly the type of player, and we have witnessed this at the World Cup already, who might be very unpleasant for Hikaru. Pragg is not getting intimidated by playing against super guys. He's feeling very convenient, super confident against these players. And that's exactly the reason why I think that if Hikaru would just from anger start to attack Praggnanandhaa, then it could very easily backfire. So Hikaru has to be cautious, play very nice chess. Only that's the way how he could eventually pose problems to Pragg, in my opinion.
Mm-hmm. I agree completely. And at that World Cup, they tied their games, and then Pragg won that famous first tiebreak game, Tanya, against Hikaru in an English. He basically beat him out of the opening. And Pragg, he has a double black today. Nijat has a double white. I don't think Pragg's too broken up about it, given his result yesterday with the black pieces. Something tells me we won't necessarily see another deferred Schliemann, but I don't know if Hikaru will play e4. What's going to happen, Tanya?
Good question. Well, he did mix up his move order in the World Cup, playing the English. He blundered early on in the game in the tie breaks, and there was no coming back from that. Pragg didn't give him a chance after that, eliminated Hikaru out of the World Cup. So as Mike said, there are a lot of revenge storylines. We've also got the 3 Indians playing against the 3 heavyweights. We see Vidit there, who suffered quite the defeat yesterday against Pragg. And it wasn't just, once again, the score of the game, but also with the white pieces. He never really got going. Pragg managed to put pressure on him from early on. Speaking of Pragg, I mean, the guy has played 3 super sharp battles. He hasn't been fazed by what happened in his match against Gukesh. He stuck to his style. He's bringing on the fighting spirit, and I'm expecting more of that against Hikaru. For Vidit, he will be up against Jan. That's going to be a big one as well, a big fight for Jan and Vidit both. It's going to be quite a spectacular day. I mean, all the matchups. But Peter, Daniel, for Alireza, playing against Nijat, I really think it's super important for him to think about how can he score this win, and it's never easy.
It is not. So much lies on him, so much hype going around. And by the way, just to quickly interject, we've got 90 seconds or so before the games begin, but if you want another way to engage with the show, vote on your favorite players. You can vote on the outcome of today's games to win some awesome prizes. Especially, I heard a recent Chessable course came out by someone named Peter Lecco. I listened to the preview yesterday. I think it might be worth spending that $250 Chessable course voucher, which you will win for your accurate votes on the results of today's game. So exclaim vote in the chat to find out more. Play for some awesome Chessable gift cards and other prizes in the open and the women's section. Now, with that said, Tanya, I want to come back to your points. Alireza has to be feeling that pressure from this tournament, from all that's been said about him in the last couple of years. Alireza washed, Alireza this, Alireza that. Alireza's still young, and Alireza's still hungry, and he's still over 2750. So let's put all that aside. I think he still has a shot as we look at the 4-camera view, Peter. Awesome, exciting moment. We talked about this yesterday. Maximum pressure for the players, maximum excitement for the commentators and the fans.
Yeah, absolutely. And now all eyes, yeah, and the handshake.
Oh, beautiful.
On all the boards.
Alireza's been at the top for so long that it's so easy to forget that he's just 20 years old and this is only his second candidate. And there's so many expectations from him with his performance in the past. The first candidates of 22 that he played, it was disappointing. But this one, I think he's definitely gunning for the big prize. But he's still yet to show his best chess. And Peter, before we got on the show, I know that you were also saying that we all love to see Alireza at his best, bringing on that creativity.
Yeah, absolutely. And I also feel like he's the type of player who doesn't let his opponents make a draw. So, of course, it also depends. Maybe Abasov is in a fighting mood, but this you never know before the game. Yeah, so Alireza had to make up his mind already prior to the game. We also don't know exactly how much it's a strategy by Abasov, or just like we heard from Mike Line that there is something wrong health-wise with Abasov. That could also be the reason why he was much more cautious in his first runs than he's usually.
Mm-hmm. And you definitely don't need, an excuse to play solidly against Hikaru, but we wish Nijat the very best. He had some knee surgery also prior to the event. Not easy to play the candidates, period, especially when you've got some health issues to deal with. So full recovery as fast as possible for Abasov. And we have some data about the opening moves. All of the openings are now officially in. Alireza has played a Nimzo Indian, to which Abasov responded with one of the most reputable lines on the lower right. Queen is out to C2. And I said we won't see another deferred Schliemann in Hikaru versus Pragg. Both of them said, what did you just say? Hikaru playing E4, repeating the Ruy Lopez, and Pragg is currently thinking, I am holding my breath. We see A6. Are we going to see the unimaginable?
No, we're not. We're not going to see it.
Exactly.
And you're referring to the bishop falling back on the top right board and then another f5 deferred Schliemann. It just feels like that had to be a one-game opening. That cannot be your lifetime repertoire to try for the second time in the row in the candidate. It's going to be too much and it's not on the board.
Yeah, not a surprise there. That would be absolute madness. That is probably the first thing Hikaru did when he came back to the hotel room. Okay, I'm playing Pragg tomorrow. I need to check the deferred Schliemann. We see knight f6 from Pragg Nananda. We see a Berlin from Nepo. But let's jump into that Hikaru versus Pragg game. Let's see what, in fact, Pragg is going to put on the table. As we see, Peter, early d3 by Hikaru, not even waiting for Pragg to commit his bishop on f8, which, in my understanding, allows the b5 bishop c5 approach, which is quite ambitious. I don't know the current status of this move, though. It seems to change every week.
Well, basically the reason why Hikaru opted for d3 is to avoid the open Spanish. Yeah, and we did see Pragg Nananda in the very first round against Alireza Firuza playing. Let me just show this. Yeah, that after short castle, Black has the move knight takes e4, d4, b5, bishop b3, d5, d takes e5, bishop e6, and that's the open Spanish. And Hikaru said, no. I don't want this. I don't want tons of theory. I just want to play a slow game. And he opted for the move d3, and Pragg plays the move bishop c5. It's the move order that I also prefer. I like the move order with bishop c5 very much. Not to rush with b5 yet, limiting White's options. And Hikaru continues with short castles.
So Hikaru is the one who kind of came in with the first surprise in this game. It's not a complete surprise because definitely something that Pragg has looked at. The early d3 takes away some of the options from White to strike in the center with c3, d4, but it also takes away some key options, as you mentioned, like the open Spanish from the Black side. Pragg did not take too long. He did reply immediately, keeping it flexible. Will he push the b pawn forward? And very often it might seem that b5 is an aggressive approach, but it could lead to potential weaknesses for Black because White eventually gets the option once he retreats to strike with a4. So for Pragg, will he include b5 or does he keep it solid with the move d6, shot castle? These are the decisions that he's taking right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I totally defer to Peter in these positions, but I can only talk about my online blitz experience. For some reason, I play this d3 line just to avoid theory. That's my only motivation in life. And a lot of times people have stopped playing b5. It used to be kind of a sine qua non of any Black Ruy Lopez setup to play b5 and then bishop c5 or bishop e7. But recently, I faced a lot of bishop c5 and then d6 and short castles, and you just kind of leave this bishop on a4. But that's not what Pragg has done. Pragg has, in fact, started with bishop c5 and then played b5. So we're back into sort of pretty much normal d3 Ruy Lopez waters. But Peter, just like in the Italian, one of the things that makes these lines so confusing is that there are so many move orders. There's like this weird pick and choose going on both sides, where there's a bunch of normal moves, like for white, a4, bishop e3, c3, bishop g5. For black, it's like d6, h6, bishop b7. And it seems like the players always combine these moves in a different order, making these lines kind of hard to memorize from a theoretical standpoint.
Yes, well, now let me just very quickly guide you all through why I believe that bishop c5 is more professional. Because when black plays the move bishop c5, it does not mean that he does not want to play b5 next. The whole point is that if after d3 you play b5, bishop b3, bishop c5, then white has this very dangerous kind of move, knight c3, followed by a very quick knight d5 without short castles. That's actually the reason why I simply don't want to rush with the b5 move. So, like in the game, after d3, black plays the move bishop c5, white plays the move short castle. Thank you very much. There is no very quick knight c3, knight d5 anymore in the position, so I can just play b5, bishop b3, and I'm kind of expecting the move d6 here. That's the most natural one. And then white has to make up his mind that does he go for a4, does he go for c3, does he go for bishop g5, all of them leading to completely different play.
And usually white just goes for all of them. We will probably end up seeing a4 on the board. We will end up seeing c3. We will end up seeing that bishop on g5. And for black, meanwhile, Pragg perhaps trying to get to short castle, d6, and then eventually deciding what you do with that light square bishop. Do you try to challenge white's light square bishop on b3, which is quite a key piece in the Ruy Lopez for the white pieces? So I would agree with Daniel that these openings, they're really slow to start with, and they all seem to be very similar. The move orders, you include a small a4 on one side, a small h3 on one side. Black, meanwhile, also plays a little cagey with d6, taking out the bishop slowly. But eventually, when there's a break in the center, either white striking with d4 or black getting that d5 break in is when the fireworks start.
Mm-hmm. That's so well said, Tanya. I mean, eventually, excuse me, we might have to wait 12, 15 moves. But something is going to clarify. Black is going to go either d6 or d5. White is going to commit the placement of the bishop on c1, either putting it on g5 or e3, or maybe keeping it on c1 for the time being and focusing on getting the knight to the typical Ruy Lopez square g3. But it seems that every once in a while, and Peter, maybe you can add to this, people come out with like a more modern treatment of these positions. I saw a while back, white was putting his bishop on d2, and the pawn was coming out to a3, which used to be unthinkable because a4 was considered kind of automatic. So to what extent in the last, 10, 15 years is the understanding of the Ruy Lopez, and maybe the Italian can be lumped into this as well, to what extent has it changed and deepened at the highest level?
Well, it's all connected that the players are fighting the marshal in a way that how do I make an anti-marshal setup? And the same applies to Berlin and anti-Berlin weapon, yeah? So it's all connected. You have to go with all the nuances, yeah? You are trying to understand that, so where does the situation stand? And well, Pragg goes h6. He wants to stop bishop g5. That's a slightly strange move order because white can actually play knight a4. And black will have to commit something that usually I personally don't want to commit. Yeah, because after a4 there is this direct question on the rook on a8. Usually you don't want to place your bishop on b7 when white has the d3 e4 pawn structure. That's one of the main ideas of the anti-marshal. So there is another option of going b5, b4, but pushing b5, b4 too early might give white also this possibility of going for some quick knight bd2, knight c4, putting pressure on the e5 pawn, setting up later some c3, d4 ideas. And if you just ignore it with rook b8, that's also some kind of concession, yeah? So h6 aims to stop bishop g5, but it gives white quite a lot of other tempting options.
I think we are going to see d6 on the board. It has to happen to develop that light squared bishop. But the whole point is that once you do commit to the move d6, the bishop from c5 can't fall back to e7 to unpin that knight from f6. So before really trying to do that, he controls the g5 square. And it's impressive that despite perhaps being slightly surprised by Hikaru's opening, how quickly Pragg has managed to respond to this. And I think while Hikaru now takes a thing, and I keep seeing on the camera, Pragg keeps turning around, and I have a feeling he's got one eye, part of his mind, on his sister's game, who's of course playing in the same venue, and very critical matchup there as well. So we see Pragg very often just take a sneaky glance at what's going on Vaishali's board. Well, while Hikaru has a think, should we pull up a bird's eye view and check in with all the other opening action that we've got? Because I know there's one that might not make too many people happy on that top right board. Jan versus Vidit. It's gone into a Berlin endgame. And I have a feeling that this is a choice by Vidit wanting to play the Berlin endgame because he wants to trade out the queens against Jan. And also what happened yesterday in his match. I think it's about just getting a solid position, a solid start. You guys can't be too happy about seeing this on the board.
Well,
Go ahead, Peter.
If you ask me, I'm super happy. This is what I love to see, because we have seen so many times in the Champion Chess Tour, we have been covering it, that yes, in rapid format, whenever the opponent plays the Berlin, this is the Berlin, I'm not prepared, and so on. Because to be able to challenge the Berlin, you have to bring in hundreds of hours of very deep preparation. And this is not classical chess. And here the players and the determination from Jan that he is ready. By the way, he has played the move knight fc to h2. That could easily be a novelty, but let's just go move and move. Which move order did we see here? Let's see. One by one. So knight c6, bishop b5, knight f6, castles, knight takes e4, d4, knight d6, takes. So we are reaching the famous Berlin endgame, takes, and here already two completely different directions. The move order h3 is like plus $500 of work with h3, and knight c3 another, well, maybe over 500, because I started analyzing knight c3 already in the 90s. So I have certainly spent, I believe, at least 5,000 hours with the move knight c3. It's just completely crazy. It keeps you completely wild because there are so many incredible nuances. There are millions of setups. That's why it's so difficult to fight against the Berlin, because it's not just one system. There are like 20 different spirit setups. That when black goes, for example, after knight c3, do you play h6, then you play bishop d7? Do you play bishop d7 without h6? Do you play bishop e7 with the king on d8? Do you play king e8, then you play bishop e7? Do you play first knight e7? Do you include h6, then you go knight e7? Do you first play bishop d7, then you go knight e7? Do you first play b6? Do you push first a5? And against every single move order, you have to react completely differently. It just drives me completely crazy, because I could write like two very big encyclopedias with all the finesses, and you ask me, so what is the final conclusion? I have no idea. So it's just crazy.
Peter, you just asked more questions than answered them.
That's right. I can't really contribute with too many insights because I had the Berlin in game, but not really through personal choice, just because I couldn't find anything else to play. I think the Berlin hangover has largely subsided. There was a time when I could understand all the hate, and part of it comes from the Berlin draw, and I get it. But also, let's take the historical view. I looked up the Berlin a while ago just because I was curious when it was first played. And to second the idea that this is actually one of the most complicated endgames in chess, the Berlin, this position after queen d8, king takes d8, was first reached in the year 1880. In fact, the first 3 times that it was played by the same person. It was a German master named Fritz Riemann, unrelated to the mathematician Riemann, as far as I know. But he was a student of one of the top players in the world, Adolf Anderssen. And the first game was Schalop versus Riemann. And Riemann's opponent in the first ever Berlin game liked it so much that 7 years later, he played it himself with the black pieces and lost. But this has been played pretty consistently all through the 1880s, 1890s, Emanuel Lasker, Zigbert Tarash, some of the most famous masters at the end of the 19th century, they picked up on this pretty fast. And if you think about it, to play something like this with black in the 1800s was pretty radical, to get your king out into the center this early, to even agree for the queens to be exchanged. So we like to dunk on, these old players, but actually the grandpas, they kind of knew what they were doing, and they were well ahead of their time. So this endgame has been actively contested and discussed for over a century, and we still are able to introduce insights sometimes as early as moves 8 and 9, which, if we take the opposite perspective, tells us just how incredibly complicated and rich this endgame is. Yes, it's well studied. Yes, a lot of games end in a draw. We get it. But we can take the positive viewpoint as well.
That's an amazing history right there. But for me, whenever I see a Berlin on the board, I'm always thinking about and blaming former world champion Vladimir Kramnik for it to appear. It was his match against Garry Kasparov and all his preparation and his great ideas to just neutralize White's play in this line, to neutralize Garry by trading off the queens as quickly as possible, and it just seemed to work to perfection in that World Championship match. But we've got this Berlin, and Peter, you mentioned this retreating move by the knight, which has, by the way, taken Vidit by surprise, because he's been in the think tank for a bit now. To me, the idea feels to be that you want to mobilize your pawns on the king side. You want to get that f-pawn moving up the board as quickly as possible. You said it's potentially even a novelty, knight h2.
Wow.
But I want to ask you a question. Is this some kind of a world championship prep that we're seeing by Jan?
I can't reveal that. No, I can't reveal that. But I'm very happy to see it's all on the board and it's a full-fledged fight. And I believe we will be talking quite a lot about this endgame later on.
Mm-hmm. We will indeed. This will be a slow burn and a fascinating burn and a very interesting context there by you, Tanya. Sorry, could not resist. But I also can't resist the temptation to take it to a break, because the games are unfolding. We've got some super exciting openings to discuss, but it's a long day. It's a long haul, long time control. And we're in this for the next several hours. So thank you for joining us. This is round 4 of the 2024 Candidates Tournament in Toronto. And we'll be back with more exciting coverage after this short break.
Want chess on the go? Check out these essential chess apps. Turn your phone into a chess clock. Improve your game. Find a new challenge. A safe place for kids. Fun and adventure. And of course, play. Learn more at chess.com/apps.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Toronto, Canada, fourth round of the 2024 candidates to determine the challenger to Ding Liren and potentially, if they win that match, the next world champion. Round 4 is underway with some exciting openings and a lot to discuss. Before the break, we took a deep dive into Nakamura versus Pragg, and we also took a look at the Berlin endgame in Nepo versus FIDE. But there are two other games to look at, so let's start from the bird's eye view. Once again, we thank everybody for joining us on this lovely Sunday afternoon. Okay, or evening or nighttime, Tanya, depending on where you are. We're all joining from different corners of the world, and there are different corners of the screen here with different openings. Now look at the bottom right. And I could make people in the chat a bet. If you just saw this position with no info on where it came from, Peter, you were saying this during the break, we would all bet that this is a Queen's Gambit accepted. There's no chance it's any other opening. It's such a clearly defined pawn structure that only comes from one opening. Believe it or not, this came from a Queen C2 Nimzo. I have to digest that for a second, so could we just take a slightly deeper dive into that Abasa versus Fallujah game? How did we get here? How did we get this structure out of a Nimzo Indian?
Yeah, absolutely. It's super fascinating. Let's just start out with the very first move, d4, knight f6, c4, e6, knight c3, bishop b4. So that's exactly the starting position of the Nim. So we have seen it that Avasov reacted with queen c2, and after that we haven't really got any update on this game. And then suddenly we saw this position, and why we are completely perplexed and why we don't know what's really happened. Because after d4, d5, d4, d takes c4, this is the Queen's Gambit accepted, which, for example, after knight fc, knight f6, e3, e3, e6, bishop takes c4, e5, castles, a6, for example, b3, and now we are seeing something very similar. Black, for example, plays knight b7 just to highlight something similar. dc, bishop takes c5, knight c3. The position looks quite familiar. The structure looks quite familiar.
Well done, Peter. That was awesome. Just in live time to reconstruct that position from a QGA. Sorry. Continue.
Yes, but now we're gonna see what really happened in the game and why we are like, wow, what has happened here is the first reactions after bishop b4. We see the move queen c2. Here there are main lines with d5, with short castles, with tons of theory leading to completely different type of play. Also, c5 is one of the main lines. However, Alireza, due to his style, and we talked about it, that he wants to spice things up, and he opted for the white red d6 move with some kind of a provocation. And let's take a look what happened here. e3 castles, bishop d3. Abasov reacts in a very nice way. He wants to get a harmonious setup with knight g2. Now Alireza confronts the center with c5. White captures dc5, and after bishop takes c5, knight f3. Suddenly, black pushes the d pawn once again, and this is where we are turning the Nimzo into a Queen's Gambit accepted kind of structure. And look at this. This is the current position after a6. Tanya, what is your take on all this?
Fest, it's absolutely crazy that you showed us an identical position from a completely different opening, and then this is how we actually got here. So that was fascinating to watch, but similar ideas now. It's going to be all about taking out that light squared bishop for Alireza. Before he went a6, I was thinking about two plans. You can either do that with going the b7 pawn to b6, or you can get more aggressive with a6 b5. The concept is the same. You want your bishop on b7, and then I remember that it's Alireza playing with black. Of course he wants to get an a6 b5. He wants to choose the more combative option, but this does delay the development by another move. And I'm just wondering, is there something that white can perhaps do to stop this expansion on the queen side? Yes, you want to play bishop to b2. It feels like the most natural move, but then that just walks into Alireza's idea and plan of going b5, putting that bishop on b7, getting that rook from a8 to c8. Peter, I kind of like this position for black. It just feels like you managed to neutralize all of white's edge out of the opening.
Well, I think the first reaction that comes to mind, and it's a very typical move, I think it comes from the Meran. Actually, it comes from the e3 queen c2 Meran, when we see also very similar kind of positions, and then white falls back with the bishop to d3, in order that against b5, white will have the move knight cc to e4, targeting the bishop, challenging that knight on f6, and trying to win a tempo by hitting the h7 pawn, thanks to the bishop on d3 and queen c2 and the knight e4 move. So I see some kind of ideas like going bishop d3, and then my instinct would be from the black side to retreat my bishop back to e7 and play this shadow boxing kind of stuff. Yeah, that please show me your direction, then I'm gonna react to it accordingly.
Should white play a4?
Well, but it's committal, yeah? Then a4, we're gonna play Tanya's setup with b6, bishop b7, and okay, you have compromised your structure with a4.
I agree.
It's the kind of position if black manages to get just the next three moves. Moved up b pawn, bishop b7, rook c8, black's absolutely fine. So really time is of the essence if white wants to create even that slight push out of the opening.
I still can't believe this came out of a Nimzo, Peter.
Yeah, well, just to confuse everyone even more, let me just highlight what I talked about. The Meran. Look at this. This is what I'm talking about when we speak about the Meran and this structure. This was a line that Vichy was playing from the black side, I think against Karpov, like in 97. Deal tournament 97, it comes to mind. Bishop d6, this was Karpov's kind of main variation from white side. Castles, d takes c4, bishop takes c4, and then black has a6, and black also has c5 immediately. And again, we are getting very similar structures because d takes c5, followed by bc, rook d1. All the ideas are very much similar.
Very symmetrical position on the board right now. And I think the only way that white can actually fight black's bishop from landing to b7 is around the concept that, Peter, you mentioned, trying to trade off the knight on the e4 square at the right moment to either land there with the queen or the bishop after the trade. But even if that was to happen, and just to demonstrate a line that it could appear in, for example, Daniel's a4, b6, knight to e4, you trade on e4, and even I think a simple move like rook to b8, and then you're coming in with your bishop to b7. I think you can trade on e4, knight e4, queen e4, bishop b7, or is there something that you don't like about that? Oh, sorry, rook b8.
Yeah, well, it's a bit dangerous. I would like to ask Danya, what do you do with this initiative? Isn't it appealing to you?
Yeah, for the first time I've woken up in this position. I think that queen on e4 is appealing because after a move like bishop b2, that queen has either g4 or h4 in its sights. So bishop b2, bishop b7, I could maybe park the queen on g4. Now, Tanya mentioned knight d7 to f6. That's true. Maybe I could sling the queen back to g3, and I would be slightly uncomfortable here with black. It's the kind of thing where in a blitz game, this might be scarier than in a classical game, but there's a lot of little demons hiding in the shadows. For example, let's just a stupid line, but queen e7, knight e5. This is how I think in blitz, like rook bc8, random move. Oh, knight d7 is already something that can be easy to miss. For instance, and queen takes d7, bishop f6 provokes this hugely weakening move g6. It might not even be the best move, but the insight I'm trying to make is that it's very important for fans not to just assume that there are no tactics in a position like this. It's a bygone conclusion that it's going to be a draw. When the players handle it professionally, you often don't see all the complications and all the tactical detail that tends to remain behind the scenes in these top-level games, but it's still there.
Absolutely.
So it's perhaps not as equal as it looks at first sight. Despite the symmetrical pawn structure, Black still needs to complete development. I do believe that Black should be fine here once you get
No,
B6 or B5.
Tanya, it's the most exciting position I've ever seen. Please continue.
Well, if you do see that move, knight d7, that would be damn girl moment. That would be exciting. But I think that's a far way off to get to that.
I think
Yes.
as a newer... Yeah, go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, I just wanted to say that, yeah, I think that we have been shadow boxing enough with this position. We haven't really been checking out what happened in Fabiano against Gukesh. It might be the right time to jump in there.
Perfect transition, Peter. We'll take a quick look at the bird's eye view. Vidit's still pondering Nepo's novelty in the top right with knight h2. Top left, Hikaru did decide on bishop b3. They've traded bishops, and that's a pawn structure we're definitely going to discuss. But we have to do justice to arguably the pre-tournament favorite, who has white in an Italian against Gukesh. It's funny that as a newer commentator, I think I tended to really think that I have to hype up every single position. And, now I joke about it, but in the old days, I would probably try to pretend that Nimzo Indian dressed up as a Queen's Gambit Accepted was the most exciting position of all time. It's not, and that's okay. We've got plenty of action to discuss. In Italian, the light squared bishops are gone. I feel like probably this exact position has occurred in many games before, and this comes back to something I talked about in the context of the Hikaru game, where in the Italian, I feel like every single position is the same, and yet every single position is subtly different. And that can be very dangerous because it can be easy to misapply an idea that's good in one position, but already not as effective in a slightly similar, but nevertheless different in a significant way kind of position. I don't know if that makes sense. Peter, Tanya, maybe you can add to that point in a more coherent way.
Yes, Daniel, let me jump in right there, because I think that you got fooled. And if you ask me, I would say that maybe this position never ever happened before. This is my kind of gut feeling. It's a very special move order. Black has not committed to move h6. Black has played bishop e6, traded and went back with the rook to e8. I have never seen exactly this move order happen before. Please check out on your database. But not after h6, because the move just happened h6, but just one move before, after rook e1.
Go ahead, Tanya. I'll look it up.
While Daniel, you're looking it up, it's really interesting how the light squared bishops are off, which actually means that the f5 square remains now a weak post that White's knight can eventually head into, either transfer itself via f1 or c4, knight f1, knight g3 ideas. Meanwhile, the f4 square is still guarded by the dark squared bishop that is still alive on c1. But this bishop trade, when it usually happens, we see the pawn from f7 moving towards the center of the board to recapture. So an interesting approach by Gukesh to capture it with the rook and then fall back. And I don't know, but maybe, Peter, we can actually see how we got here, take it from the top.
Yes, we have to, because this is so special how many times I have spent with the Italian. I think between like 2015 and 2018, I had like 120 different move orders and files on the Italian. It was just between 2015 and 2018 period. It drove me crazy. Now you understand exactly why I stopped playing competitive chess, because taking care of all these opening repertoires was just driving me crazy.
I have something really funny, but Peter, please finish your point.
Yeah, no, go ahead, because I'm actually not pausing.
The position on the board after h6 via transposition was reached about 15 times, and you're absolutely right. It's by transposition, including, I'm having a hard time making up the names, 2016 World Championship Blitz Doha, Leko versus Alexandrov. You had this position in a Blitz game against Alexei Alexandrov. This also occurred in some high-level games, Kuryakin versus Malakov, Zhu versus Bushanji. So 15 games or so in this position, but rook to e8, that position has only been seen once. See, this is what makes the Italians so confusing. So the position after rook e8 has only been reached in some incredibly obscure correspondence game from 2009.
Yes. And now we're going to go step by step and we will be understanding what really happened here. So, okay, here, this is all standard stuff. DC, D6, C3, black plays the setup with A6, A6, bishop A7, the most classical of all reactions. A4, that's kind of the fresh stuff that really got popular after the World Championship match between Magnus Carlsen and Sergei Karyakin. Bishop A7, H3, castles, and here suddenly Fabiano played the move order with knight b2. This is already quite rare. Usually white plays the move rook e1. Black automatically plays the move h6 just to make sure that bishop g5 is taken out of the position. White plays knight b2. Black plays rook e8. White plays b4. Black plays bishop e6. This is kind of the standard way of getting this position. And I believe that this was also in my game against Alexandrov Alexei.
Exactly.
Bishop e6, rook takes e6, queen c2, and then he fell back with the rook to 8. And if I'm not mistaken, I was playing the knight f1, knight g3, bishop d2 setup, and against d5 I was going for some c4. That's how I'm remembering this blitz game.
That's exactly right, and I'm not surprised at all. We all remember our blitz games from 2016.
Well, back then it was also my repertoire from the black side, yes? So I was very much into all the details, but what we have seen here, and this is now some kind of a new territory, that black is trying to save the move h6, and it also makes perfect sense because white has committed the move knight b2 early, so there is just no reason to worry about any kind of bishop g5s anymore. And if there is no bishop g5 threat, why would we waste a tempo on h6? Very logical. Yeah, so Gukesh immediately goes for rook e8, b4, bishop e6. Okay, why not? And after bishop e6, rook e6, queen c2, we reach this kind of standard position, but without h6, rook e1, when there are like millions of games. And black move back the rook to 8, rook e1, h6, and we already reached the position.
Whew.
This is also a really important game because it's the clash of the co-leaders, right? Both these players have managed to get one win in the pocket. They've banked a victory. They've kept it solid in the two other games. And we've got a position that hasn't yet exploded. But then it's also extremely rich because we can't expect black to get in that d5 break. At first, it looks like it's so much easier for white to play. You have this clear plan, get your knight all the way to f5. But the moment you do move away that knight from the center, black is anyways thinking about striking in with d5. You really don't have the time to play c4 right now with that overexpansion on the queen side. The b4 pawn is hanging. When I look at these two players, and I want to ask both you and Daniel, you and Peter on this. Mm-hmm. To me, Gukesh and Fabi stylistically seem so similar to me. Both have this adaptability to play a wide range of positions. There isn't a particular style. They're both incredibly universal, backed by an amazing ability to calculate, keep a position going, keep the tension in the position. They both often rely more on calculation than intuition. And it's really interesting. To me, it feels like Gukesh is a mini Fabi.
That's such an interesting insight, Tanya. And obviously, I want to hear Peter's take on this. I also have some really interesting stats for us to discuss after we finish this point. And by the way, I second your general take on the position. Just to be clear, I think Fabi is happy with the outcome of the opening. We might see knight f1, d5, and then we probably will see white ignoring the pawn on d5 and getting the knight to g3. Peter mentioned this idea of queenside expansion with c3, c4 to contest that pawn on d5. So on balance, my take is that Fabi is maybe slightly better, but nothing is yet clearly defined. In terms of your point, Tanya, I completely agree. I would call Fabi and Gukesh kind of scientific players. Fabi is very well known for his incredible work ethic, his calculation ability, and just his ability to get to the bottom of a position, to just reach profound insights in the context, not of where you usually reach profound insights in your office, your home office, surrounded by your seconds, but at the board, he's able to pause and really get to the bottom of things. Gukesh is able to do exactly the same thing. Universal, such a mature style for his age. I mean, at this point, it used to be the case that we would talk about youth impacting players' ability. Young players are bad at end games or positional chess. All of that is into that wastebasket for the last couple of years. Completely untrue. You will not be able to guess Gukesh's age or his experience level from seeing his games. Peter, your take.
Yes, in general, I absolutely agree. However, I do feel that there is one important factor here, that this is a position which was kind of debated already back then in 2016. And in my view, Fabiano should be much more deeper into the subtleties of all these positions, because we did talk about the plan of going d6, d5 from black, but I believe that the main kind of setup for black is like after knight f1, first black plays the typical knight e7, yeah? White puts the knight on g3, black puts the knight on g6, and eventually black is carrying out the c6, d5 operation. It looks very healthy. It looks like, wow, if black gets this, everything is fine. But the real catch was always that eventually, and I think this is very similar to what happened in my game, that when do you actually do something like this, what happens with this bishop on a7? White eventually has the potential of playing a move like bishop c3, provoking the move d5, d4, then the bishop falls back to d2, and things are not so easy. White also has a timely c4, c5 idea, shutting down that bishop on a7. So this position has so much more to it than what one could actually think about when you just look at this position. Rook e1, a6, symmetrical, nothing is happening. The light square bishops are traded, so it should be like fairly equal. No, there is something to play with for white here.
Wow. Well explained, Peter. Someone in the chat said, I'll believe their styles are similar when Gukesh has a similar performance to Fabi's 2014 Singfield Cup. I agree. I mean, if only Gukesh, had a tournament where he started like 8 out of 8 against GMs. Wait a second. In 2022 Olympiad, I remember something about an 8 out of 8 start. Yeah, of course, Gukesh, that's the hilarious thing. He had that almost equivalent, nothing will equal the 2014 Singfield Cup. But Gukesh came as close as really anyone does. So on the topic of good starts, and Tanya, I don't want to cut you off if you have a point on that note. We wanted to look at the standings and then compare the current standings to some insight we have about how important it is to get off to a good start. So here are the current standings. We see that group of leaders with 2 points out of 3. And now let's take a look historically at where the previous candidates winners had been in the tournament standings after the first 5 rounds. So take a mental screenshot of these standings and now take a look at these insights. So Tanya, what jumps out at you when you look at this? Jan has won the previous 2 candidates, and he was also starting off pretty well, not so much in 2020, but definitely in 2022. Most of the candidates winners were off to really good starts after the first 4 rounds.
What stands out to me is that whoever wins today is, at least on paper, a favorite to win. Because look at that, 3 out of 4 seems to be the score to eventually be the candidate winner and to challenge for the World Championship. This is the 4th round, so a really big round. Jan Nepo, a great start in 22. Well, he did win both these candidates with 1 round to spare. It was incredible to watch. The 2021 candidate, which got split into the years because of COVID, was a strange one. But Jan, in that second half, he was just unstoppable. And in 22, he started off with a victory against the current reigning world champion, against Ding Liren, and then was unstoppable. So it feels like today is quite a big day for the players, Peter, because, well, at least historically, whoever makes it to 3 out of 4 seems to be a massive, massive favorite.
Yeah, well, we talked about it, that it's a marathon tournament. If you get a good start, it means that you are not really burning your mental reserves. Yeah, you are keeping a perfect shape, you are very happy, you are satisfied, your seconds are satisfied, so everybody has a much better sleep. The tournament is very long, everybody gets completely tired, but you have the reserves. And many times we have seen in these candidates tournaments that some players who had a bad start, like for example Sergei Karyakin, I think in 2014, and also 2018 had a horrible start, like -2 score after 6-7 games, and he was right back at the very end of the tournament fighting for the win. However, maybe this comeback, he burned way too much energy, so that's why I somehow feel that this statistic seeing that a good start helps because you maintain that your happiness and all the positive emotions throughout.
I think, Daniel, just having a good start, I mean, that's what you want, right? You can't go wrong with that. It's a long tournament. You've got to get that confidence. You've got to try to get as many points. But with this field, I think I'm expecting a lot of decisive games, given this exciting mix of players. And I think it's too early on. It's a long haul tournament. It's going to be so much about nerves and patience and what happens in the second half. I think we're going to see tremendous turnarounds throughout this event.
I agree. The fact of the matter is that since 2013, all candidates winners tied or led, as we saw, after round 4. But trends, statistics, they're meant to be broken. And this isn't a large sample size. So, this candidates is different. We all know it's different. It's just in the air. There's new players, new blood. There will be a lot of turnarounds. I think that's a pretty uncontroversial statement. As we go back to the bird's eye view, I think it's time for us to keep heading around the horn and looking over these exciting games. We have some developments on the top right in that Berlin endgame where Vidit, after a very long, 30 minutes or so, made a pretty committal and interesting decision to push G5. That led to the opening of the F file. So maybe we could head over there and then swing back to Hikaru's Rui Lopez against Pragg. All right, here we have the current position.
Yeah, I think this is a very good moment to jump in because after the move knight h2, I was also thinking like, all right, so if let us go back to this moment. Yeah, knight h2. So usually what happens when white plays a move like g4, black is trying to counter it with h5. However, with the move knight fc to h2, white made sure that this knight protects the g4 pawn, so that's not an issue. So if black would just play a move like h5, white can follow it up with f4, h take g4, h take g4, and the typical way of trying to attack that pawn on g4 heavily backfires because white has the f4, f5 move. Bishop g5 comes with a tempo, followed by rook a d1, and black will be massacred. Yeah, so that's a typical way of getting everything wrong. After knight h2, seeing that white has this idea of going f4, f5, he did spend like over 30 minutes, I believe, on his decision, and it's absolutely justified. And he decided to make a radical step by playing the move g7, g5. Well, it does not stop f4, but it leads to a completely different kind of structure because clearly white breaks anyway with f4. G takes f4, bishop takes f4, and now it's all about timing. If black can get bishop e6, knight g6 setup, and place all his pieces comfortably, black will be perfectly fine. So it's very important for white to be energetic and not allow black to stabilize.
And Daniel, I think you confirmed while we were on a break that knight h2 was in fact a novelty.
It was knight h2, no games in the database. So obviously some prep drawn from that active laboratory that has been in operation now for 2 World Championship matches. And, to find a novelty in the Berlin endgame at all is already quite an achievement. And it comes back to our point earlier about this reputation of the Berlin. Has it earned that reputation rightfully? And maybe partially, but it kind of reminds me of the whole Anish, draw Anish meme, which might have been true years ago, but we just keep repeating it even long after it's not true anymore. And if you look at this position and you have zero context about where it came from, I think we'd all agree this is a very exciting, unbalanced endgame. There's nothing about it that makes it inherently drawish. So I push back on that narrative 100%. And Vidit continues to ponder his position. He's, in a certain sense, in a similar situation to where he was yesterday. He's, again, stuck in his opponent's preparation. It was a deferred Schliemann yesterday. It's a Berlin endgame now. Is he feeling, Peter, and I don't want to over-psychologize, just to be clear, but do you think he's feeling a little exasperated about seemingly getting caught in his opponent's territory 2 times in a row now?
Well, one of the things that comes to my mind that I do know that Vidit, of course, is a brilliant theoretician, but how many real Berlin endgames did he really have in his life? And if you ask me this question, then suddenly the answer is, I have no idea. I haven't really been seeing him. Clearly he has studied it. We know that he's a very passionate analyst. Clearly he has studied it, but it's completely different when you study it at home and you have access to engines. Yeah, when suddenly things are getting out of control, you ask the engine, of course I play this move and it's fine. when suddenly you are over the board, and I know this from myself that I was analyzing tons of Berlins, but still I feel like because every single position is different, every small nuance changes everything. It is so scary, and exactly this is the reason why it has such a dovish reputation. Because white players are terrified of the Berlin. They are not willing to enter this big jungle because actually there is also no safety from white side. Yeah, this is a very double-edged. Actually, it has this dovish reputation because white has such a big respect for the Berlin endgame. It's like a dragon. Yeah, you cut 1-2 heads off and 100 others appear. That's how I feel about the Berlin.
And the Berlin could very well be with its preparation very specifically for these candidates as well. We know that one of his seconds is Surya Ganguly, and he's quite the expert of the Berlin. So it's something that he could have been looking at very deeply, but Knight H2, a move that took him by surprise. He's burned a lot of time on the clock. And you mentioned imbalances in the position. Daniel, Berlin has this reputation that it's extremely drawish, but even though it might be level, there are so many imbalances that exist, as you pointed out. Black has the bishop pair, but in compensation for that, for white, you've got this pawn structure. Technically, black has got 4 pawns on the queen side, against which have been neutralized by white's 3 pawns. Any endgame, imagine if all the pieces are traded off. If it's a king versus king, the more pieces that come off the board, it just suits white because you just have an extra pawn on the king side. So there are concepts of trying to trade off pieces, which white needs to be careful, which black needs to watch out for. The one thing that I want to point out, on that journey to trade pieces, you have to avoid getting black to sort out the pawn structure. For example, a move like knight d5, you never want to trade on black's terms, solving the problem of the queenside pawn structure. And that brings me to my question to you, Peter. How does white actually react to knight d5 then? I'd be happy to get this with black.
It's a big question, and that's why I was also highlighting the knight on e7, because the reason Vidit is taking his time, he has to understand, that which direction he wants to bring the game. Is knight d5 a move? Is that the right move? Should that knight go towards the g6 square? When do I really push c5? When will this move be important? Because at the moment it's not. Because when white will get access to the d5 square, let me just highlight. Okay, just make some random moves. But oops, sorry, the f7 pawn is hanging. Okay, so I have to play bishop e6 first. Okay, but then I'm not gonna get it. Okay, that's the problem. Okay, the king also has to decide, do we go to e8 or do we go to c8? Typical issue, but okay, let me try to threaten you with knight d4 and then you play c5. Want to make a case that white has this knight d5 idea. It's a super dangerous kind of move for black, because if you have to give up your light square bishop, then the whole position, the whole Berlin endgame falls apart. This light square bishop is the soul, the essence of black's position. So that's why the move knight d5 that Tanya also asked, that what happens after knight d5? It's a very big question and a very good question. How does white react to it? Clearly not by taking on d5. Do we retreat the bishop? Do we even give the bishop by trying to play knight e4? Millions of questions. Tanya, please tell me, what is your feeling?
I'm looking for an answer from you, because I would really want you to trade on d5 and solve this 4 versus 3 problem that black has on the queen side. And I don't believe that knight takes knight is something that Jan would want to play, just giving a clear bishop pair advantage to black without any structural gains for white over there. Daniel, what's your feeling? Is knight d5 a move that you would consider in this position? And how do you expect white to react to this?
I was just hoping to remain on the sidelines here. But no, these are great questions. And I think both of you did a great job of highlighting the kind of parallel narratives in the Berlin endgame. There's a positional component that's related to the pawn structure and to pieces getting traded. And there's also a very clearly defined tactical component. Imbalance, black is a weak king, has to decide whether to put it on c8 or e8. My vote after knight d5 is probably to keep the knight on c3, maybe go knight e4. Peter mentioned this move. We had the possibility of getting 2 knights versus 2 bishops yesterday in the game Fallujah versus Caruana. Here, after knight f4, rook f4, bishop e6, I think I can start to understand why black might be feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Okay, here the eval bar has gone up. Yeah, the knight from h2, it's kind of like zombies rising out of their graves. You forgot about that knight. Suddenly, it's back to bite you. And yeah, I mean, c5 is not a panacea, as Peter so expertly highlighted, especially here. It just looks ugly. Rook d1 check. Black is forced to to hide the king on c8, and then the rook on a8 is complaining. Here, I think white is probably slightly better. Probably it's not terrible. Black can still play b6 and king b7. You sometimes see that. But still, there's a sense in which white's opening experiment has been successful. The knights can really knife their way into more of these juicy outposts on the king side. Peter's drawing some very instructive arrows. Yeah, maybe an exchange sack on f7 is in the air as well. So after knight d5, knight e4, I feel a little bit uncomfortable for black. On the other hand, knight g6, bishop g3 also doesn't look that great for many of the same reasons. So I can see why Vidit is burning so much time here.
And Daniel, you made a really good point about Vidit being caught in preparation twice, 2 days in a row now. But very different kind of positions, right? Against Pragg, I think it was far more dangerous because just simply the characteristic of the position. It felt like you have to be so careful with a Pragg going for the initiative, with its king being weak. It was an absolute mess. This one, of course, is a slower position. It's an endgame, but he's down on the clock by almost an hour. Peter, are we expecting, and I know it's early days right now to call it, but I think it's so easy to also underestimate this no increment in these formats. Do you think it's something that Vidit needs to be careful about, the clock situation in this Berlin endgame?
Yeah, clearly, but also the position is very dangerous. Yeah, we do see the evaluation bar up, and yeah, Vidit is about to make a move. The evaluation bar saying that yeah, everything is fine, but we did see a couple of moves. Yeah, we just made some trades or some inaccuracies, and the bar was already very much in white's favor. Yeah, so it's a very dangerous position. Just one mistake from black side, and the position might be falling apart. Yeah, it's also a typical kind of Berlin stuff. Now there is definite dynamic with the rook immediately opened up on the f5, pressuring the f7 pawn. This knight from c3 can actually also go towards the weak square on f6, and the move bishop e6 had been played. Yeah, I feel that this is a professional move. It was also the very first move that came to my mind. I still want to keep that knight on e7, making sure that against knight f3, I can react with the move c5, making sure that I don't have to worry about that d5 square. And that's why I try to keep the status quo of this knight on e7 as long as possible.
Mm-hmm. Very deep, flexible approach by Vidit, not committing to the placement of the knight. And now the ball back in Nepo's court. Nepo has still been blitzing out all his moves. Maybe this is the first moment where he pauses to think, maybe not. Rook a to d1 check, very tempting. Your hand reaches for that move, but knowing, chess at this level, these are exactly the kinds of moves that end up being impulsive. Maybe not in this case, but there's other moves to consider. Knight e4, knight f3. So very interesting complications here.
And the thing about rook d1 check is, right, again, Vidit will have to take a decision. But I think this one's an easier one to take because the king on e8 feels really shaky. I mean, I'm already imagining a checkmate on f6 that you might have to watch out. Instead of giving the check, first Jan Nefamnishi, he jumps in with his knight to the center of the board, headed to that f6 square. How dangerous is that for black to allow knight to f6? Is that something that Vidit needs to stop?
Well, I think that the most dangerous thing is that poor Vidit doesn't get a chance to somehow calm down and rest. Yeah, Jan came back, immediately made the move knight e4 and puts the pressure on Vidit. Yeah, indicating that this is still prep. Yes, you already spent almost 1 hour. Welcome, congratulations. But this is just the start of the critical lines. And you highlighted it very nicely, Tanya, that basically there is no luxury for Vidit to be spending on every single move 15-20 minutes, yeah, because then after like 3-4 more moves, he will be already in time trouble, so he will need to speed up at some point. But if the position is so full of all these invisible nuances, then how do you do that?
I think it's one of the most unsettling scenarios for a chess player where you get trapped in some kind of an opening preparation. Your opponent, you can see the confidence in your opponent. He's sitting on his chair, making a move, blitzing it out, getting up, leaving, while you have to navigate through these subtleties in the position, through all of these these small maneuvers in the position, and nothing is super clear. There's no direct path, there's no direct line. And then before you know it, you're not only battling out the board, but your own time. It's a race against your own clock as well.
And there's decision fatigue. I mean, that exists in real life, it also exists at the chessboard. With every decision that you make, not only does your time dwindle, but you only have so much energy to keep making these high-level strategic decisions until eventually you kind of get impatient, and you make one single inaccuracy. And it's not an exaggeration to say that that is going to cost you. So totally understand why Vidit is taking all of this time. He knows that a single mistake can get him into a really nasty situation. Peter, we do have to go on a short break, but before that, what is your prediction on what Vidit plays? You highlight b6. Of course, again, he could play knight g6. I think knight d5 is less likely now. Where do you think this game is going to go before we go on break?
Yeah, I think that Vidit will play the move b6 because still you want to be flexible. Yeah, on the board.
That.
Yeah, b6.
Great call.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
on the board.
The computer doesn't like it so much. You see the level bar immediately moving upwards, but I would caution everyone. I just feel that b6 is very much the move because it's clear that black will try to also evacuate that king towards the queen side. Yeah, king c8, king b7. He wants to make sure that he will be able to play c6, c5 when the knight from h2 jumps back to f3 because then knight d4 would be a threat. Yeah, so everything is connected. By making up his mind with bishop e6, I think the good news is for Vidit that he has already settled on a setup, and this will help him to speed up.
Indeed. Vidit speeding up here with the move b6. A lot to digest here as this game moves toward its next exciting phase, and a lot more to discuss on the other boards as well. We'll update you on Hikaru's game as well as the others, but first, a break. And before that, we wanted to remind you of the Community Candidates Arena. Tomorrow, the players have a rest day, but the grind never stops for chat. Get your daily dose of chess in the Community Candidates Arenas, held every rest day starting tomorrow, Monday. Join the community club and enter the arena where we're gifting diamond membership to top finishers and random participants. Use !arena in chat to get in on the action. And on that note, Community Candidates Arena, the action continues even on the rest days, and it will continue after our break here in round 4 of the 2024 Candidates Tournament. Stay tuned for more action on the other side of this break.
All right, now for this next problem, Stockfish cannot solve it no matter how long you leave it for. And I also should say it's not technically a forced mating line. There is a way that black can get out, but the resulting position is still winning. Let's look at the most forcing line to start. Knight f6 check. The king does not want to go up here because this would queen with check, so it goes towards the knight. King g7, we check it again. Again, black king is attacking this knight, but it's protected by the bishop. But we can sacrifice the knight here with bishop c2 check. King takes, and now the engine is starting to catch up with where we're at. Now we're free to promote to a queen. But wait, wouldn't promoting to a queen lead to this knight fork on f7 and we'd lose our queen? Yes, but that is all part of the plan. I should say that at this point, the engine can figure out that this knight fork is actually the only way to lose. There's only way to lose right away.
Black can play a number of other moves, but this position is technically winning for white. We're up a queen and a piece against 3 pieces. These pawns we can take care of. So let's look at the far more interesting knight fork. Knight f7, and we're not even going to try to protect this queen. We're going to go king e6, let them take it with check, and then the king goes to f5. And now you'll notice we're barricading in this king. This black king cannot go anywhere. All of the squares are cut off. So what we're trying to do at this point is threaten any check, and that would be mate. So we are threatening bishop d1 checkmate. What can black do? They can stop it with e2. Well, we've got ideas. We can go bishop e4, threaten checkmate over there. And the only way they can stop this is by promoting to a knight covering this square. Well, our game is not over yet. Bishop d5, and now we're threatening bishop c4 and checkmate here on d2. Well, black can temporarily stop this, promote to a knight again covering this square. Hang on, we've got still ideas. Bishop b5, threatening checkmate over here. Well, black can give up a knight for nothing, delay the inevitable. Knight c7, protecting this square. That's fine for us. We'll just find another way to do it. Bishop a4, threatening this square, checkmate once again. Now this time, there is nothing black can do to stop this unstoppable action. c4, bishop d1, and all you can do is get some knights in the way to block, but eventually we find checkmate.
We're in Toronto. We're not in Toronto, but the players are in Toronto. And it's round 4 of the Candidates tournament. 1 hour is already in the books. The second hour is underway. A look there at Hikaru Nakamura, Yana Pomnishi, and the other players who you have to thank to make this Candidates tournament sure to be an unforgettable one. Already so much to digest, so much to discuss as this exciting and important 4th round gets underway. I am Tanya Sachdev, GM Peter Leko, GM Daniel Naroditsky, chopping it up for you today on this lovely Sunday. No better way to spend the weekend than watching some Candidates action. All right, Tanya, Peter, we're in for the long haul. Before we go to the bird's eye view and take a look at Hikaru's game and the others, any insight so far into how this round is going, maybe compared to yesterday's one? Tanya, I'll start with you.
Slower, I would say. And I think that also has something to do with the fact that tomorrow is a rest day. How much risk are the players actually willing to take going into the rest day? You want to have a good feeling. You want to make sure things are more in control, because psychologically it can be very difficult to deal with, to get into trouble, to get these wild positions which don't go your way. I'll be honest, at the start of the round, looking at the pairings where we saw, the first time as a debutants of the FIDE candidates play against these experienced candidate veterans, I was expecting more fireworks, and I think we will have them, but the opening has been a bit of a cagey affair so far. What do you think, Peter?
Well, there is also this, I think, important nuance that the pairings are well known in advance, right? So the players usually look at the pairings and you see that, in the first round I'm gonna play against this opponent. In the second round I'm gonna play against that opponent. And basically knowing that everybody can play so many different things, it's very logical that you have the feeling that let me try to target someone right in the very beginning of the round. Yeah, so the people already come with a clear match plan. Also afterwards they want to get information from the players that okay, so this player prepared this or that opening, and this, what you are saying, and the importance of this rest day is actually very valuable, because the players and their seconds will certainly be adjusting their playing style, their opening repertoire based on what they have seen so far from their opponents. And then the rest day, extra 24 hours of working on some special openings, special lines will come in handy.
Well said. And some people might be wondering why I reacted the way that I did. And it's just because of Nijata Basov's last move. If we look at the bird's eye view, bishop takes b5. There's a hanging piece. I don't think we've had too many hanging pieces today. So this is a pretty big moment. I was planning to direct us to Hikaru's game, but Hikaru's game is still very much in pretty sterile water. So I think we have to just quickly update everybody on the action, which seemingly has exploded out of nowhere. And maybe it has not exploded. I think it's important in these situations not to overstate the case. I think the position might still be equal, and it's a pretty straightforward tactic that Abasov has just carried out. It's basically a desperado sacrifice. The last move was bishop d3 takes b5. What is the underpinning of this type of tactic? Because if you take the knight on c5, black takes on d3. So the logic is, if I'm giving the bishop up anyway, and there's actually two ways to do that. There was also bishop takes h7 check. I might as well give it up for a pawn and then take black's knight. Let's just quickly understand, are these tactics going to quickly subside, or is this the beginning of some very exciting tactical fireworks?
Well, let's take a look. First of all, let's just very quickly go back to the position that we last seen after a6. Yeah, we talked about this, that bishop d6 is the most natural move. Sidestepping b5 and getting ready to play the move knight e4 after b5. And I was making a case that maybe black could potentially think about a prophylactic move bishop e7. But Alireza clearly said, no, I don't need to be showing prophylaxis here because I can meet knight e4 with bishop b7. That's kind of the first double exclam move according to the computer here. Yes, so black simply ignores the threat on the c5 bishop, goes for very quick development. Knight takes c5, knight takes c5. We have already discussed queen takes c5 is met by queen takes d3. Let me just quickly highlight it after bishop h7. I think knight takes h7, queen takes c5, and the problem will be some bishop f3, queen f6. I think it might be a double attack.
Rook b1, but queen
also
c6.
but also very, very tempting, just hitting the rook, hitting the pawn, and okay, things are clearly in black's favor, so this would be premature to take on h7. And if you already seen this, then the bishop takes b5 is the most natural one. It's okay, let's grab the pawn first. I'm pretty sure that black has wonderful compensation, so black is not risking, but still we have to find the best way how to deal with this.
Well, you have knight takes b3 in your pocket. I think that might just equalize if you don't want to seek adventure, because queen takes b3, ab, queen takes b5, bishop a6. But Tanya, I want to let you make your point. But this, I think, is just, in your pocket. And maybe that's the best that black can do. But it's kind of reassuring to have this option available in case you don't find anything with more meat on the bone.
I was going to say the exact same thing. The first thing that comes to mind is that you just grab the b3 pawn and then grab the bishop on b5. Also to point out that white's development is not really in place. That bishop on b7 is quite the sniper. You always have to watch out for a trade on f3, destroying your kingside pawn structure. If you immediately take with the a pawn on b5, queen takes knight, bishop f3, g takes f3, you don't have that f6 square for the queen. I don't know if it's enough compensation. To me, knight takes pawn, pick up that, grab that b3 pawn, forcing white to actually recapture. Maybe you can take with the a pawn, but it really doesn't change anything. Black will anyway recapture on b5. I think it keeps the position in balance. I just don't know how happy Firouzja is to get a balanced position with Nijat.
Well, it's a very direct position, yeah? So black is losing a pawn if he just recaptures the bishop. Let's just very quickly, we already highlighted that knight takes b3 seems to be the solid move. Yeah, but what happens after a b5, queen takes c5? Do we have some move with compensation, or is it just a pawn and white is starting to complete development with bishop b3?
Well, Tanya's idea, bishop f3 gf, I agree that this is not as exciting as I would like it to be. Maybe just, I would love the queen to go to g5 or f6. I mean, knight f6 to d5. Yeah, but I'm not a huge fan of that either. I mean, even bishop b2. But bishop b2, maybe there's queen g5 and queen f5, and then you can't go king g2 because of the discovery against white's queen. So it takes 2 to tango. And if white plays f4, that creates more vistas for black's queen. You have at least a perpetual with queen e4, queen g6, and at some point you could involve the rook from a8. So this actually seems like something Alireza would be very amenable to. So could this be something that is on Firouzja's radar?
Can white actually stop queen g5 instead of bishop b2? This looks good for black. If you start with e4, hitting that knight on d5 right here in this position, I take the g5 square, but I just realized you've still got queen f6. I could go bishop d2.
Or even queen f6, bishop b2 is available.
And then queen f3, queen g4, queen f3, we agree for a draw.
Exactly.
All roads lead to Toronto.
Yes, let's just highlight what we discussed. Yeah, queen f6, hitting the rook. And if white develops the bishop, doesn't matter where. Black has this simple tactics of going queen takes f3, e takes d5, and then queen g4 check.
No, we're missing mate in one. Rook a8 to g4 mate. Just kidding.
Oh, wow. I almost got a heart attack. Don't do this, Daniel.
Sorry.
Wow, mate in one. Yes, it's 2. The flying rook.
Yep. Didn't you read the new rules? Not doing our commentator's duty. New piece rules developed for this candidates.
I think it's a great concept that you're talking about, Daniel, because if that e-pawn was not there on the board and somehow we could rook left and go from a6 to g6, I think we're actually talking about a real checkmate in that position.
Yeah, rook a4 if the pawn was on b2. Although then still I would have b4. I mean, in these positions you always have to look at, you can't just like take the draw automatically, but unfortunately just not enough fuel in this position.
Yeah, so basically, and there we go. However, I believe knight takes b3 had been played. It's the professional move. It's perfectly logical. Alireza understands that this position is quite simplified. Yeah, so making sure that everything is under control as the main priority. Queen takes b3.
Computer had too much Red Bull this morning. I mean, double exclam. Is a takes b5 also going to be a double exclam?
Alireza doesn't immediately play it though, and I think he's thinking about what really happens after a takes b5. The most natural move to me for white would be you can't grab that b5 pawn, finish your development, get that bishop on the nice diagonal, bishop to b2. But that does allow bishop takes knight. Would you actually give up that light squared bishop to destroy white's king side?
Well, are you asking me or Daniel?
Any one of you. You guys are the experts here. You tell me bishop b2, bishop f3, because I also really like keeping that bishop alive on the board.
Yes. Well, okay. My feeling is that because I don't feel that white has really committed any real crime in the position. Yeah, so a b5 played. It's kind of also understandable to just say, you know what, I'm going to simply liquidate everything with queen d5 and we make a draw. But this all depends on the mindset of the player. And we know that if there is a chance to spice things up, then Alireza will go for it.
How do you spice things up in this position?
Exactly. Does the position give us the right to try to spice things up? That's another question.
I don't think so.
Daniel, you're the spice expert here.
I'm in bishop f3. The problem with bishop f3 is it's kind of an exciting move on the surface, but in reality, I don't think it actually changes the evaluation that much because after gf, it's not even that, black has some sort of an attack. White can slide the king over to h1, and if anything, this could potentially backfire, and maybe black could get attacked down the g file. So it's not like I'm all that excited about bishop takes f3. You can see the eval bar doesn't change. I'm a little bit pessimistic here about the possibility of seeing too many fireworks after bishop b2. I think the position's just too symmetrical, and it's too easy to handle for the players. I think we're going to see very likely further liquidation and maybe another peaceful result, but you never know.
And this has got to be quite frustrating for Alireza, right? He's just not being able to get the kind of positions where there are opportunities for both players to go wrong, and Abasov makes a decision. He starts with the move rook d1, also makes a lot of sense because you place your rook on the open file, bring it on with the tempo. Bishop b2 is always there to follow. First, you have to answer the question, where do you move your queen? Because now even queen takes b5 is a possibility, because bishop a6, you've just walked out of that skewer.
Queen e7, queen b5. I'm trying to figure out if black has a clear risk. Maybe their bishop takes f3, gf, and again, this knight d5 idea is a little bit more appealing because you're threatening a fork on c3. But queen a5, Peter, you're also saying you don't even have to give up the pawn.
Exactly, yeah, there is also no risk, because after queen a5 also there might be some ideas with bishop d5 trying to target that weak pawn on a2. That's kind of something I would be tempted to do, but queen a5 runs into bishop d2 tempo, and then bishop b4 will come with the tempo. White should be able to hold the balance without any problems. Then also there is a move queen b6, just to neutral queen b6. Again, guarding the pawn, not stepping into any tempo move, and still trying to get that bishop d5 move in.
I agree. We'll see what Alireza decides. I think it's pretty clear. Both sides are under control here. Shall we go back to our bird's eye view? I think that Hikaru game might be beckoning. It's not the kind of position where things change all that quickly on the top left. We also see in Caruana versus Gukesh, some of the things we talked about have happened. Black is a pawn on d5, now a pawn on b5 to slow down White's queenside progress. But it's been a while since we've revisited Hikaru's game. So maybe we can take a quick look. A lot of the pieces are off the board. We have this typical pawn structure that happens when White plays bishop e3, and then Black exchanges on e3, opening up that semi-open f-file with the rook on f1 kind of menacingly staring at the knight on f6. But all of that is kind of window dressing. I think the position is largely very balanced here.
Yeah, I have the same feelings, because black is in time to neutralize White's bishop on b3 with a timely bishop e6, and this is what happened. So let's just quickly get back to the very start where we last seen this battle. h6, White immediately played a4. Yeah, I was highlighting that, yes, White will immediately ask this question. Black played the move rook b8, the most professional, keeping that pawn on b5. The a file doesn't really have much impact in this type of positions. So bishop e3, Hikaru goes for the early trade. Okay, but everything depends if black will be able to maneuver his pieces correctly. Queen e1, typical idea, setting up knight h4. Short castle. h3 first. Okay, this is a sign that things are not as smooth for White as he would like. If White has to spend the tempo on h3, that makes life so much more easier for black. Black immediately goes for knight e7. By the way, I have to mention that I believe it was Pragg who was playing this bishop e3 kind of setup in the World Cup, also against Magnus Carlsen. So he is very familiar with this type of structures. Okay, there he was playing it from the white side, but knowing this position from one side can also help you deal very effectively from the other side. Knight c3, bishop e6, perfect regrouping. I would say black has solved all his problems, and Hikaru played the slightly mysterious knight fc to d2, protecting the bishop on b3 and trying not to take on e6 yet.
Very solid opening response by Pragg. Just keeps everything under control. The bishop, the light squared bishop is going to be neutralized. I think you always have to be a little careful about sacrifices on f6. Rook takes f6 would be a move that I would always watch out for with follow-ups, with the queen coming to h4. But with little pieces on the king side to assist, I don't think it's going to be a very big problem to handle. But always have that on the radar. If White was to capture on e6, after f takes e6, we would have a completely balanced position. But to me, it feels as if that pawn on b5 gives, in fact, Pragg the chance to expand further on the queen's side. The more I look at this position, the way it's been played out, I'm trying to think of what is the next move for black. But I still feel that everything's balanced, and Hikaru's not really managed to create too many chances out of the opening. What do you think, Daniel? Is there something that black needs to watch out for? And how dangerous is this rook takes knight sacrifice?
Well, definitely, Rook takes knight was on my. That was the first thing on my radar. I think we all want to see some fireworks in Hikaru's game. Unfortunately, Rook f6, gf, queen h4 is always going to run into king g7. So not to be the party pooper here, but you would need, I think, some slightly different circumstances for this sack to be effective. Now, maybe if black plays a move like queen d7, you could start thinking about it, because after queen h4, king g7, you could bring the rook into f1. And queen d7 is a move that otherwise I would play pretty much automatically. There's two other quick things I'll mention. The first is that this is a pretty obscure line in general. There's not a lot of games in the database after bishop e3. The position after, fun fact, the position after h3 has only occurred once. It was in a Title Tuesday game from 2 years ago, and white was an individual named Magnus Carlsen. That was the only time that this position was reached. Carlsen's opponent and IM played bishop e6. And Carlsen outplayed him, but not that there's anything wrong with bishop e6. I think it's a viable alternative. In fact, this move was played on the next move here. Carlsen took and played queen c3 and put his knight on d2, kind of an interesting approach. Normally, I wouldn't put too much stock into a Title Tuesday game, but anytime Carlsen's name is anywhere, you listen, and queen c3 is probably the best move. So that's one thing. The other thing I'll mention is that I'm looking at that A file, and I can see a universe in which Hikaru eventually tries to put that A file to work. Now, of course, if we go to the live position, we might see rook A8 at some point, but we also could see a little bit of queenside pressure from Hikaru. Maybe at some point, he could play bishop takes bishop and then b2 to b4. Maybe that knight from d2, slowly, a lot of layovers. You got to stop over in Frankfurt, but eventually it could reach b3. Maybe rook could come to a6, but all of that is total speculation. I don't think any of it's going to happen. And we do see queen d7 on the board. So Pragg, clearly not afraid of that exchange sack. And I'm sure he's got a good reason why.
Point well taken, because I think the idea of rook a8, you want to defend your b5 pawn before you start challenging the rook on the a file. Peter, sorry, go ahead. You were about to say something.
No, Peter, you had an idea against rook takes f6?
Well, to my eyes, actually, queen d7 came as a surprise. I'm a little bit puzzled that why black has played the move queen d7, and just before the move, I was feeling like Pragg should be super happy with his position. I'm pretty sure that he is very satisfied. He understands he has zero problems. And then all of a sudden, he plays the move queen d7, and I don't know what to make of this. Yeah, that what was the reason why he felt that, okay, queen d7 should be played?
He wants to go rook a8.
Yeah, but this A file doesn't really, when Daniel, yeah, let's stick to Daniel in this show with Tanya already. It was so nice that you highlighted that after bishop e6, bishop takes e6, f e6, there was this special extra idea with queen c3, just a small little nuance. And when Pragg played the move knight e7, I thought like, wow, of course, Pragg knows everything. He plays the move knight e7. He waits for the white knight to be developed on c3. Now he says, thank you very much. You have never any more queen c3 after bishop e6. So he goes bishop e6. In my mind, 2 plus 2 is 4. I'm super happy. Pragg knows everything. And suddenly after knight e2, he goes queen d7, and I don't know what's happening.
So I've been trying to refute rook takes. I think I figured out rook f6, gf, queen h4. Kind of move that makes a lot of noise. But first of all, king g7 is not even forced. You could also play king h7 and just give up f6. But even king g7, either way, king g7, rook f1, knight g8, there's a million ways that you could play here. It's just not enough.
Daniel, do you have to be careful about knight e2, knight g3, knight h5, or is that just too slow?
I think that's in the positional realm. I defer to Peter on this one, but no, I would definitely be terrified here in either case. So maybe king h7 actually is the more precise move. I'm not sure.
Yes, I think let's just give back this f6 pawn as quickly as possible. Get our rook to the g file. Yeah, king h7. I'm very much into this move, and follow it up with rook g8. And who attacks whom? Yeah, because these knights are still far away.
Yeah, I'm not seeing too many scary things here. Queen takes f6, bishop b3, knight b3, queen e6. And Tanya, I think I'm pining for some sort of fireworks in Hikaru's games, but he's got to be realistic, right? This is the candidates. You can't just he's the first to play for the fans, but play for the fans does not mean lose the game and say that you sacrifice something.
And this is not the moment to play for content. I completely agree with you there, Daniel. Rook takes knight. It's very tempting, but you just need more firepower on the king side. If one of these knights was closer to the h5 or the f5 square, we could imagine that happening. But with just the queen against the king, it should be enough time for black to just keep the position solid on the king side. Once the g file opens up, the rook goes to g8, the rook comes to g6, defending that 8-6 on f6 pawn. I don't see the sacrifice working. I'm pretty sure that it's on Hikaru's radar. He's thinking about it, because the other point here is that if not that, then you have to be okay with the fact that you didn't really get anything out of the opening. I don't know if Pragg will go for rook a8 or not, but apart from rook f6, I don't really see a way for white to make progress or inroads in this position. Peter, what are the alternative ideas here apart from the absolutely crazy and completely not required rook takes f6?
Well, I perfectly agree with all of what you guys are saying. I'm super happy from the black side. In fact, I would be taking black any moment, because with black I don't feel any pressure. I don't have to play for a win. Just equalizing and then playing my game, it's kind of nice. Tanya, do you feel like there is something to hope for Hikaru in this position, or he will just have to settle that he got absolutely nothing?
I think the next few moves will tell. And again, I think I used to be, I would always say yes, but I think honesty is the best policy. Most likely, I think this game is going to fizzle out somehow, but Hikaru is good at this. He's good at asking questions, and there's a lot of time on the players' clocks. Hikaru is not just going to... He understands what's at stake here, and he understands that a draw with white is not ideal. And speaking of Hikaru, I think we've done a good job of laying out the details and particulars of this position. Hikaru is obviously a larger-than-life figure in the chess worlds, in the streaming worlds, and he's had an interesting path to the candidates. He's able to juggle, obviously, his successful content and streaming career with incredible classical performance in the last couple of years, really a resurgence. So we have a video that contextualizes Hikaru's run to the candidates, as well as some statistics. Let's have a look at the video and roll the tapes on Hikaru Nakamura's journey one more time.
He is the king of online chess and streaming, but now Nakamura returns to the Candidates Tournament. He's the winner of 5 Speed Chess Championships and more than 60 titled Tuesdays. But Nakamura's game isn't just about online blitz.
Hikaru wins!
The number 3 player in the world just missed advancing to the World Championship in 2022.
I couldn't control my nerves today, and it's unfortunate to end the tournament this way. But again, I mean, if you told me before the tournament I would finish score, I would have been very happy. So yeah, that's how it goes.
Now, after an undefeated second place finish at the 2023 Grand Swiss, he's back for his 3rd Candidates Tournament.
I came very close last time around. Certainly it's going to be fun to be back there once again.
Although the oldest player in the field at 36, he is also the favorite in almost any matchup. More important than Nakamura's age is his mindset. That's changed for the better after the infamous
I literally don't care.
Nakamura is a scary opponent in any format. He enters the candidates on an extended unbeaten streak in classical games. How will his classical form hold up after 2022's near miss?
And here we have a look at Hikaru's run at the 2024 candidates so far. He drew Fabi with that unconventional Sicilian. It was on the ropes, pulled it out round 1. That storied loss to Vidit in round 2 on the strength of some incredible preparation from the Indian Grandmaster, and a relatively colorless draw against Nijata Basov in round 3. So the pressure is on. He's got white against Pragg today. He's got a double black after the rest day. The first one coming against Firouzja and then against Gukesh. So the schedule doesn't get any easier for Hikaru or for anyone for that matter. We will see if he's up to the task. All right, back to the bird's eye view we go. Peter, you can talk more about Hikaru. We could take it elsewhere. I'll give you the ball, let you pass it off to our next place.
Yeah, I think let's move one more time to the Berlin defense, because we do see some kind of developments. Black's king reached the b7 square. On the other hand, white's knight reached f6. This is also a very important square, stopping any kind of h6, h5 breaks. Just landing that knight, causing some trouble, asking some questions. It's a very intriguing double-edged Berlin endgame.
I'm down. Let's go. And also, I think Fabi has a nice advantage, so maybe we could go there afterward, but definitely some action in the Berlin game, Tanya.
Absolutely. Before we just go on to the Berlin game, I was thinking about something that Hikaru actually mentioned at the start of this tournament. And I think Hikaru, he's just done incredible things in the chess world. And I'm not just talking about him as a streamer and everything that he's achieved and the interest that he's developed for chess through his work in streaming, but also the level of chess that he's maintained. I mean, just an absolute top player. His performance over the last year, huge Hikaru fan. But when he said at the start of the tournament that becoming the world champion and the influence of that would be so little compared to the influence that content or streaming has, to me that was a little surprising. And I don't know how much I don't think I fully and completely agree with that statement. And Daniel, because you also stream, and I want to ask you your take on this, and how much do you think Hikaru actually cares about this candidates?
A lot, tremendously. I mean, I think, okay, obviously, I think talking about Hikaru is always tough because fans have a lot of strong feelings toward Hikaru, and I'm going to break character a little bit. My goal here is professionalism, to highlight the player's achievements, and a lot of chess fans assume that Hikaru and I have some sort of rivalry in online chess. That could not be further from the truth at this point. We're on perfect terms, and I really want to call some people out who, everyone's free to have their own personal opinion. You can like someone, you can like someone's online presence, you can dislike it and avoid it. That's everyone's personal choice. But we're focused on the chess, and we're focused on people's chess achievements. And it's possible to hold two things in your mind at the same time. You don't necessarily have to love someone personally. I don't have any problems with Hikaru anymore, but at the same time, you can still respect their chess achievements. You can still respect their hard work. And that doesn't equate to just mindless, fanboying. That's just called being realistic and being able to kind of keep things separate in your mind and giving credit where it's due. So I don't mean to deliver this whole speech, but in regards to Hikaru, I just think there's a lot of this kind of weird vibes that are circling around. And the fact that he's been able to maintain his streaming career and keep playing classical at the same time is objectively really impressive. And Tanya, I will call him out a little bit and say that the whole I don't really care about this tournament. All I care about is, making the recap vids. That's just a mechanism. If it helps him manage his pressure levels, I'm all for it. I don't really think anyone thinks that's actually the case. Peter, maybe I'm out of line here. Maybe I'm wrong. But every player has their own mechanisms for managing the pressure that's on them. Hikaru has a lot of pressure on him. He cares a lot. He cares a great deal. And anybody at that level cares tremendously about every single game that they play.
Yes, I perfectly with you. For example, from my perspective, the reason why Hikaru is showing some sign of weakness at the start of the tournament is because he cares very much about this tournament. He is kind of nervous. He knows exactly what's at stake. And in this regard, I felt like Magnus Carlsen. Magnus was the one who highlighted Hikaru as one of the absolute favorites. And I thought like this is a very big psychological trap, because whoever feels that he's a big favorite gets extra pressure. And you don't need that extra pressure. You know exactly, and we are seeing this, that every single player in this tournament plays brilliant chess. So what you want to make sure is that you are calm, you just focus on the game and make sure that you bring your very best. And so far, we are very far from really seeing Hikaru at his best. And I believe it's connected with being nervous. And once this nervousness shades away, and he just settles, and we're gonna see the Hikaru, then he will be very dangerous for the tournament.
Yeah, it's still early days. Again, we got to keep repeating it. This is only round 4. There's still double-digit chess amount of chess to be played. So just so interesting to follow the journeys. I think we all just got to settle in, buckle our seatbelts, and appreciate the effort that each and every player and the unique journey that all of the players bring to the table. It's a great time to follow the progress of the chess world. Well, we're following the progress of this Berlin endgame. We haven't missed a thing. Vidit has been once again locked in thought. The current position features the white king, which has stepped up to g3. This is Sparta supporting that pawn chain on h3 and g4. Is black now in a bit of an unpleasant bind?
Exactly, he is. And he played the move a7, a5. It's a very typical Berlin move, trying to grab space on the queen side with a4, trying to also make sure that the bishop on e6 as the a2 pawn. If white plays the move a3, that could be the most natural kind of reaction, like, okay, if that's a weakness there, why don't we play a3? But black usually always gets some counterplay on the queen side, no matter what you do with your pawns. But I want to highlight, and it was so funny that you said that we didn't miss out on too many things. In my mind, we did. And let's just very quickly go back to this moment. Yeah, knight e4, b6. I kind of highlighted the move b6, was also saying that, yes, black wants to be ready to meet knight f3 with c5. Black is getting ready for king c8, king b7. And what Jan has done, knight f3, so threatening knight d4. The move c5 is obligatory. Now white plays the move knight f6, making sure that no more break with h6, h5 are possible, because then immediately the black's bishop on e6 would come to life, and the g4 pawn would be weak. The knight takes care of this. So black has to follow his strategy with king c8, and now instead of, first of all, the rook cannot really move because the pawn is hanging, but it's anyway so much more important to activate that king, making sure that white cements this very important kingside structure. And once the king gets to g3, then he will think about his next step. He already made his mind. a5, a3 on the board. White puts the pressure.
And a really nice point there, that to many of us, to stop the advance of the a pawn, we might think and consider the move a2 to a4. But then you're really fixing your pawns on the square, on the color that you don't want to, because it's vivid. It's the black side that has a light squared bishop, and eventually these pawns can become big weaknesses that without a light square bishop of your own, you will not be able to defend. So really important positionally to not stop the threat of a4 by going on a4 yourself, but instead keeping the pawns on the dark squares, controlling more squares in your camp.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
Yes, Daniel, go ahead.
No, please. I wasn't going to say anything too profound.
Yes, no, I just wanted to relate to what Tanya was saying. Yeah, that ace is kind of so tempting to place this, but as the computer, the commentator curse, the computer disagrees with the human logic, right? We do see that after AC, the evaluation bar drops to kind of zeros, and when I accidentally put the pawn on a4, and the computer was so super happy. It just shows that how difficult and complex these kind of endgames are, and you are never exactly sure how to treat them. And that's why it's so nice to have the possibility now to see Berlin endgame being played on the very highest level in a classical game. We will be talking about it. We will be learning so many new motifs.
Yeah, this is honestly just a fascinating game with so many textbook ideas. And one of the, I think, virtues of putting the pawn on a4 is that it feels like the walls are closing in a little bit on black here, because you can continue tightening the screws on the other side of the board as well. You could play h4, h5, and then eventually you could push g5, which is an incredibly committal move. It weakens the f5 square, but if more pieces get off the board, eventually you could create a passed pawn. From black's perspective, how can black try to unwind? Well, two things come to mind. Here, of course, black can play a4 himself and say, well, if you're not going to do it, then I will. And potentially you're opening up the possibility of rook a5, rook b5. My other big question to both of you is whether Vidit is considering knight to d5. This is a move we've been talking about for a while. Is now the time to challenge that knight on f6? And is the problem potentially that Nepo is just going to leave his knight on f6 to be replaced by a pawn? If pawn takes f6 happens, the other knight might take a turn in the sun with an outpost on e5. So to what extent is Vidit considering knight d5 or maybe knight g6? And is white considering more pressure on the king side with h4, h5?
Knight d5 is such a tempting move for me to make. For knight on f6 feels like the thorn in black's position that you immediately want to try and get rid of. Now, you don't want it to be replaced by that pawn on e5 after the trade, but you want to try to force white to actually capture on d5. And the thing is that you play knight to d5, your follow-up is bishop to either e7. Well, I don't want to place it to g7 to avoid knight h5. But my next move that I really want to play is bishop e7, put more pressure on that knight to f6, and actually ask white to take a decision. Yes, You can go, for example, rook from a1 to d1, countering the pressure on the d5 knight. But perhaps black can now just wait with a move like king c6. I defend the knight. I'm not going to allow that pawn from e5 to step on to f6. And I still want to go bishop e7 next. And Peter, do you think that this could be a path that perhaps might help black to keep the balance in the position? I really want to get rid of that knight on f6. How does white actually keep the pressure on?
Yeah, this king c6 is a lovely idea. It's a very famous idea in the Berlin defense, and there are even some statements like whenever black's king reaches c6, black is perfectly fine, because every single position is different. But one thing I also would like to add, to just to highlight some dangers. You guys did talk about knight takes f6, e takes f6 structure. The first thing that came to my mind, yes, if knight f6, e takes f6 happens, then watch out for rook a1, rook takes e6, exchange sacrifice. That's the very thematic kind of way of transforming this transformation of e takes f6 structure is super dangerous if white gets the chance of, let me just highlight, okay, I'm even losing a tempo, and instead of the lovely king c6, if black takes on f6, he takes f6, let's just make a move like a4, let me play rook d1 or rook fe1, doesn't even matter, okay, rook fe1, and black makes a pass, okay, for example, rook g8, and white smashes in with rook e6. Black's position is falling apart, rook d7 is coming, look at all the pieces, and also the king on g3 beautifully supports the advance of the pawns, h4, g5, and white will have these two connecting pawns, plus the access to the e5 square, plus this pressure on the c7 pawn. Things can escalate and black can simply be lost. So that's why make sure that you keep everything under control. And Tanya, it was so nice that you instantly spotted out the move king c6, follow it up with bishop e7. That's the way how you have to treat the position.
You said it, Peter. It's a world-famous phrase. Get your king to c6 in Berlin and life is well and good. Of course, all of us have heard of this. So king c6 and then bishop e7. But right now, Vidit decides to go another way. Not challenging that knight to f6. He's following up with his plan of expansion on the king side with a4. But to me, this looked a little scary because this does give Jan the time to create some play on the king side with his own pawn advances, Daniel.
Or to play rook a d1 and prevent knight d5. But then again, it seems to be like a constant question. Rook a d1, black can play king c6. Following the famous phrase, if your king is on c6 in the Berlin, then you're fine. I don't remember where or when I heard this, but it's, I think, maybe from birth, basically. But black can also play, knight g6 or knight c6. And, I pointed out h4, h5. This is more of a long-term idea. It's not like white puts a pawn on h5 and then, you sign your score sheets. So largely, I think the kind of vibe of the position has remained pretty constant ever since Jan played knight h2 and f4. It feels like black is kind of vaguely under pressure, but that there isn't any imminent danger to black's position, but that things just continue to be a little bit uncomfortable for Vidit on the board and also on the clock. Nothing catastrophic. He's got 41 minutes, but there's definitely going to be more difficult decisions to make down the line.
Yeah, I feel very much the same way. Yeah, the good news for Vidit that he established control of the position. Yeah, so now it's not anymore the case that he needs to spend half an hour to understand what is really going on or make a very tough decision. Now he might have moves that can be played by hand. Yeah, that okay, I'm gonna play a4, I'm gonna play king c6, and then I'm gonna see how my opponent reacts. In this case, I also don't feel like the clock is so dangerous, but knowing that he's faced with Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Jan is famous for being extremely tricky, asking always some very unpleasant question, and there is always an argument why you have to spend your time against Jan. Yeah, he is just too good at asking questions.
Well, he asked a question on the board. Apparently, he also asked some sort of question off the board. We have Jan was in that weird clock malfunction yesterday, but just now, he apparently said something to Vidit just a couple of moments ago, and he got up from the board. We have a little clip. We captured that live. Just watch this. Jan puts his hands up in a sort of vague, I'm sorry for doing what I just did gesture. Maybe he kicked him under the table. That's kind of what I immediately think of. Sometimes the players, they kind of shake their legs nervously. Anybody who's played over the board probably knows people like that. Maybe you do that yourself. Maybe he kicked Vidit under the table. Let's, I mean, I'm not going to blow this up and suggest that, something crazy just happened, but I'm not sure what that was as we see Rook 81 from Nepo.
The question is, Daniel, was that kick intentional or not? Of course.
Ooh, okay.
That's a whole different question, but I completely agree with you. I think that's happened to all of us at some point. Either when your opponent is just about to get up, leave the table, go for a walk, and some sort of contact, and you just want to be polite because you've sort of disturbed your opponent in a way. So I'm pretty sure that's what happened there, Peter.
No, I think they hate each other, and this is clearly another chapter in their deep-seated rivalry and resentment. So go ahead, Peter.
Yeah. Actually, I have to add, that I think that it's a very nice gesture by the player, because we always talk about all the tension, all the pressure on the players, but seeing the sportsmanship, and okay, whatever happened, clearly it was unintentional. Nevertheless felt like, okay, yes, sorry, and this is the way how we like to see things. It's just very nice. Also, yesterday in this crazy episode, there was never a nervous tension. It was, you could feel the goodwill of both players, and this is so nice.
Well said, Peter. I totally agree. I mean, drama, we all like a little bit of drama in our lives, but the fact that these players, we take it for granted how much professionalism they show. You mentioned goodwill. I think that's the perfect way to put it. It really goes for everybody in these candidates. As Rook 81 is played, Vidit falls under 40 minutes, and he's got a long journey ahead to the time control.
So a lot of mutual respect for there to be any intentional kicking under the table. But I think on the board, there's still a lot of fight on in this Berlin. And Peter, even though our evaluation bar has been level ever since that Knight H2 novelty that was played out, is it fair to say that in Jan's mind, this is far from a draw? This game is far from over. He wants to push. He wants to keep this game going.
For sure, yeah, absolutely agreed. We can also see the body language, that Jan is putting a lot of energy into it. He looks super sharp. On the other hand, Vidit is reacting very nicely. I think he's really handled the situation quite perfectly over the board. Maybe a computer could highlight that, yes, something else would have been more precise at some point, but the overall picture is of super high quality.
Mm-hmm. And Knight C6 is played. We're going to keep an eye on this endgame. We have just a few minutes before our next break. If I may, I think we should quickly update the Fabiano game. So let's go straight there because we have quite a bit of action here. Maybe nothing major, but already a material imbalance. Black is down a pawn. And I'm actually very curious how this happened. I'm not even recognizing the pawn structure in the center.
Yeah, let's take a look.
I was just going to say, Peter, completely different game from when we left it last.
Yes. So let's take a look. Rook E1 H6, Knight F1, we talked about it. Black immediately opted for the D6 D5 break. Knight G3. Tanya, you were highlighting that knight is heading towards the F5 square. Absolutely spot on. Black plays B5. It's also very thematic. The computer often does not like it. We immediately see the available bar jumping in white's favor, but this is humanly such a natural move because you just want to make sure not to worry about this b4, b5 move, which often is not possible. For example, after a takes b5, a takes b5, one has to pay out for this tactical nuance with bishop takes f2, followed by rook takes a1, leading to total mess. From human perspective, you simply want to eliminate that option. So b5 makes perfect sense. White jumps in with the knight to f5, and here comes a very interesting decision. Take a look Gukesh's time. It shows some really big confidence because he spent some time in the opening and sacrificing this pawn with d takes e4, d takes e4, knight e7 is played after like 10 minutes of thought. This is very deep stuff.
Wow, very complicated situation in the in the center. And we might get an endgame if a lot of pieces get traded down the e-file. Tanya, what comes to mind in terms of how Gukesh responds to this? He's down a pawn. The pressure is now on to show some compensation.
And I was going to ask you actually, Daniel, that Gukesh voluntarily gives up this central pawn on e5, goes knight e7, trades off, and then now he's on a 8-minute think on this move. After white has just played the very natural recapture, right here, giving up this pawn, knight f5, e takes f5. It's on Gukesh right now. And he hasn't made a move. Does that surprise you? Because when you make a move like knight e7, you've got to have a response to e takes f5 in your mind.
Yes, I think that's a great point. In general, when a player starts thinking in a situation, you expect him to have a move in mind. It's often a sign that something was unanticipated, but not always, of course. Like Gukesh could have made, for example, 2 candidate moves, and he could have said, okay, when we reach this position, I'll have more clarity and I'll be able to make a decision. What could those candidate moves be? Well, queen d5 is my kind of immediate bullet instinct, but the more I look at it, the more I see that after bishop f4, white quickly brings the rook out to d1. So maybe some more subtlety is required. That leads me to queen to d6. The idea being to leave the d5 square open potentially maybe for the knight. So queen d6, bishop f4. You could try to finesse things a little bit with knight to d5. Okay, eval bar doesn't hate it. Maybe because of rook a d1 also. That could be one of the issues, and even more tension in the center. But that's not even the only options available to black. You could start with a move like knight to d7 challenging the knight on e5. You have c5. I mean, there's actually a lot of possibilities here to work through for Gukesh.
Yes, I have very much the same feeling that probably Gukesh simply felt like, you know what, yes, I'm sacrificing the pawn, but I'm clarifying the situation. And by the way, this knight on f6 is a lovely piece. I don't feel like black ever wants to move it. It's a lovely blockading move. I kind of liked your first thought with queen d5 because it was also my thought, like, okay, queen d5, bishop f4, c5. Because c5 is a move that we want, and after rook a d1, we just fall back with the queen to b7. How bad is this? Because we are opening things up, and the c7, c5 move will be important. On the other hand, white has stabilized the position, so it doesn't feel like the absolutely perfect scenario for black. But does it give us the chance to maybe consider a move like c7, c5, because there is anyway still a pin on the rook on e1?
Feels something like 0.6, what I saw from the eval bar there, I feel like is a kind of an accurate, intuitive assessment. Feels like black just doesn't have fully enough compensation, and I feel like that's kind of disappointing for Gukesh, because maybe he's searching for a way to really try to avoid a situation where he's going to be a pawn down for all of eternity.
And he's got to make this move count, right? Because white just needs to put that bishop from c1, get that bishop to f4 and rook d1, and then you're really struggling to find compensation. In fact, your move c5, and I was thinking if white can even ignore that and just continue with development, bishop f4, rook d1 still comes to my mind. It's not very clear to me where the compensation is. It looks pleasant with the pin on the e-file, but let's not forget that it is a temporary pin. And Gukesh, I think he needs to show his cards right now. What was it? He needs to show the money when he played knight e7. I don't see it instantly.
It's not in Toronto, and maybe it moved over to a different city like Edmonton or Saskatoon, but Gukesh is looking for it, and Fabiano has kind of gotten what he wants. Peter pointed out early on that Fabi might have a bit of a deeper understanding of these Italian positions, and I think that has been borne out by the course of the game. The pressure is on Gukesh to prove some compensation, so we will keep an eye on this game as well as all of the others, but it is time for us to go on another break. We've got 2 hours in the books here at round 4 of the 2024 candidates. We hope you're enjoying our coverage, and we'll have a lot more action coming your way in just a couple of minutes.
Mom wore this to my wedding.
Yeah. Yeah, she did. We'd each make one move every morning before starting our day.
Okay, we'll just see.
All right, well.
Gotcha.
Oh my. Oh. Smart kid.
How did she do that? That's incredible. Nice going.
You underestimated her, Grandpa.
History, prestige, legacy. Words synonymous with the most coveted title in chess. To be a world champion means your name etched in the history books alongside greats of the past.
Ding Liren, a deserving world champion.
Ding is overtaken by emotions. What a match this has been.
But for 8 men and 8 women, it's here and it's now, as the road to the World Championship goes through Toronto, Canada. Over 3 weeks, chess's elite compete for their right to challenge for the crown. For some, it's a story of redemption.
He knows this might be the last few moves of his world championship.
Oh my god.
There's experience, there's youth, and for one nation on the rise, fortune could favor indeed.
An amazing day for Indian chess, making their way into the Candidates tournament.
Only one will advance. Only one will play for it all. Watch the 2024 FIDE Candidates on chess.com.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It's round 4 of the 2024 FIDE Candidates in Toronto. Some exciting games are underway as the pack of early leaders is becoming more clearly defined. A look there at the players. They are locked in battle. We are in the 3rd hour of action in a beautiful Sunday afternoon over in Toronto, Canada. All right, I'm GM Daniel Naroditsky. It is an honor to be commentating once again with the legendary crew. I am Tanya Sachdev, GM Peter Lecko. It's been a fun round so far. Good vibes all around. Peter, your impressions thus far as we start the 3rd hour of action, and then to Tanya.
What has in mind was I first felt probably the like good. There should be plenty of activity. That should be the more we are looking, just don't that first move. The evil part drives me crazy that they should control. Okay, but what's the right way forward? So you have.
And right before we went to break, we saw Gukesh voluntarily sacrifice that central pawn, and now he's still thinking about what he wants to play next. Definitely surprising. And how many times, Daniel, I've seen Fabi's games where he just simply grabs material, picks up a free pawn, holds on to it, and his opponent is not able to prove compensation, and Fabi gets the job done. For Gukesh, this is such a critical moment because he sort of walked into it. And I think now it's over a 15-minute think. And we see that on the bottom left board there. E takes f5, the last move. White's plan is simple. Get that bishop out, get that rook in with the tempo, and where's the compensation?
And that's very well summarized, Tanya. It's one of those things, you look forward to it. You get there, you think there must be something there, and you get to the point where you were expecting the big move, and there's no big move. You're just down a pawn. So very concerning turn of events for Gukesh. But We go back to the bird's eye view here, and I'm looking at the top left, and it's just the same symmetrical position. Black has a rook on A. They traded a pair of rooks. Ooh. And it still seems like a very kind of sterile, very even battle, Tanya. One, quick update we can provide is on the lower right. We have a trade. We were expecting Black's bishop to take White's knight on F3, and Abbasov says, no. It takes two to tango. I am the one who knocks, and he takes on F6 with his bishop, creating a bit of a structural imbalance. I still think the position is completely level. Maybe we can take a quick look, nothing more than a quick look at Abbasov versus Firouzja to see if they're still heading in the direction of a draw. What do you think, Tanya?
Well, let's do it, because that caught my attention as well. And I think the explanation for that is that bishop on b7, it's so beautifully placed. And yes, you spoil the pawn structure on the king side, but in return, you get an open g file. And Firouzja, we know him, right? He wants to create as many chances as possible, keep as many pieces alive. If all the minor pieces come off, you're just heading towards closer, getting closer towards that draw. And I think what he wants to do is try to create counterplay over on the king side, but he has to be careful, Daniel. He can't overpush. He can't overdo things, because White's rook on c1 right now is eyeing the 7th rank as well. First question to answer: where do you step away with your queen? Knowing Alireza, I'm thinking he's eyeing the king side, either to f5 or to h5.
Completely agreed. And you make an important point there. The players cannot take for granted that, I can do whatever I want and I have a draw in my pocket. That's not how Abbasov works. We're talking about a 2650 GM who is here to deliver some upsets, and he is not just going to sit idly by if players are irresponsibly overpressing. So Firouzja is not thinking I have carte blanche to do whatever I want. Let's try to put a couple of moves on the board. My instinct here, Tanya, would be probably queen h5, because queen f5 runs into some knight d4 issues. So let's prognosticate queen h5. What is going to be White's response? Well, the instinct move, I think you'd agree with me, is probably knight to d4.
So you've got to step away from the bishop takes knight threat, and you do that centralizing the knight, also threatening queen takes b5 with the attack. But I'm just wondering if there's a way that now Black can start targeting the g2 pawn. I've got one move. I could go queen to g5, but I think what you really want to do, I don't know what's going on after f3 here. It gets a bit crazy. f3, e5.
Yeah, bishop d5 also, and then you have a weakness. This is what Abbasov wants to avoid. Now it's starting to get imbalanced and imbalanced in Black's direction. Black is having more fun here. So your point is well taken. Maybe White needs to find a more careful response to queen h5, one that somehow kind of closes that possibility of intrigue. But what is it exactly? Anything else coming to mind other than knight d4, perhaps?
Peter, what do you make of these changes that we're just seeing right now, where it's Abbasov who's managed to exchange the bishop for the knight on f6, the g file is open. We're looking for ways how Alireza can create his kind of positions. What do you think? Will he manage to actually get some initiative on the king side with that sniper on b7?
Well, first of all, I'm very happy to be back. I don't know what happened there. Apparently, when I said that I'm not exactly sure what's happening in Gukesh's mind, when he sacrificed the pawn, then the mic just shut down. So yeah, it's all connected. Yeah, the computer feels that I'm not happy. I'm not sure what's going on. But yes, so I'm very happy to be back. And there is some tension here. Yeah, so you guys have been analyzing. Let me just very quickly understand how did we get here. So rook d1, queen c7, bishop b2, queen c5, bishop takes f6. This is how, and g takes f6, look, ac1. And the move queen h5 is what you guys are expecting.
But if I may interject, actually, now that Tanya pointed out queen h5, knight d4, queen g5, queen f5 could be a really nice little tricky move, because you're inviting knight d4 and then you go queen g5. So I actually think it's very much up Firouzja's alley to play a move like queen f5. And maybe it's more prudent for White to just drop the knight back to e1. I don't like playing this move, but knight d4, queen g5, the king on g1 feels a little bit abandoned. So I don't want to make ghosts where they're not there, but this is exactly how things kind of get scary, Peter.
Yeah, it's certainly scary. I'm also a little bit surprised, like Abbasov voluntarily allowed all these kind of things to happen. Well, maybe kudos to Alireza provoking them. Yeah, this Queen C7 move was maybe the only square, the one and only square we did not mention. Yeah, I think Dania, you were saying automatically like, okay, Queen E7. Then I was highlighting Queen A5. Then I said, okay, why not Queen B6? And Alireza said, you know what, guys? Okay, no. Good tries, good guesses, but I'm not gonna follow you. And he opted for Queen C7. It seems to me like it caught Abbasov a little bit off guard, because the way he handled it with this Bishop B2, Bishop takes F6, this is a little bit scary.
Because it's such a counterintuitive move, right? You're putting your queen on an open file that you know your opponent's rook will arrive first with a tempo. You're inviting development. But again, imaginative, creative play by Alireza to create some of his own threats. And we might be seeing that. And I know it's not Sriracha level spicy just yet, but this is getting mildly hot, Daniel.
Well said, Tanya. And I just want to highlight one other line on the topic of Tabasco and Sriracha. And I do want to get to the current position, but just really quickly, if Abbasov had grabbed the pawn on b5 after Queen c7, which is another reason I was sort of gravitating toward Queen b6 or Queen a5, I think for starters, Alireza had this cool idea, Bishop f3, gf. It's so funny how both sides are able to inflict this damage. And Rook a5, swinging the rook to g5. We were joking about this kind of rook lift earlier. Here it becomes a reality, and this is getting scary. Okay, Evelbard, okay, but you get the point. This is, I'm sure, ruled out by Abbasov. Just looks terrifying. Well, I could easily get mated here. That wasn't in his agenda for today. But also, Tanya, to second your point, Queen c7 also allows Rook c1 with tempo. So I really like the way that Alireza is provoking Abbasov without being irresponsible or doing anything objectively irrational. And it's sort of mildly paying off for now. It's way too early to tell if it's actually going to bear fruit, but at least it's a start.
It's definitely a start. I mean, a position where you really don't get anything, especially after the trades that we saw on the queen side, to even create this opportunity. It's just such a reflection of Alireza's style. And right now, the big question is, will he choose the f5 square or the h5 square? I'm still trying to think ahead, Peter, that how do you actually counter the threats on the king side? Because that g2 pawn feels quite weak to me. And after a move like Queen f5, Daniel, you pointed out knight e1 is just such an unhappy move to make.
Yeah.
I mean, it's really not a square you want to jump to. I feel knight d4 is the hand move. It's the move that you want to play. Things could get extremely tricky with the queen and the bishop lining up.
Yeah, it's just kind of surprising that, at least from my perspective, I can honestly say that I didn't see this coming, that this could get so complicated. And now the question is, why is Alireza really taking so much of his time? Are we missing some resource from the white side? We know that Abbasov is a very solid player. So if there are real dangers, I don't think that he would really let them appear. No, so he certainly has some backup. He has some intention how to make sure that he keeps things under control.
Yeah, I mean, Queen f5 I really like. I mean, Queen f5, knight e1, there's another problem that white has to deal with. The a2 pawn, it seems very far removed from, where the action is. But guess what? Bishop d5 is very close to working. The problem with that move is that the b5 pawn will hang. But black could make this kind of artificial but maybe interesting move. I was thinking rook a5 or rook fb8. And the threat of bishop d5 can be a little bit hard to deal with. You mentioned unhappy move. I think that's a great way to put it, Tanya. It's just not a move that you make if you love the way that things are developing. It doesn't mean the evaluation has changed. It just means that you kind of accept that that you have to now adopt a slightly more defensive posture. So Queen f5 versus Queen h5 is the choice for Alireza, but he's in the tank right now.
Well, after this Queen c7, Queen c5, I highly doubt that he's actually going to retreat with the queen, and he's reaching out, and it's going to head towards the king side. The question is, which square?
G5? Just kidding.
Hopefully not. That could be a mouse slip, but luckily no mouse here.
Fixing the pawn structure. Nope. Has he made a move?
No, he
Not
hesitates. He's looking
Come on,
away.
Alireza. The commentators are waiting.
That's all he's thinking about right now.
I'm sure. Dot, dot, dot,
But-
dot, dot, dot.
If you had to make a prediction, would it be f5 or h5?
I'm predicting F for Firouzja. Peter?
Well, I wanted to add that looking at Alireza on the camera, it feels like he might sense that there is something. Yeah, his body language, and that's the reason why he's also hesitating. He might feel that there is something to play in this position.
I'm going for h for hurry up.
All right. Well, it's one of those things, right? There's a lot of players who have this habit. I had this habit for a while. My coach called me out. I would bring my hand to the board and then retract it. I had this it's sometimes a nervous tick. And the top players don't do that too often. It can be either a sign of nervousness or you could actually have discovered something at the very last second. We're all experts after a move is played, but the goal is to discover these problems right before it's played.
I think for Alireza right now, he just wants to keep the game going. He just wants to make sure he finds a way that Abasov is not able to trade off either the minor pieces, or the pawns on the queen side, or the rooks of the board. And as long as he's able to achieve that, keep the tension, that would be success out of the position. So he wants to find the most efficient way to do that. He's burning a lot of time though. But he's got time on his hand. We're on move 20. I have a feeling that all these 4 games are going to go into some sort of tremendous time scrambles today because they've been just such slow starts, which are now starting to explode up.
We're caught in the hotel elevator situation. It's like you call the slow elevator, but the moment you decide to take the stairs, the elevator arrives. So the moment we switch to the Nepo game, which I think we should go next because we have some developments, Firouzja will make a move. I guarantee it.
Yeah, but I think also we should be moving on.
Okay.
Because we never know exactly what's happening. Yeah, bird's eye view, that's perfect.
Wow, a lot has happened on that top right board.
Wow, yeah, things are heating up. Also, Gukesh has made up his mind and he opted for the immediate c7, c5, something that we talked about. It's a desirable break.
And Pragg's rook has infiltrated on the top left board all the way to the second rank, attacking the b2 pawn, so creating a threat on the board, which perhaps the queen can come and start hitting the rook, even from a move like queen b1. Ugly, but...
Repetition, queen b1, rook a8, queen d1. Anybody?
Well, could be, but Pragg is a very ambitious player. I'm not exactly seeing him repeating if he senses that he might have something to play with.
And Firouzja moved, by the way. Queen f5.
Queen f5 on the board, f for Firouzja.
Excellent.
But I think we should go to the FIDE game because I feel like there might be the most meat on the bone there. I'm not set on it. There's also action in the Gukesh's game. The Pragg Hikaru game is still very much equal. If there is a repetition, we'll update you on that. But FIDE is down to 24 minutes.
Yes, and it just shows that how complex the position is. He's actually generating counterplay, but the same can be said from Jan's perspective. What were the last couple of moves? We did see rook a d1 was met by knight c6. So Jan made the move c3 just in case, guarding the d4 square and also setting up probably knight h4 idea. And after bishop e7, knight h4, look at this. What a stunner. And this is what the Berlin defense is about. Seemingly everything is blocked. There are no tactics. And look at this. h6, h5, a wonderful tactical shot there. Because now knight takes h5 clearly runs into rook takes h5 tactic. G takes h5, rook g8 check comes. And the knight is captured with bishop takes h4 in the very next move. White loses the game. So it's just so intriguing, and that's why Jan had to block it with g5. Now the big question is, did he miss the move h5 or was he provoking it and was thinking like, you know what, Vidit, you are playing a perfect game, but your clock is ticking down and more murky stuff is happening here.
Hikaru and Pragg are repeating, by the way. They have the position with rook a2 for the second time. If they get it for a third time, we will catch the results of the game.
But no, let's just quickly jump in there, because if they are repeating it, yeah, let's jump in there to see the body language, how the players are reacting.
So they've already got this position twice, and it's Hikaru who stops before repeating with queen b1. Daniel, you need to stop predicting these repetitions, man.
I'm like the repetition commentator. You know, I sleep the whole time and then I jump in just when there's a repetition. The reason I'm so confident here is because it's just not the kind of position where you can really create any chances if you're Hikaru. Black now controls the A file. And if anything, I would almost argue that Black is drawing from a position of strength. Okay, Hikaru plays a queen c1. And what? It's so terrifying. Like, he can only be worse here. Peter, do you share my pessimism about this game continuing?
Yes, I feel it. I was also kind of saying that who knows, maybe Pragg will get overconfident, but he probably also perfectly understood that, yes, I have solved all my problems, but that's it. A draw against Hikaru is kind of a nice result. I bounced back yesterday. Tomorrow is a rest day, so I can adjust my situation. It's a professional way of looking at things.
I'm trying to still find ways for White to keep the game going, and it's really not easy. Like you said, that queen c1 is just such an ugly move. It really doesn't help at all. b3 is another very ugly move. You don't want to make it. It just allows Pragg to put more pressure on the queenside pawns. Do we have a move, by the way? Now Hikaru is still in the think. Queen c6 after b3 looks like a move that's extremely tempting. You don't solve any of your problems. So the question is, how does actually White keep the game going? And I think Hikaru with his think, we see some expressions, by the way, there by Hikaru. He looks like he's not too happy with repeating, but perhaps he realizes there is not much more else for him to do. And the question will be, will Pragg play on or not?
I mean, I don't know, Peter.
Wait, is there a move like knight h5? Sorry, Peter, go on.
No, I just wanted, knight h5 I'm not really scared of, but I wanted to highlight that, look at this, if suddenly White plays the move queen b1 and it's not yet a 3-4 repetition, Black can, I believe, claim a draw with rook a8, or not yet, but okay, it's already clear that queen b1, queen d1 shuffling will happen, and imagine that, okay, Hikaru is kind of frustrated, should I go for repetition? And suddenly Pragg says, you know what, no, I just continue the game. This psychological thing should not be underestimated.
Yeah, that would be badass. And I wouldn't blame Pragg for a single second for taking the repetition. I think he will do that. I think it makes a lot of sense. The position is largely equal. Knight h5 also came to my mind, Tanya. I think the specific issue might be just knight takes h5, queen takes h5, and then maybe even knight h8 or knight f8 to be able to circle around to f6 later in the game. And the b2 pawn is hanging. King h7, Peter points out. I think maybe knight f3 here.
Yeah, then queen e7. Queen e7.
And then h4?
Oh, wow, h4 and then insisting on knight g5. Okay. Oh, nice. Yeah, that's beautiful.
Very nice.
Very nice.
Well, it's just, even there, I think Black could probably move the knight away. But a knight f8 instead of king h7 feels like White might have to play the ultra ugly move rook b1. And, you know, just when we think there's a crescendo of action on the king side, White is forced to just double back and defend the pawns. So Hikaru, body language, always very hard to read. That's one way I've tried to change my commentating after a long conversation with Fabi, actually, where Fabi told me he listened to a lot of my commentary. I asked him if there was any constructive criticism he could offer. And he said that one thing I tended to do too much of is try to say, okay, well, we can tell by Hikaru's shake of the head that he is thinking about this particular move. You can never really know exactly what's going through the player's mind, but general frustration is, I think, valid to glean from body language, and there's no question Hikaru is frustrated.
He's frustrated, but he really did not get anything in this game. It's not a frustration born out of that I had a chance and I missed it. I think it's more that you have the white pieces and you just have this feeling that your opponent completely equalized out of the opening and you were not really able once again to find that rhythm. Hikaru playing his best chess. We haven't seen it so far in the candidates. He's just not had that opportunity. He hasn't had that game going. And I think as far as it comes to Hikaru, this seems to be the general consensus that you can't read too much into his expressions. And it's probably not the best idea to draw any conclusions from them. I have a feeling that we are going to see Queen B1 on the board. To me, it'll be more interesting to see how much of a fighting spirit is Pragg feeling today, because this is a tough call, right? The position itself objectively is equal. So do you still keep playing in an equal position, or all right, this is the 4th round, tomorrow I get a rest. I've had these 3 absolutely insane games. I've managed to successfully get out of the opening, completely out of trouble with the black pieces. A draw is a good result here.
Yeah, I would like to add that it's just frightening how strong Pragg is. Yeah, it's we have seen him in these 3 first rounds playing super sharp stuff. We could be arguing that yes, that's the style of Pragg, and then today it's a very calm kind of D3 Spanish, and he plays like 2800 level player, very mature. Every single move has a purpose. Everything is connected to each other. And I think this is where the frustration from Hikaru is coming, that he is simply unable even to pose some questions to a very young Pragg, just 18 years old.
We
exactly
saw this...
half of Hikaru's age. Sorry, Daniel.
No. Please continue, Tanya.
I was just going to say that at 18, it's and Hikaru at 36. This is a clash of generations.
It absolutely is. And it was in the World Cup as well. And I still remember their second rapid game from the World Cup where Pragg just also had this effect of just shutting Hikaru down across a wide range of positions. I mean, Pragg's play just makes a big impression on any chess fan. The deferred Schliemann after a loss, and now what seems to be a very stable, very mature way of holding Hikaru. Now, we don't know how long Hikaru is going to spend here, so I vote maybe we shuffle back to the Nepo game. And again, for people that are anxious, if the moment a repetition happens, we will let you know. But for the time being, Vidit now down to 20 minutes. And has there been a development after Rook A5? There has. Rook D to E1, Rook B5, and Bishop back to its initial square, opening up new vistas for the knight on H4. Now Knight F5 is possible. G6 is also now a threat. And I want to pass it to you guys, but I just want to point out one subtlety, that if White had played G6 2 moves earlier after Rook A5, this was a very tempting move to me initially. And the reason it didn't work, I think, is because after F takes G6, Knight takes G6, Vidit had foreseen Bishop takes F6, and E takes F6, Rook G8 pins the Knight. So that works out tactically. Once the Bishop drops back from F4, now the Rook on F1 can capture on F6. So new enemies are now at Vidit's door.
To me, it actually looks like Vidit's made some progress in this position. I don't know how you feel, but I really like this maneuver of Rook A5, Rook to B5, activating the Rook. And I know this is also pretty thematic in many of these Berlin positions, but really nicely done by Vidit. A5, A4, and then to target this B2 weakness, make sure that that Bishop is now stuck to defending it. And Peter, I think you're pointing out the C-pawn moving forward, C4. And that would also put pressure on another weakness on the board, E5. Peter, anything?
Yes,
you wanted to say?
I'm smiling because it's again, it's the computer highlights this move C5, C4. I have nothing to do with it, but as usual, when computer highlights something, then we start nodding that yes, it makes perfect sense.
Oh my gosh, C4, G6, I think the game just explodes. And in that position, apparently, because the engine is highlighting C4 and now turning the eval bar in Black's favor, G6, to my completely, ignorant eyes, looks terrifying. But clearly there is some computer resource here that I have not been able to find yet.
So if you take on G6, Knight G6, your idea of H4, and just move the Rook? Because I don't think you can really take on H4, right? H4, Knight H4... E5 is hanging, and that should be fine for Black.
You could also play Rook E8 immediately. Oh, sorry, not Rook E8, but maybe Rook D8.
Rook D8.
And Knight takes H5, you can go back to G8. So I wouldn't be too concerned about that. Peter, what's your read on this potential turn of events?
Well, It's such a mess, and I have the mouse. I have all the responsibility. It's tricky. Yeah. So after c4, g6,
I think he
and we
just played
see.
c4.
No, rook
he
b3.
played rook to b3.
Oh,
Wow, interesting move. But computer dislikes it. He's preparing b5, b4. He's trying to break down White's construction, but does he have the time to do it? Danya is always scaring me with this g6 move.
g6. I'm still scared of g6. I'm scaring myself with this move. But yeah, now g6, black has to play f takes g6, knight g6 for sure. And then apparently there was another move other than fg, Tanya. But go ahead.
No, I agree with you, and I think it's about a race now, right? Is Vidit going to be able to get his b5, b4 break in, or can Jan make g6 work? I think that's a topical move. That's the most important move that we need to deep dive into. The one difference that I spot between rook b3 and c4 is that now black doesn't have pressure on that e5 pawn. So it becomes more difficult to actually counter the threat. So for example, if white was to go g6, and that's such a Jan move to make as well, it's super tempting and it explodes the position and you want that h4 knight to go to g6. I would not want this pawn to be alive. And Daniel, I don't know what alternative you were looking at, but to me, f takes g6 would be a move that I want to make. I don't want that pawn to stay on g6.
No, that's exactly right. I think if instead Vidit had played c4, just logically, because the eval bar was in white's favor, g6, there is knight takes c5, actually. And after g7, black can play bishop takes f6. I didn't like gh, bishop h8, because white is up in exchange, but knight d3 is a huge move. So maybe the engine actually likes this, and rook g8, bishop h6 also looks very scary to me. Apparently also there's nothing here. Okay, I can see why Vidit did not go for this, but still, Vidit could have played g6, f takes g6, and that version, I think, is a lot better with that long-term pressure on e5 than the same position with black's rook on b3. One last thing I'll point out. If Jan plays g6 and we get this position with the rook on b3, for example, g6 takes rook to d8, one big issue is that black's not really going to play b5 here, because the moment black plays b5, we can make a random move, whatever, rook f2, rook e2, some move. Black plays b5, and white has knight takes e7, and knight back to e4 at a minimum, attacking the c5 pawn where it hurts.
And before, Peter, you take over and give your thoughts, I'm going to make one more point on everything that Daniel just said, just to add to that Vidit has 18 minutes on the clock. And the position has just started to heat up. There are a lot of questions to be answered and a lot of critical moments that are going to come up where Vidit will need to be precise. Peter, clock is becoming a big factor now.
Yes, absolutely. And I feel like I can also relate to, because I'm famous for having horrible time management. Yeah, it's basically that's the reason why my wife Sophie always says, no, enough, just don't play. I don't want to see you and g6 on the board. I just don't want to see you having 1 minute on your clock for 20 moves, and it's always the same scenario. So I'm listening to her. But the point is that the move rook b5 to b3 is a typical kind of move when you have little time on the clock and you feel like, hang on, this is a clever idea. And you make the move, and then to your horror, you realize what you have done. Yeah, it's kind of a completely crazy move, because things are heating up after g6, and the rook on b3 will be misplaced.
Vidit takes an immediate decision. He can't let the pawn stay alive. He does trade. The big question is that after knight takes g6, we were looking at certain positions where black can actually throw in an intermezzo with h4 check. Without pressure on e5, is that a sacrifice that you can still think about? Because if white was to recapture, it does give Vidit some time. Is h4 an option, or does he have to move the rook right now? It's a tough question, because you need to find a follow-up.
Yes, exactly.
No, I think h4 makes sense. Personally, I think h4 makes sense because at the very least, it makes the pawn harder to capture. And if you capture it, then you have to make more concessions. So h4, king h2, I think, is a good set of moves to flick in. And that's another decision. That's another decision that Vidit has to burn time on.
I think there is some action in the Hikaru game. Are they repeating for the third time?
Yes.
Yes. There we have it waiting for the arbiter, or what else is in store for us? Let's just get the score sheet on. So knight g3, knight g6, queen d1, rook a2, queen b1, rook a8, queen d1, second time, rook a2, queen b1 second time, rook a8. If white plays the move queen d1, white can actually claim a draw by 3-4 repetition.
So it's Hikaru who has to claim the draw, and it appears that he is planning to do so. They're waiting for the arbiter, aren't they?
I think you're right. I think they've already called for the arbiter. Hikaru wants to claim for a draw right now.
Yeah, Pragg is also moving up and down on his chair very comfortably. He's super confident that, okay, there is nothing to worry about, and the game is about to finish.
This was such a confident hold by Pragg with black. Really impressive stuff. Just not giving any chances to Hikaru. He just kept it completely in control from start to up to this point. And it's hard to imagine for a way for white to actually continue here.
Are we sure that he's called for the arbiter? Maybe he's, again, it feels like it's a bygone conclusion at this point. He's also got 34 minutes now. And looking at his score sheet, all indications that he's about to play the move. Yeah, I'm positive. But he hasn't called for the arbiter just yet.
Yes, exactly. But here the point is that Hikaru understands very well that he actually has to play queen d1, and he should be happy that the game ends. Because if he does not play the move queen d1, what does he want from the game? Blackfield simply starts quizzing him. Yeah, so it's time to call it a day.
I think he's about to do it if he hasn't already. You can see it on him.
Yeah, here we can safely call that the body, say that the body language corresponds with the fact that he's about to make a draw. Yeah, and he's about to write his move down.
Yeah,
and there it is. Great timing, Peter. Good catch.
That's Hikaru telling the arbiter that queen d1 would be a 3-fold repetition.
Yes, and then he says like, okay, please then let's go and check it. But it's really a 3-fold repetition. Pragg is super confident.
He's just been leaning back in his chair the whole time. There's so much history between these two. The World Cup match where Pragg eliminated Hikaru. And there we have the handshakes. The draw has been granted. And this one ends peacefully. I think Pragg should be very proud of the way he actually held this to a confident draw with black for Hikaru. Another frustrated game with the white pieces.
Well, I'm even feeling like we are overstating the case, like Pragg was holding something. He was not holding anything. He just played a good game, never ever given Hikaru the slightest of chances. And that's it. He's super impressive. Just incredible. Okay, Pragg is just fantastic.
Yeah, he held a slightly better position. But yeah, no, Pragg, it's crazy. Again, I just keep coming back to, tell me before the World Cup that 27-47 Pragg is going to be in the candidates, just doing such a good job, really controlling the flow of a lot of these games. What an incredible rise from Pragg Donata, and we will keep monitoring his progress. Oh, there we go. I had to. At the 2024 candidates. But first, we're going to go on a break. We've got 3 exciting games remaining. Vidit is in another very major pickle on the board and on the clock. And Gukesh has some holding to do against Fabiano. We'll be back with more round 4 action from the 2024 candidates in just a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Has this ever happened to you? Oh, shoot. Another mouse slip.
What about this?
Oh, well, holy bishops en passant. I think I'm getting carpal tunnel. If only there was a way to play online chess with a real-life board.
What if I told you you can with Chess Up 2? That's right. With Chess Up 2, you can now play over the board online.
Wow.
Simply connect your chess.com account to our state-of-the-art Chess Up 2 and get a game started. Every time you move, our revolutionary board will transmit the data online directly to your opponent. And as soon as they move, squares will light up, signifying which piece is going where.
Well, shucks. This Hikaru guy seems pretty good.
With Chess Up 2, mouse slips and sore wrists are a thing of the past.
My carpal tunnel is gone. Well, this sure is fun. I'm playing online against my new friend Hikaru. Who needs a family? But I sure do miss clicking on a piece and seeing all of my available moves, like they have on chess.com.
Well, Danny, you're in luck. This feature is totally available on the Chess Up 2 as well.
Wow. Well, I'm convinced. But hey, what if I don't just want to play an opponent online? What if I want to use one of chess.com's other great tools?
I thought you'd never ask. With Chess Up 2, you can fully take advantage of the chess.com integration by playing bots, analyzing your offline games, and even using our optional AI assistants to visualize the quality of moves with color-coded hints.
Well, holy Chess Up, you did it. You made IRL chess cool again.
You got it, Danny.
And how do you know my name?
Play chess today on the board of tomorrow.
This April, intergenerational rivalries spill over to the chessboard. Face off against the boomers. Grapple with Gen X and the millennials. Or take on the young guns of Gen Z, Gen Alpha, and Gen Beta. And then the mighty Martin? Play them all on chess.com.
I've worked with the two players, perhaps with the best chess intuition ever, Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand. This course is generally about examples like this, common knowledge that's used on the highest level. Good intuition comes from knowing a lot of examples, from having seen examples, thought about them, and perhaps tried to implement the principles, but under different circumstances. Having thought about it, having tried to implement it in a way, and having debated it. So that's more or less what I try to do at this course. Basically puts the foundation for positional understanding, positional intuition you will see in many players.
One result in the books here in round 4 of the 2024 FIDE Candidates from the lovely city of Toronto, Canada. It is a draw between Hikaru Nakamura, whose frustrating run in the early going of the Candidates continues. He hasn't scored that first victory yet, hasn't broken the ice, and still stands at -1. For Pragg, a great comeback from that early loss to Gukesh. He defeats FIDE with black. Now, in his second black game in a row, confidently holds Hikaru Nakamura. He stands at 50%. He is one to watch, and we will continue watching the 3 remaining games alongside IM Tanya Sachdev and GM Peter Leko. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. We hope you've been enjoying our Sunday coverage of the Candidates as the 3rd hour of action kicks off. Peter, to you first. Your thoughts so far on the round and on the 3 remaining games before we decide where to jump to next.
Well, things are heating up. Okay, in Alireza's game against Nijat Abasov, on the other hand, I feel like Abasov has found the way, and we were speculating that knowing that he's a super solid player, there should be a way how he believes that he can handle Black's initiative, and I think he really has found the way. Jan Nepomniachtchi has a golden opportunity. I think, and he just captured this dark square bishop on e7. We know that Vidit is getting into a horrible time trouble, and the position is looking very dangerous. So there is good chance there for Jan, and the game between Fabiano and Gukesh, we don't exactly know the recent developments.
Tanya, your call on where we go to next.
I mean, this is absolutely crazy. We had this slow start and the positions, it feel like it was going to be a strategic fight. And now all three boards, it's fire on the board all along. Really difficult to pick with the time scramble. And Daniel, you've put me on a spot here. I think really quickly, let's jump to the Alireza Abasov board and then move on to the other two because it's action all around.
Very good choice, Tanya. We have another double exclaim move. That over-caffeinated engine just continues to praise the brilliance of these players. I'm all for it. But rook takes a2 is a piece sacrifice. And obviously white's not taking the bishop immediately. And we could also go back and see how this happened. But queen f2, queen g2 is mate. Unfortunately for Alireza, white could start with a check on e7, then pick up the bishop, and the queen on b7 connects with the pawn on g2. Black has a draw in his pocket. Queen h4, queen f2. But maybe Alireza's thinking about bigger and greater things. The eval bar is not changing. Tells me that objectively, this is a drawn game, but maybe there's other ways to keep the fight going.
But to me, that sounds like an extremely forcing continuation, right? If Abasov is happy with a draw here, which I don't see a reason for him not to, with as a checkmate in 2 being threatened right now, I don't see how Abasov is creating his chances here. Knight e7, queen takes bishop. You've got to go for the repetition with black.
Yeah, probably. Let's just very quickly understand where all this came from. Yeah, rook ac1, queen f5, knight d4, queen g5, and we were debating how to defend that pawn on g2, and I believe Abasov has found a very nice way, knight c6. That was the stabilizer, blocking that bishop, and it's all connected with the idea rook a6 and h4. What a nice little move, deflecting black's queen from the protection of the b5 square, b5 pawn, also creating luft. At the same time, clearly the complications are just beginning. Queen takes h4, queen b5, and now suddenly rook takes a2 on the board.
Wow. h4, the one move I would give 2 exclams, gets only 1. And then some of the forcing moves are getting 2 exclamation marks. h4 actually an only move, I think. Only way to maintain the balance. Great calculation by Abasov. Really nicely adjusting to the new set of circumstances. He maybe didn't want a tactical skirmish of this nature, but he says, I'll lean into it. And after knight e7, king h8, queen takes b7, Tanya, you seem pessimistic that black has any other ways to keep the fire burning. I had this brief idea of trying to get the rook on a2 to the h file. It's kind of been a meme in this game. Yeah. Rook a4, rook a5.
Rook a5, I was hoping that you'd fall for that because I've got queen f3 for that. Yeah, offer a queen trade, and I might even try to push for a win in that position.
Yeah. Okay, rook a4. I mouse slipped. Okay. That's what I meant. Yeah, my 4 and 5's confused.
How do you continue after rook d4?
I was hoping you wouldn't ask me that question. I mean, queen takes c3. I mean, is black really worse there?
No, but you can also take rook d4 and then queen h4 check, queen takes d4 check. Yeah, you can also pick up like this.
Yeah, fair. No, it's still a repetition. I don't believe in the king running away. I'm going to just end up losing the c1 rook. If I try to go to f1, there'll be queen f4. And Abasov is reaching out, but I don't believe it's for the knight. He goes
he
for
plays
g3.
Yes. Yeah, that was the other move.
So bishop takes c6?
Daniel, is he trying to push in this position? Sorry, Peter.
No. He just basically invites bishop takes c6 and says like, you know what? This is a 4 versus 3 with the double pawns and I have a normal structure. The queen will come back to defense. Maybe one of the white's rook will be activated on the 4th rank. Should be absolutely fine.
I don't know. I'm a little bit more cold toward this idea. I mean, it's easy for me to say knight e7, queen b7 is a really scary move to play. But after bishop c6, are we really claiming that that Firouzja's not happy to get a pawn up position, especially if he can play f5 at some point and secure the g4 square, the queen g5? At the very least, we know that the game is going to keep going. I'm not claiming it's not a draw. I think it's still a draw, but a pawn is a pawn.
I'm with Daniel on this one. Here, white will have to go on playing and try to get that draw, bank that draw somehow. But in the other line, it would have been game over in just a few moves. It required precise calculation, but as we were analyzing, white is not in danger. It would have been a draw on the spot. But now Abasov has to play on, and knowing Alireza, he's going to play this till the end, perhaps even a king versus king at some point.
Well, in general, I'm also very much in your spirit that if I have a pawn up position, I want to play forever. But I do see some differences here. Yeah, that imagine white gets some rook d4, queen f3, king g2 construction, and we are dealing with some rook h1, rook dh4 kind of ideas as well. Yeah, so I'm not sure if this is really that kind of completely risk-free type of pawn up position where we can just close our eyes and squeeze.
And this is a great discussion about the position, Peter. This rook h4 idea, now that you mention it, seems kind of dangerous, but I have to interject. We have live in the Toronto studio our indefatigable Mike Klein standing live with Hikaru Nakamura to get his thoughts on his draw with Pragg. So real quick, let's roll over to Mike with Hikaru. Let's roll the tape. Mike.
Thanks, guys. We're here with the first game that finished of the day. Nakamura Pragg was a draw. You two have been the most creative players all tournament. Were you thinking you'd get a little more excitement today?
Well, I mean, I had a bad feeling that he would do something similar to what he did after this. I mean, I don't know if you want to call it a miracle because you create your own luck, but certainly he took a huge risk yesterday and won this very nice game against FIDE. So I had a bad feeling he'd suddenly be solid today, especially with 2 blacks in a row. So I was a little bit disappointed to see it. Nonetheless, I thought it'd be an interesting game, but basically he played a different move order than I expected in the opening. He put the pawn on h6 basically rather than castling. I mean, it doesn't make a difference because they're still intending to play bishop e3 anyway. But then in the transposition, I remember that if he plays bishop e6 right away, I trade and go pawn to c3. But then because he's basically played h6 instead of bishop e6, I played knight c3 and knight d2, which was based on a different setup where I think it was acceptable and just got absolutely nothing. So that's unfortunate, but that's life.
Yeah, and what about your plans for the rest day? We've got this big celestial event, but also I want to talk about the fact that your wife is playing in the Blitz tournament. Is there a chance that you'll go there and beat her second for once?
Well, first of all, as I said yesterday, I don't really care about an eclipse. I think during one of the Singfield Cups, maybe, or during one of those events in St. Louis, like maybe 5 years ago, there was a massive, big eclipse somewhere. I know people.
It was August 2017 Singfield Cup.
It was a Singfield Cup. Okay, 17, not that long ago. Crazy. Yeah, so I don't really care that much about the eclipse, but the Blitz event, I mean, I might show up. Maybe I'll play. Who knows? You know, maybe if I hadn't taken the draw today, I had kept playing and found a way to lose, and I would say like I'd almost for sure play the Blitz. But you know, I didn't go crazy at the end of this game today, so we'll see.
I checked out your YouTube channel, and your post-round loss got even a few more views than your post-round win in the tournament. Do you think that your fans are looking for a little, I don't know, humanness out of you because you'd almost never lose?
Well, I could give you a much better example. If you look at my recaps in the World Cup, they did fine, and then when I lost to Pragg there, I think it got like 2 times or 3 times the.
How do you feel about that?
Well, I mean, I think that it actually is a sign that people, to some degree, don't really, for whatever reason, they don't believe the words that come out of my mouth, and they assume that I'm more of a chess player than a content creator. But at the end of the day, I've gotten so used to doing it that it really doesn't matter to me. And I think for whatever reason, people just don't believe. They're still surprised. I'll do a recap after a loss anyway. But I mean, I wouldn't play if I wasn't going to do recaps.
Last question. You said that you would like for all the players in the tournament to do some sort of post-round recaps, generate some content. Who would you watch the most out of all the players in this tournament? Who do you think would be the most enjoyable to do post-round recaps?
Well, I mean, to clarify it, I don't think the players necessarily have to, but at the end of the day, if players are going to complain and they're going to say there should be more money in chess or talk about these sorts of things and just in general complain across the board, they don't really have a right to if they're not going to try and do anything. So I just want to clarify that. Like, it's not like the players have to, but then just don't complain. Like, if you don't complain about conditions, don't complain about prize funds, like all these things, if you're not going to do anything about it. So it's not like they have to do that. But anyway, if I was going to watch someone do recaps, who would it be here? I mean, obviously, I think Fabiano would be interesting, but actually, I think I'd probably pick Vita if I had to pick one. I think his personality is pretty good. He obviously has tried streaming. I would say that when I look at people who did it over in the past, I would say he and Anish are probably two people that I paid the most attention to. So definitely Vita.
There you go, Grandmasters. Mo content, mo money. That's the view from round 4. Now back to you in the studio.
Normally, I'd prompt a discussion of that interview, but we all heard it. We have to go to the Vidit game right now, because Vidit down to 9 minutes, so much action on that board. In Fabi's game, just as a quick update, Fabi is pushing, but looks like Gukesh is pretty close to holding that pawn down position. But right now, the action is happening right here. I hope no one will begrudge me that. Definitely some interesting words from Hikaru, and we'll discuss that when we have a free moment. Help you understand what's happening here.
Wow. Okay, so just very quickly, if we get the analysis board or the live board just to go through the moves that we missed. Yeah, so knight takes g6, rook d8, we did move the rook away, and then Jan captured that bishop on e7, knight takes e7, knight takes e7, and simply captured that pawn on h5. Also, white is setting up some bishop g5, knight f4 ideas, fighting against black's blockading pieces. So Vidit goes rook d3 check, rook f3, the rooks are traded, black collects the pawn on h3, but this is not the problem because white relies on his powerful pass pawn with e6. So probably black at some point will have to sacrifice a piece in order to eliminate that pawn, that very dangerous pawn. And in this regard, b5 is perfectly understandable, trying to break with b5, b4, eliminate all the pawns on the queen side. That would limit the damage. Jan blitzes out the move bishop g5, and that's the current state of affairs.
Wow. This is incredible. Jan is, with 53 minutes on the clock, in typical Jan style, putting so much pressure the entire game. And I'll just mention, Tanya, I know you have a lot to say on this game. Just really quickly for the fans who might not know, rook and bishop versus rook, and rook and knight versus rook, in most cases is a theoretical draw. So it's not like if black moves the knight and white plays e7, as Peter said, and black gives away either the knight or actually the bishop with bishop to d7. This is what Vidit's trying to do. He's trying to eliminate all the queenside pawns and ultimately boil it down to a theoretical draw. That's kind of far in the future, though, Tanya. Right now, Vidit with 7.5 minutes. What a terrifying state of affairs for him.
I don't think it's far in the future. It's very much right now because that pawn on e6 is super dangerous. And what Vidit needs to calculate is which of the two minor pieces does he want to give up for the pawn. He has to be sure that he's able to liquidate the queen side and not keep any pawns alive there with the trades, whether it's following up with b4 or capturing the b2 pawn. And he's got to figure all of that out with just 7 minutes on the clock, 6 moves still to be made right now. Bishop g5. I'm expecting the move knight either to d5 or to c6. I don't believe you can allow bishop takes knight, hitting that pawn on c5. Vidit's about to make a move, and I think he's reaching out for the knight.
Let's see, hesitation. Knight c6, e7. I actually think you should give up the bishop for the pawn, because if you give up the knight on e7, white's going to start picking up black's queenside pawns with like bishop f4. So actually after knight c6, e7, and bishop d7, there might be the move knight to f6. I think you need to leave the c6 square for the bishop, so maybe knight to d5. So there's pitfalls literally every single move. And Vidit steps over the landmine, knight d5 on the board, and we will see e7, I think, from Jan.
Yeah, really knight d5 is... Exactly. I also wanted to highlight that it's so important for black that after e7, bishop d7, there won't be any knight f6 ideas. The bishop still has, anyway, even the c6 square. Clearly, white will probably queen the pawn, then we sacrifice the bishop and we take on b2. That should be fine for black. That's not the worry. So the big question is Jan having here some trick, some brilliant trickery, how to pose practical problems to with it?
All right, what if white actually tries to win that bishop? So e7, bishop d7 is the move. I don't believe that knight takes pawn, allowing that bishop to start capturing the queenside pawn can be enough for Vidit to hold. Can white actually go rook to d1 here? I want you to move that knight and capture the bishop. And my idea is if you go c6, I might throw in Daniel's knight f6 now, because take on f6 and boom, rook d7.
Incredible tactics, Tanya. I think black has to go bishop c6 here. And amazingly, rook takes d5, bishop takes d5 is a check. Your king is misplaced, but after bishop c6, it's not the end of the story. I'm totally with you. White could step the king away. So bishop c6, for example.
But
I'm not
also,
sure where. Peter, go
can
ahead.
we play king c6? Can we play king c6? Is it too risky?
Not.
You said it, Peter, in the Berlin. Get your king to c6 and life is good. Sorry.
But king e4. Yeah, this is such a fascinating. Let me just put it on the board. It's such a fascinating position that probably king e4 poses the big problem. And then knight takes e7. Bishop takes e7. Well, I just want to highlight that this rook takes b2, and then how is white collecting the c5 pawn? Because we need to collect the c5 pawn.
Yeah, and bishop g4 is a threat. So bishop takes c5, bishop g4 looks bad. So I'm not totally convinced that this is like win it that easily, or even winning at all. It's kind of hard to evaluate. Maybe knight f4 or knight f6.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
It's complex, yeah, and it's also just one of the lines, just highlighting that it's a crazy kind of position. But let me show Tanya's brilliancy here. Yeah, so rook d1 with the idea of hitting the rook, and if black plays the move c6, then white jumps with the knight to f6, and after knight takes f6, rook takes d7. Bingo, that's it, finish.
Mic drop.
Yes, but bishop c6 is quite the spoiler to the party. Yeah, and this would be game over. This would be the dream for Jan. He's thinking, because this is... Also, he's thinking before he plays e7. Are there alternatives to e7? Can he... They often say threat is better than the execution. Is there a way to make e7 stronger?
There's knight f4, but then we come back to the rook and bishop versus rook problem. I mean, even knight takes f4, king takes f4, and the primitive... I mean, you don't need to play bishop takes c6, but even if you do, I feel like black will be very, very close to eliminating all of white's pawns. So Jan, has he done anything impulsive? Not really. His moves have been natural, but maybe he's thinking, wait a second, this might not be as glamorous as I thought. It looks like black is not going to allow promotion at the very least. That's for sure.
Knight d5 was a lovely little touch. Beautiful square for the knight. And Tanya, you were always calling for knight d5 in all the positions. Finally did appear on the board.
At the most important moment, Peter, and really nicely sidestepping the fact that that c6 square needs to be kept vacant for the bishop to defend and keep a stronghold on the e8 square once the bishop falls back to d7. So knight c6 perhaps would have been a big, big mistake. Knight d5, precision there by Vidit, but he needs to keep that going because he doesn't need to find one good move. He needs to find the next probably 5 good moves to equalize this. He doesn't have that much time on the clock.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough. And, you know, that position that we discussed after king e4 and knight takes e7, that might occur on the board. And Jan is trying to find the right version in which to win one of black's minor pieces. He's left himself with 48 minutes. I don't think he's going to use much of that. E7, I think we're reaching the consensus that it's essentially forced. But, of course, Jan is making sure that he's not missing some subtle opportunity like rook e5, knight f4. All of that has to be calculated.
And I think we can conclude that after e7, sorry, Peter, just one point, that after e7, if bishop falls back to d7, and if Jan was to immediately win the bishop with the move e8, Vidit would be absolutely fine after b4. I think you more than neutralize white's queenside. In fact, you've got to watch out for that a4 pawn. Vidit might start to push the position even though he's down a piece there.
Yeah, this is exactly what I also wanted to say. Like against any move like rook e5, I'm also taking bishop takes e6 with close eyes. And I'm going to take with the rook on b2, and it's actually quite scary. Look at white's pieces, all of them completely stuck on the king side. So I really believe that white should be playing this e7, not to overthink things and try to squeeze. But on the other hand, practically speaking, it's fantastic news for Vidit. If the game really gets a very forcing character and there is only 6 more moves to be played before the time control, then he will not really have very difficult, tough practical decisions to be made. And that's such a nice scenario when you're in time trouble.
Yeah, I mean, Vidit's composure and time pressure is really admirable. I mean, Tanya, yesterday, the problem wasn't even necessarily the time pressure. By the time he got into it, he was already essentially lost. against Pragg. But Vidit is one of the most composed players that we see as E7, Bishop D7 instantly blitzed out. And now the big moment, Rook to D1. Your idea, Tanya. Will we see it on the board? My vote is yes. I think that's a very Nepo kind of move. Force Black into making as many decisions as possible. Lay as many traps as possible.
And I think even process of elimination, right? If you see E8 doesn't get you anywhere, picking up the bishop immediately is not the path to go forward. Jan will sacrifice that bishop and immediately push the B. Vidit will sacrifice the bishop and immediately push the B pawn, completely out of trouble. But yes, Daniel.
No, please continue. Please continue.
I was going to say Peter's point that for Vidit, the moves are forcing and easier to make is actually the good news and the big difference from his game yesterday. By the way, love this angle. It looks like we're sitting somewhere in the middle of that black and white pawn right now.
Yes.
Yeah.
One of the lines that I actually wanted to continue is that in the line Rook D1, and we see that Jan is also shaking his head. He's really believing that there should be something, and he's a little bit puzzled why he doesn't see it. After Bishop C6, there is this little move like King G3, just sidestepping from this diagonal, and we are setting up the Rook takes D5 trap. And where is this knight? Luckily, I think Black has Knight B6, but that's kind of a scary move, no? Just to move away with the knight, but the bishop on C6 is super protected, and probably Black can play like this.
So Knight B6. And White needs to find a way to get rid of that. So that knight on H5, where can it go? It can go to F6, but I don't like that. Can we try to get the knight to E6 maybe? Could we go knight F4?
I mean, the dream square would be E5, but that's far away. E6
or
is
D8.
a lot more. And you want to get to E6 to go knight D8, yes.
I am a simple man. I just want to fork the bishop and the king. What is Black's response to knight F4? And I also wanted to point out that rook to E5 in the initial position, I'm sure is also on Nepo's radar to try to get a better version of that position. I don't want to jump around too much, but the point of rook E5 is that bishop C6 is essentially eliminated or somewhat eliminated as a possibility. Actually, maybe not, because I was going to say E8 queen, but after bishop takes E8, you actually can't take the knight because the bishop comes back to C6. The amount of tactics in this position is insane.
And Vidit is calculating this as well right now. He's looking at rook E5. He's looking at rook D1, Peter, both these options.
Yeah, and I wanted to say, like, this is the real Berlin spirit. Yeah, there is so much tension. Yeah, whenever both sides are ambitious and they play the Berlin endgame with the true spirit, then we are getting these completely crazy unbalanced positions. Just imagine or remember that fantastic game between Magnus Carlsen and Vishy Anand in the 2014 World Championship match. That was a fascinating battle. This is what kind of Berlin endgames you can get when both players are giving it their maximum.
Wow. I think it's awesome that this is probably the most exciting game of the day. And I like to say that because it's a Berlin endgame. And, the people rolling their eyes at the start, we caution them, don't jump to conclusions. The Berlin endgame is actually fascinating. It can have this bad reputation because a lot of games end in draws. This one might end in a draw as well, but will that really impact the entertainment value of this game? Absolutely not. So rook E5, just one other comment on the possibility of rook E5. Black actually can go C6 there. And I hate this situation where, you close one door, you answer one question, and you ask another one. Unfortunately, rook E5, Black can play C6, and White doesn't have Tanya's tactic because the rook is no longer X-raying the bishop. So that might be one of the issues. And comparing and contrasting all of these positions is so difficult to keep all of that in your mind, to not forget a single detail. My vote is still rook D1, but we can see why Nepo's thinking.
So rook D1, rook E5 are the two big candidates here. And for Jan, he's probably seen all of this and the resource. And then that gets even more difficult. Playing white, which one do you choose when you actually see the defense for your opponent? And for rook D1, we're looking at the defense with bishop to C6, fighting against the threat of knight F6. And the big difference, Daniel, as you said, with these two moves is that perhaps after rook E5, Bishop c6, Peter's idea of sidestepping with the king just gets really strong because black doesn't have the opportunity to step back with the knight. The c5 pawn comes under fire. So there are pros and cons, but the good news for Vidit is that he's got resources to keep the position under control. The bad news for Vidit is that he needs to find them with very little time.
Hard decision for Jan here. Peter, what does Jan choose here? And what is our conclusion? Rook d1, that line with knight b6, is that the critical position Nepo's investigating?
Exactly, I very much feel this way because it's kind of tempting to force that knight from d5 to move away. That would open up our knight's possibilities. And I don't know if I should be making those moves or should we just highlight with arrows.
I think we can make them, and if Jan makes a move, we could just immediately go back to the live position. How about that?
Good, yeah. So king g3, it's sidestepping. Now we are threatening rook takes d5, so that's why this knight from d5, which is such a monster, has to leave. Now knight takes e7, bishop takes e7, rook takes b2, bishop takes e5. That would be awesome for white. Suddenly the dark square bishop protects everything. So that's why the knight has to move to b6, and then suddenly this octopus knight, this knight to f4, going towards the e6 square setting, knight takes e5 fork, knight d8 check with a fork. Yes, imagine with little time on the clock, how do you deal with all these kind of threats?
This is very scary. It is super scary. That rook on b3 can come under fire. And I'm just wondering, does black just simply recapture, or not recapture, but capture the pawn on b2? At least I sidestep one of those two threats, which is a fork on c5.
Yeah, and then knight e6, the party continues.
And white's the only one who's having fun.
Octopus knight, I love that phrase, knight c5, knight d8, and this would be move 39, and the sick reality of time pressure is, as we've discussed many times, the hardest decision often comes on the 40th move, just when you're knocking on the door of the extra, not 1 hour, but 30 minutes. Vidit would take an extra 10 minutes, anything to give him more time to ponder these complications. I'm just stalling because I don't see a move here for black that satisfies me.
And to your point, it's so instructive that Vidit right now, with those 6.5 minutes on the clock, is actually using the time that Jan is using to calculate, to come up with all these ideas and to get deeper into the position.
Yes, but sometimes it's also confusing because during those times, during your calculation, you realize some unexpected resources for both sides, which drives you crazy. Yeah, it's so often happened to me also. It's not a given that this extra minutes or extra time is really so helpful for the defending player. Yeah, because also it makes you more nervous. You see more things to worry about. Suddenly you discover this king gc, knight f4, knight e6. You might get into panic. There is so much tension. Chess is so brutal and so exciting.
Amazing.
This is a crazy moment. Rook d1 or rook e5. Which one will Jan pick? And will Vidit find the correct way forward?
And needs to look at the players. Look at the players. Forget everything what we have just said. Just look at them and get the essence. Yeah, what it means to both of them. Full focus. Absolutely full focus.
It means the world to them. For Jan, fighting for the World Championship twice. Here he's trying to win the candidates for the third time to get another shot at it. For Vidit, I think out of the 3 Indians playing, it perhaps means the most to Vidit. For Gukesh and Pragg, I think it would be a safe bet to say that we're going to be seeing them so many times in the candidates and potentially even in the future fight for the World Championship. For Vidit, this very much could be his first and his only opportunity, his last opportunity, his last shot at the World Championship match. It's not going to be easy to make it to the candidates again. The pressure is on him.
Absolutely. The stakes are so high. And again, Jan, he's won this tournament 2 times in a row. And if anything, that's made him even hungrier, made him even more motivated, as we saw from his performance in the early going. And by the way, a very quick status update. We're staying on this game because it's by far the most exciting. Abasov and Firouzhev traded a pair of brooks. Peter, I think your prediction was the closest to reality. It looks like that game is heading in the direction of a draw. Firouzhev is going to keep pushing. There's nothing too interesting happening there, so it's not worth moving away from this game. And then Fabiano versus Gukesh, some more meat on the bone, but largely the nature of the position remains the same. Fabi is up a pawn, he is pushing, and Gukesh is entering the time pressure phase. We'll go to the bird's eye view with the 2 interesting games remaining. Gukesh there on the top right, 16 minutes now for 12 moves. Definitely, I'm keeping an eye on that game, but I think Gukesh's chances to hold are pretty decent. Peter, do you kind of agree with that general assessment?
Yes, that maybe or probably it's holdable, but on the other hand, still there is a practical problem there. Look at that bishop on g3, protecting, guarding white's king. Yeah, so white's king is super safe. There is still tension on the queen side with this unbalance of pawn on b4 and pawn on a6. And if black knight ever moves from d5 a part of the f6 square, then white will have this f5, f6 resource, busting black's king side open. So it's not a given that, practically speaking, this is so easy for Gukesh to handle.
Yeah, wow. And people in the chat know Alireza is still playing, but we're just spotlighting the 2 most interesting games. Abbas of Alireza is still ongoing, but very likely a draw. Tanya, here's an interesting stat shared by our incredibly hardworking team. Our producer, Beck, tells us only Viktor Korchnoi had the same feat of winning 2 candidates in a row, 1978 to 1980. Nobody has won the candidates 3 times in a row. Nobody has three-peated yet. Jan wants to be the first, doesn't he? I mean, that just adds more motivation as we see f6 from Gukesh.
Absolutely. I mean, for Jan, it's just been 2 dream candidates. It's not only winning them, but the way he did it with 1 round to spare, just dominating performance. Definitely wants that 3rd shot at the World Championship match. And he is one of the favorites. I mean, the kind of experience that Jan has, the kind of preparation that he has, it's unmatched in the candidates right now. So a big, heavy favorite. He's had a good start. He's the one who's pushing in this position. But it's just going to be about whether Vidit finds the right defense. It's not going to be easy. This is quite the battle it's turning out to be. And I'm glad that Gukesh has stopped any ideas, for the time being, at least, for Fabi to get f6, because being up a pawn and being able to crack open with f6 if that knight moved would have been absolute disaster. I still feel that there's enough counterplay. There feels like there's compensation, far from over, far from equal. But with this pressure on the b4 pawn, the 4 versus 3 dynamics on that right side of the board. By the way, Jan has made a move. And
it's rook d1.
d1.
Yes.
Okay.
It goes along our line. He sips from his tea, the famous tea in action.
By the way, bishop e8 here. Tanya, you pointed this out in passing. It is a move. And some people in the chat were saying bishop e8 to provoke knight g7 and then play bishop c6. In light of our analysis, maybe provoking knight g7 helps white because the knight gets closer to its ideal octopus square on e6. But you never know. That's also not a proper way to think about it. Everything in this position is ultra concrete. But that's why Vidit is not responding instantly. Also, king c6. Let's not forget about that move.
Ah, wow. Actually, there is this resource. Yeah, that bishop e8, knight g7, bishop c6. And in the same line like with king g3, after knight takes e7, bishop takes e7, rook takes b2.
Oh my God.
The move we wanted, bishop c1, 5 runs into rook g2 check, collecting the knight on g7, just to highlight how complex this chess game is.
Oh my gosh.
That's amazing. I would say we should play this on the board, but we should wait for Vidit's move. He's got 5 minutes. But when we get a chance, that is just mind-blowing level of subtlety.
But
That's
insane. I also have there some question, because instead of bishop takes e5 with the knight on g7, we might be able to play the octopus move with knight e6 even in that position. and things are very far from clear. It's just crazy.
I want to just add that bishop e8, provoking the move knight g7 from a human perspective is just so difficult to do, because you're actually inviting the knight to that key square, but understanding that you're lining up with the king and the knight, when there's an engine or there you have the evaluation bar and you play the line out, and Vidit's reaching out for the bishop, it would be super impressive if he plays bishop e8. I just feel bishop c6 is the more human move here.
King c6.
King c6.
Okay, that was on our radar, and king to e4 was the scary move that we were discussing, and we didn't really reach a clear... question mark, whatever. King e4, knight takes e7, bishop takes e7, rook takes b2 was that critical position. And I put some thought into that position and concluded that white probably will have to involve his knight either via f4 or maybe f6. But totally reasonable choice by Vidit.
You have to watch out because rook e2 is a threat in that last position. So I like your move knight f4.
Peter, what do you think is going to happen? Will we see king e4 and will we see it quickly from Jan?
Yeah, I think so. It was also the move that you hit me because I was claiming that why not king c6, and while I was asking the question, I also spotted that probably king e4 will be unpleasant. You immediately hit me with that move. Let's take a look at Jan's reaction. How will he react to king c6 with body language?
Typical Jan.
The Jan handshake. Like, hey, what was that?
Well, he's about to make a move.
He doesn't look very impressed with king c6.
Yeah, king e4 will be played.
I'm assuming it's not a different king move. Yeah. Here we go with this again. Faking us out and then making us wait an undefined amount of time. I think he'll play it quickly, though. Black is in time pressure. That's the extra variable. Every second that Jan thinks, not necessarily, but it's more time for Vidit to calculate.
He wants to play not only on the board, but on with its clock as well. He's going to play this move really quickly. And that line that you were pointing out after king e4, Black has to, I believe, give up the knight for the pawn. You have to go knight takes pawn, and it's on the board. You move the knight anywhere else, and I think the knight just jumps into f6. Knight b6, is it knight f6?
Rook takes d7 and knight g7 also is a flashy way to win, but probably
Nice.
knight g7 is the trick too.
Yeah, but it's clear that Vidit will eliminate this pawn on e7. He has no time. He believes when he opted for king c6 that this should be holdable. And probably he thought like this is the most practical way of reaching move 40.
But I'm getting concerned because that position, right? Knight e7, bishop e7, rook takes b2, knight f4. White creates the threat, and Tanya, you very correctly point out that rook e2 is a problem there. But if Black goes back to b3 with his rook, there's another octopus square. When the knight hits d3, it attacks the c5 pawn, and it will threaten the fork on e5, highlighting the potential awkwardness of Black's king on c6. So maybe what's bothering Vidit is precisely that possibility. He's taking a while, though. What else could be on his radar in this position?
That's a very cool and a very deep line that you pointed out. And suddenly this knight, which is so offside on h5, comes to the center of the board with multiple threats if this line follows through. But with it, he's about to make a move. He has to take the e7 pawn.
Bishop
There's no
e8 might be
alternative
also.
here.
Bishop e8 is also a move, by the way.
But you
again,
just can you take rook d5, bishop h5?
yeah, and rook takes b2 actually. So maybe that's distracting him. I'm not sure what the eval is going to be there. I assume it's a mistake. Well, wait a second. Oh,
Yeah, very confusing. And with only 2 minutes 45 seconds, this is hell. When you have a choice, this is the worst thing that can happen to you.
oh my gosh.
And the difference in the choice is not small. It's a difference between holding this position and losing this position. You have that feeling that you have to be super accurate here.
And you do, and 2 minutes now and a half, because even if he takes on e7, it's not like he forcibly reaches move 40. He will still have 2 more moves to make after Jan brings that knight back to f4. Bishop e8, rook takes d5, and he's played bishop e8.
And the bar goes
rook
up.
oh my gosh, rook takes d5, bishop takes h5, I think bishop c1. I think there's bishop c1. Arresting the rook. And I think that might
And look
be a
at Jan.
disaster.
Jan is looking. Yeah, Jan is looking at the diagram that he really played bishop e8, and he's coming back, and probably he's already having his thoughts like, "Wow, I get this golden opportunity."
Rook d5, bishop h5. Am I missing something? Bishop c1, and the bishop is hanging on h5. The rook on b3 is arrested. Tanya.
I completely agree with you. And yes, you can give a check from g6, but the king simply slides up and the rook comes to d8 and you just queen the pawn, win the bishop. You've saved all your queenside pawns with the bishop falling back to c1. And Jan saw the move bishop e8 and walked away. He knows that Vidit has gone wrong.
Wow. He's left the playing hall, Peter, apparently, we're getting word. Is he composing himself, kind of forcing himself to not move so that he encourages some calculation?
Yeah, or the tension is too big. He feels like, okay, this is this is the move that I was hoping for. I know what I'm doing. Let me refresh. Maybe he needs some cold water on his face, whatever, to calm down. And Jan is coming back.
This is unreal.
With a water bottle, yes. So he's trying to calm himself down.
Wow.
And look at, he's shocked.
He knows it. He knows that this is in the bag. He's calculated this through.
Retreating moves. And after that bishop c1 move, if black plays bishop f3 check, it's a lovely tactic. The problem is, who's stopping that pawn on e7? Anybody home? Nobody's home. And Peter, you're showing that really quickly. Again, this is not being played right now, folks. We're just showing the context. Bishop c1, rook on b3 is trapped, and bishop f3 check. King takes f3. Nobody's left to babysit that pawn. It's no longer a pawn. It's going to be a queen. So this bishop c1 move, this retreating move that keeps the rook at bay, might have been overlooked by Vidit. The eval bar is confirming this bishop c1 is a crusher.
And just in this position, you can give another check from g6, but white simply steps up with the king. The rook will go to d8 next. The pawn on e7 is unstoppable. And we've been talking about giving up a piece for this pawn, but now the difference is that the entire queen side remains intact.
Wait, b4? Can we try to force those pawns out?
I'm really worried that actually white will not collect the bishop, but just start harassing that bishop, and this diagonal is very short.
Oh.
I think that will be the final key.
b4, king f6.
Bishop e8.
Rook d8.
Bishop h5.
Rook h8.
h8.
Yep.
And bishop d7, there's rook takes d7, king takes d7, and king f7. Tanya, this is amazing.
Unbelievable. And it's all because of that rook on b3. It's just gotten itself trapped there.
But this is just, this is like a pawn endgame. Like, who cares about that rook and the bishop? Oh.
Incredible stuff.
Wow.
And this is the thing, right? When you've been under pressure for so long, when you had to find your way, navigate through all these complications for so many moves, it's not about just hanging in there for a couple of moves. And with little time on the clock, there will come a moment when you're so sort of going wrong becomes so easy. Taking that wrong decision, that collapse just happens. So it's not this particular move of bishop e8 where Vidit collapses. It's the incremental pressure over the last many moves that Jan's been putting on Vidit.
Wow. Peter, are you surprised he didn't take the pawn? I mean, he has a chance to take the pawn on e7 if we put it more generally. What do you think is the rationale behind bishop e8? Is it just the specific reason is he missed bishop c1, or is there something larger at play?
Yeah, well, probably he was kind of relying on knight takes e7 defense, and we also see how nervous Jan is by feeling that this is a golden opportunity, and he's double, triple checking that, okay, but I have calculated this. What's in store? Where is the surprise? And I feel like Vidit has changed his mind in the very last second with bishop e8. He might have been worried of that line that you explained, that after knight takes e7, bishop takes e7, eventually this knight from h5 via f4, d3 might come with some devastating effect to e5. He saw some ghosts or maybe reality. We don't know exactly how dangerous it was. And then he looked like, okay, but maybe there is another move, and then you make bishop e8. Sometimes it happens in time trouble that you are actually making a move which you were not supposed to be playing.
Jan thinking. He's got 27 minutes, doing a great job of pausing, collecting himself, and not just collecting himself, he actually has to find the move bishop c1 calculated accurately in this incredibly tense atmosphere. Tanya, we really can't blame Vidit for kind of going through the process that Peter just so described in such an accurate way, where you change your mind at the last second and you don't end up considering the new move for nearly as long as you thought about the old move. And so you're much more likely to miss a detail.
Absolutely. But I think Jan has already spotted it. He's just, I feel like you can see it in him. He's rethinking the line is some ways, you know you've got this. You're kind of enjoying the position a little bit. You're making sure that everything you've calculated is fine. And the great news for him is he's got all the time on the clock. But Jan sees bishop c1. I have I have zero doubts about that. He makes the move rook d5. Vidit will take the knight on h5. There's nothing else to be done. A check on g6 doesn't help. The king just simply moves forward too. Does bishop g6 help at all? Throwing in a check? Well, it doesn't. And Vidit just decides to capture first. And now the moment of truth. Bishop c1.
Here we go.
And it's
By the
game
way,
over.
Gukesh Fabiano will be a draw imminently, and Firouzja continues to press Abasov up a pawn, but this is where we will remain. This is the money moment, Peter. This is what we all wait for. These moments where a money move has to be found.
Exactly, and all the tension, all the camera angle, the body language signals us that Jan knows very well, but it's also so instructive that he's taking his time, he's not rushing. This is the benefit that you have 26 minutes on your clock.
And it's also this thing, right? B2 is under fire. It's also the process of elimination. If you have to keep your chances alive, you need to keep your queenside pawn. So bishop c1, it not only defends, it comes in with a tempo. It's a move that Jan's going to play. There's just no way he misses this. 100 out of 100 times he plays bishop c1.
Yeah. Process of elimination, that's a great word. There's no other candidate. Bishop e3. Well, what sense does that make? The only reason you'd play a different move is you could forcibly remove the bishop from h5, but none of the other moves contribute to that in any other way. He is just double, triple, quadruple checking. This would be a huge win for Jan. It would propel him potentially into sole leadership position. And the significance of that goes back to the stat that we shared, Peter. Without overstating the case, this is a huge moment for Jan. And he doesn't want to do something dumb right now, especially with 25 minutes on the clock.
Yes, and we also know that he's an incredible calculator. So he's clearly calculating all these very long lines that how am I going to make sure that that bishop from g6 will have to abandon the diagonal and then the pawn will queen. He was about to make a move and again very professionally calms himself down, drinks something out of that famous thermos, probably some tea. That's what we are expecting, and trying to calm himself down. And poor Vidit, look at Vidit. Probably he has realized what he has done, and he's in a state of shock.
It's written all over Jan's body language that he's not only spotted bishop c1, he spotted this entire line all the way through what we were talking about. The king coming in, taking away the key squares from this bishop, which just doesn't have enough squares on the diagonal. The line with bishop c1, king e5, king f6. I think Jan's worked this all the way through.
And the worst moment isn't after your opponent makes a devastating move like that. It's before, when you've realized it and you're just waiting for the inevitable. You're just waiting for the death sentence to be delivered. I think Vidit's found it at this point. I would feel no reason otherwise. I mean, Jan has been thinking for 6-7 minutes. You're just sitting there waiting for the move to be played, and it's just such a painful sensation for Vidit. Bishop c1 will happen, and the death knell will start to sound for potentially a second consecutive loss in a very, very difficult turn of events for Vidit.
Yeah, okay, and bishop c1 played on the board. Jan is super sharp.
Can Vidit even give the bishop up? Is there any scenario where Black is even able to give the bishop up for the pawn? Because if he does, it's still lost, I think, because White will be able to keep queenside pawns on the board. So instead of bishop, what were we considering earlier? I think bishop f7. Perhaps, no, I can't even see a way for Black to
You could start with bishop e8. You could start with bishop e8, rook d8, bishop d7.
But maybe then White can play king d3. Yeah, check
on the board. King e5.
Forced.
And I really like your idea of not going to pick up this bishop with rook d8, giving these chances with b4, but instead king f6 is the real cruncher.
Yeah, we have to use the momentum that this rook on b3 is kind of trapped. Yeah, b4 is played. Poor Vidit. Yeah, he's missing one tempo. And look at Jan can hardly hold himself back. He has calculated that king f6 wins.
Yeah, king f6, game over immediately.
And by one tempo, Peter, I mean, just one move for black. If he can only trade on c3, get that rook back into the game. A rook that with it put himself using 3 moves, rook a5, rook b5, rook b3, with an incredibly active plan, but just not time enough. Not only on the clock, but the board as well.
It's just the sick irony of a loss, right? The idea intended to maximize the activity of a rook has ended up costing Vidit the game. That rook on b3, that was supposed to be the hero of black's queenside play. Instead, it has to sit idly by. The jailbreak just doesn't come fast enough, as you said, Tanya. One tempo short. And the line we highlighted through a different move order, king f6, bishop e8, rook d8, bishop d7, rook takes d7, and white's king steps all the way up to f7. That was a journey that the white king initiated from g1. It went up to g2 and then to g3. And now, potentially, it ends the game all the way on f7. Incredible. So many cool narratives to follow in this game. King f6 is played. Move 40 has been reached, and it's a little bit late for Vidit.
Yes, it's late, and look at Vidit. He knows exactly. And Jan has been also super sharp. He knew exactly, has foreseen it. He has calculated it all the way, and look at Vidit. Everything is written on his face.
Hard to watch.
And you know, you put in this fight, you get this incredible result. You beat Hikaru. And then the next game's a disaster. And you're in time pressure. You can't handle it. And now going into this round, you keep things under control. You fight the novelty. You keep your chances alive. And you feel like you have everything under control. And just when you think that you have things under control, just one inaccuracy.
Yep.
And for Vidit, this is over.
Yeah, poor Vidit. And this is the Berlin endgame, yeah, that it's so complex. You make 25 excellent moves, and then just one small inaccuracy can cause the game.
Exactly.
You play the Berlin, Daniel, with the idea that you want to keep things solid. It is an opening choice made with that approach.
Indeed. And Jan, with that World Championship prep, knight h2 and f4, what a novelty, just posing problems on every move. And, you know, fans should not have in mind the narrative that, Vidit's, the reason he lost was that bishop e8, move 37. That might be the proximal reason. We don't actually, the position might have still been lost. I think deep engine analysis will tell us the objective truth. The fact of the matter is that even after knight takes e7, you would have had a very long road to a draw. But this was the combination of a lot of inaccuracies, and we can trace the roots of Jan's victory all the way back to the novelty. Black's clock played a role all throughout the game. You know, perhaps there was this opportunity instead of rook b3 to play the move c4, but isolating a single moment and saying that's the reason that Vidit lost. It might be formally, technically true, but we should take the bigger picture and really appreciate that this game was a work of art by Jan from start to finish, and nothing embarrassing about losing in the way that Vidit did. He put up a monstrous fight yesterday and today, and he has just been the victim of some really, really nasty opening prep and some great form displayed by Pragg, and now by the two-time repeat winner, who once again will move into the lead after round 4, Jan Nepomniachtchi. Whew.
I'm with
So
you
much
on
to
this.
digest.
It's really not about one single moment. It is about putting pressure all throughout, and it's so difficult to be precise. You can be precise for a move, for 10 moves, but just continuing to do so for the next 20 moves to keep up with the pressure is where the collapse happens.
Yes, chess is absolutely brutal, and of course on this level, it's only so brutal when you open and put so much pressure. And I absolutely agree with both of you that it's not one mistake. It's simply the way how Jan was maximizing pressure. And Vidit is there playing 20-25 moves perfectly, and the pressure is still on. Yeah, he never really got a chance to get up from the board, really relax a bit, walk around, calm his nerves down, and then at some moment, it's automatically kind of the natural culmination of things that you're going to make a mistake.
Do you think he's going to play this out, or is he going to resign?
Yeah.
I mean, you've
Hard
got
to
bishop
say.
e8.
I mean, Peter, I think it'll take him a while to come to terms. Sorry to cut you off, Tanya. But just to second your point, he'll, at the very least, I think, go through all the options. B takes a3 and a2. Some stuff needs to be calculated here. Peter, would you agree with that?
Yes, but unfortunately everything is so hopeless. Yeah, it's really sad to see this.
Yeah.
You finally reach time control. Yeah, but it's just a little bit too late, and no matter how much time you have, nothing can help you.
Wow. What a moment here. Heartbreaking for Vidit. But it's time for us to go on a quick break. I think the time control intrigue has subsided. All 3 remaining games are ongoing, but 2 of them are not all that interesting, and yet they're still going. Farouja's still pressing. Caruana still trying. We'll have more updates on those games, and we'll catch the results of this one, hopefully, when we come back with more action from round 4 of the candidates.
What's the best way to follow any chess event from the Champions Chess Tour to the Candidates, Speed Chess Championship, Title Tuesday, FIDE World Championship, and so much more? Chess.com/events has all of the top chess tournaments played both over the board and online. Analyze and review games from the world's greatest players with live commentary, cloud analysis, opening explorer, and table bases. Find all the key event information, including schedules, prizes, results, news reports, player bios, tie breaks, and more. Even compete by voting for your predicted results. Explore chess.com/events today on web or with our iOS and Android apps and experience chess like never before.
Welcome back to the city of Toronto and to yet another incredibly exciting round of the candidates. It's round 4, ladies and gentlemen, and we have just borne witness to an unforgettable sequence of events in the battle between Nepo, the 2-time repeat winner, and Vidit. It looks like another imminent victory for Jan Nepomniachtchi, but for the time being, 3 games are still going. 1 game between Hikaru and Pragg has ended in a draw. We hope you've been enjoying our coverage, guys. 4 hours of action at the candidates. I am Tanya Sachdev, GM Peter Lecko, and GM Daniel Naroditsky, bringing you coverage of this very important round. Peter, I'll go to you. What's on your mind right now as we see the final few moves being played by Vidit?
Well, Vidit took 9 minutes to play the move Bishop E8, or basically even more because he still had time for move 41. Jan is blitzing out his move, Rook D8. No surprise there. The key issue is being that after Bishop D7, you already highlighted this wonderful trick. Rook takes D7, King takes D7, and King F7 wins on the spot. So it seems like the E-pawn will decide the game. And on the other hand, we have 2 queen endgames where Fabiano is having a pawn up position, but it looks like due to the double pawns and black's safe king, and all the millions of checks, all the perpetual check ideas, it should be kind of absolute drawish, or maybe it's just a borderline draw. And Alireza, I think that Alireza has at least something to play with. At least he can play it, he can make it a marathon. On the other hand, I don't really believe that queen endgame 3 versus 2 you can really win, but okay, that he can try to squeeze.
Well, Tanya, I want to hear your take on these games, but really quickly before we get a result in the Vidit game, I wanted to remind you of a really new exciting product called ChessUp. Chess.com is thrilled to support fellow game changer ChessUp, the record-breaking company taking the gaming world by storm with their brand new ChessUp 2. This physical electronic board syncs to your Chess.com rated games, which you can analyze and save on Chess.com with built-in Wi-Fi, a touchscreen, and touch-sense pieces. ChessUp 2 supports beginning players, players in training, and casual games between friends and family. For a limited time, save $100 when you pre-order your ChessUp 2 on Kickstarter now. Head over to go.chess.com/ChessUp2 or use !ChessUp, not chess down, but chess up in chat to unlock this offer and take your game to the next level. This is a really exciting board that will enhance your chess experience, whether you're a GM or just starting out. Okay, Tanya, over to you. We still see Vidit kind of pondering the hopelessness of his situation, maybe coming to terms with everything that's just happened. He is a fighter. This isn't just for show. He is genuinely looking for that last resource, that last way to make it complicated. But we know that no such thing exists. B takes A3 is tried, but Nepo's just going to pick up the bishop.
You can pick up the bishop. Black can push the pawn to A2, but you'll be the one queening first with white on that E8 square with a check. And you can see it on Vidit, head in hands. He knows it's all gone wrong. And he is not going to be able to save this one. On the other board, on the other side, Fabiano Caruana has an extra pawn, but he needs to be a little careful. Don't pick up that next extra pawn. You could be 2 pawns up, but you're going to be down a king. I just want to point out a quick tactic there.
Wow.
That G takes H5 actually runs into a really nice checkmate. There's queen G1. It doesn't matter where you move your king, and queen to G5 would be game over. So don't get greedy. Don't be materialistic.
Let me show this wonderful motif. Bravo. Yeah, that's it. That's the self-checkmate. It's a very tricky kind of construction. These queen endgames are crazy. Be careful. But the good news for Fabi is that, first of all, G takes H5 is fundamentally also wrong. You don't really want to destroy all your pawn structure. But, of course, checkmate is a real punishment.
And well, if you don't pick up the pawn, Daniel, I think Gukesh has a clear threat. He wants to give a check on G1. He wants to keep giving checks. I don't really see a way for Fabi to keep this king safe. And he comes back with the queen, I believe.
It's a draw. There's nothing to play. Queen G1, Queen G2, Queen E1.
Queen E1, Queen G2, H4.
Queen.
Be careful.
G1. Oh, okay. Another way to lose. I always rely on me to spot a way to lose this with the white pieces. well spotted, Tanya. But of the two queen endgames that we have on the board, I think this one is the surest to end in a draw. It just doesn't seem like Fabi can create any chances. That extra pawn is moot. The other extra pawn that Firouzja has gives him slightly more chances. I still think that Abbasov should be able to hold, but definitely this one should end in a draw momentarily, I think. And Peter, you flipped over to the other game. What do we
Yes,
think
exactly.
of 3-2?
Just to highlight the difference, yeah, that yes, it's of course objectively draw. We see the evaluation bar saying that it's absolutely equal, but for a human eye, it's not equal, because if we just can't, we see exactly that we are pawn up. So the big question is, will we be able to convert it? That's the big question. The answer is most probably a big no, but as long as we feel like we have chance of grinding things out, we're gonna do that. Yeah, that's the human spirit.
I'm predicting 100-move game, this one. And to think that it would have been just over had Abbasov found 97, picked up that piece in the middle game, gone for that repetition and wrapped up the game is just, it's unbelievable now, because Alireza will play this on forever. And if the queens are traded, he will win. The one game that will not go on forever, B takes A3 on the board. And I believe Jan is still in the think. Or has he made a move?
Yes. I sorry, Daniel, I just wanted to highlight that maybe it makes really sense to see the body language of the players to jump right in there with the camera as well, because the Firuza game, we are not missing out on anything. Yeah, that will be a forever torture.
Yeah, and Jan has one more decision to make. I actually think just recapturing on A3 might even be the more prudent approach here, just not having to deal with the complications there, because if you play rook takes bishop, maybe A takes B2, bishop takes B2, rook takes B2, and when you move your rook away from E8, you still have some calculation to do. Black plays rook E2, and I'm sure it's winning. A rook F2 check is actually kind of nasty, getting the king as far away from the A pawn as possible. Maybe now rook E2, queen, takes, and king B5. And it's a moot point whether this is winning or not. It is, but you can avoid all of this simply by recapturing on A3. Long variation, wrong variation. We know that phrase, commonly attributed to Bent Larsen, and it's very true here. I think BA, unless I'm missing something, could just be an easy way to avoid allowing that outside passer.
But no, hang on, because your idea was based on this rook takes d7, king f7 position, yeah? So if you take b takes a3, I might be able to play bishop d7.
Oh, king f7.
Can
I start with king f7?
Yeah, then I take rook c3 and I will have rook f3 check.
Oh my gosh. And wait, rook takes d7 anyway. Rook f3, king e6.
Oh,
there's no rook e3.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, this hurts. Yeah, king e6, yeah.
But, this is a little dicey. Like, Jan really has to quadruple, quintuple check this before he puts the game on the line if he plays BA.
Yes, so now we also understand that what Vidit is having in mind, what a fighter, instead of giving up, he is still creating some obstacles for Jan.
Tanya, what's your vote? Does he play BA? It's just so hard to make this decision because he doesn't know that both options are winning. We know that. He doesn't know it. So he understands that to throw the game away at this point would be unthinkable.
It's hard to imagine Jan messing this up. He's such a great calculator, and I'm with you that if you see this line through and through, it's not an easy line to spot, especially the defense that Peter put up with rook f3 check and eventually seeing king to e6, and that ends the variation. Then taking the pawn on a3 just makes so much more sense. It just feels so much more clean. The good news for Jan is that there's no going wrong here. Either ways, it's winning for him. It's about the choice he makes. I have a feeling that Jan will capture on a3. He's going to calculate this all the way through, and he's going to take the pawn on a3. Peter, what's your vote? ba3, or will we see rook takes bishop?
Yeah, well, I have spent enough time with Jan to have my own experiences, and I have admired his incredible calculation skills. Yeah, he is just such a calculator. He also enjoys doing all these crazy exercises. Okay, so what is it? It's unsolvable. No, not for me. Yeah, this is kind of his attitude. And this, of course, comes very handy in all these crazy positions.
Well, we're about to see a move. He's just itching to make a move. But my coach would advise me when I was little and impatient. Now I'm older and impatient, but just literally put my hands on my, to sit on my hands, to physically prevent yourself from moving until you've, checked the winning line a certain number of times. Because how many games throughout chess history, even at the top level, have been thrown away by, a single impulsive move? You think everything is winning. And in this case, everything is winning. But what a professional approach by Jan. BA3 is on the board. This the scientific move, eliminating all doubt and relying on his calculation as he's done for his entire chess career. Wow. This is impressive.
What a game by Jan. Incredible stuff. And it's not a novelty that completely throws someone off where there are tactics to fight and there are complications to go wrong in it. It's just an end game that you keep playing, putting pressure on. And it just felt really nicely executed by him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Vidit was fighting wonderfully. He had that opportunity there with c5, c4, but it was slightly this unlucky move in a sense that Black had perfect harmony. Yeah, and one could argue that c5, c4 actually destroys your pawn structure. Yeah, so that was kind of the real difficult moment for Vidit. Maybe if he has one hour on his clock, he would have understood that this is a very special moment and I need to play a very special move. Yeah, but the move rook b5 to b3 was such a high-class move. Yeah, and this is the reason why I'm really feeling so sorry for Vidit, that by playing a high-class move instead of the shaky-looking c5, c4, he gets punished. Yeah, this is how brutal chess is.
And it comes down to the start of it all, right? That novelty with knight h2. And we're speculating that is world championship preparation. And if you didn't get to use it in the world championship, this is perhaps the best case scenario to use it in. And in retrospect, might turn out to be the most important game in this tournament to get this win in the bag. And I know the result is not foregone. The players are still playing. But I think it's a safe bet that Jan is taking this one. There's no going wrong from here.
Yeah, here comes Vidit, and he's obviously not getting up because he likes his position. He just wants to break from it. Probably the opposite. The players will be getting up for good, it appears, very, very shortly. Bishop d7, king f7. Just that final last finesse, switching the move order. I always like combinations where, depending on your opponent's response, you either start with one move or start with the other move. It adds a little bit of elegance to the whole thing. But just the role of White's king in this game and the harmony, as you guys pointed out throughout the game, is really, really impressive. On the other side of the playing hall, we have, Fabi and Gukesh have eliminated each other's remaining queenside pawns, leaving us with a 3-on-2 that is just a dead draw for many reasons. So it's just a matter of when the formalities are agreed upon. Yeah, Gukesh starting to deliver essentially perpetual check on the right side of the screen.
Exactly, yeah. There is just absolutely no intrigue in that position. Yeah, one can just lean back and defend without any problems. In fact, you don't even feel like defending. Yeah, you just feel like, okay, it's a dead low. There is nothing to worry about. The Abasov game against Firuza, that's a 3 versus 2 with a different construction. Still a draw. Yeah, we talked about it, and I believe that will be the longest game and the last game of today. So we'll be having plenty of time to talk about that. Mm-hmm. But here in the Gukesh game against Caruana, that's basically signable any moment.
Oh, well said. Tanya, I mean, I said sort of delivering perpetual because technically Fabi can go king f1, king f2, queen e2. So it's not literally perpetual check, but how does he make progress here? That's the bigger problem.
I don't really see a way. With this pawn structure and Black's queen so active, yes, you can hide on g2. I don't even know if you're really hiding. There's queen f1 check, queen d2 check. Where exactly are you hiding? And even if not, if Black just keeps the queen centralized, there is no way for Fabi to actually make any inroads with his extra pawn. We can see the players on the board with it still thinking. And really impressive stuff from Gukesh as well, right? He plays this intuitive pawn sacrifice on e5, gives up that pawn, then finds the way forward. He went ahead with c5. He found his counterplay, his activity to keep things under control. And I think this has been also quite a masterpiece by Gukesh himself. Playing against Fabi, of course, a big heavyweight in the tournament. But Gukesh, super impressive so far at the candidates.
For sure. We're just basically waiting for resignation in Vidit's game. You know, he's not doing this for show. He's searching for that last resource, but the cup has been finished to its dregs, and there's just nothing left to find. So it's a matter of any second that these two games are going to finish. We have the beautiful camera view from the side, and awaiting the handshake to send Jan into the leader role of the tournament. We know the statistic. We know how Jan has done in the previous two candidates. This has to feel really, really good because he's telling himself, I've done this before. I know the procedure. And there's no reason I can't do it again. Why not? Why can't I win this 3 times in a row?
And if I remember correctly, the magic number was 3 out of 4 in that statistic.
Yeah, and now we also understand what we really talked about, why this yesterday's defense against Gukesh for Jan was so important, yeah? One could argue, okay, that's just another draw, how many draws are happening, no, but that was the draw. That was a saving draw from a very unpleasant position and making sure that Jan's comfort zone, his chemistry with the team and everything is working to perfection. Yeah, he gets a lot of energy, a lot of joy from saving a bad position. After all, this is a very tough tournament. This is the candidates. Automatically, you will have a tough game, and he managed to hold it.
King f7 might be the last move of the game. That's the clincher. And rook takes c3, rook takes d7. The king slides back onto e6, the square made available by the removal of the bishop from d7, everything, and the bishop on c1 covering the e3 square. How fitting is it that every piece in the potential final position plays just an integral role in the winning construction?
Even
just
the
wow.
bishop from its starting square, from c1,
Bingo.
controlling e3.
Where it moved to deliver the critical move, bishop back to c1. I mean, not to wax poetic here, but you really can't overstate the elegance of Jan's play in this game.
And a bit of eye contact there. I think this is the moment.
Yeah, it's time.
Well, I think that, okay, you normally you play till rook f3 check, king e6. Of course, you know that it will happen, but it just feels like, okay, you have to play all the way till there.
Rook takes pawn, rook takes bishop, gives a check, king falls back, no check on e3, game over.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and bishop g4 would be another resource were it not for the fact that white promotes with a check, e8 queen check. Otherwise, bishop h5 is possible. Vidit taking longer than perhaps he normally would in a different set of circumstances in a regular tournament. This isn't a regular tournament. This is the candidates. And there it is.
And it's a handshake, yeah.
Stopped. It's official. Nepo wins.
What a game by Jan Nepomniachtchi. He plays out this novelty of knight h2, keeps the pressure going, keeps the game going, plays g6 at the right time, exploding on the king's side, and then the absolute precise calculation at the end, seeing his way through, and it is resignation. He gets the point. He jumps into the lead. This wasn't a game played by him. He just orchestrated a masterpiece. And the players are doing a bit of a postmortem to this game.
Yeah, it was such a fascinating. Yeah, it was such a fascinating battle that it's absolutely understandable. Yeah, that it's always very interesting to discuss with the opponent that what did he see, what he was thinking. It was such a complex battle, and there is so much to talk about.
Wow. The players very animatedly discussing all those complications. They'll be diving into this game when they get back to their hotel rooms. For Vidit, that's not the important thing. The important thing is to recover mentally. Is a rest day good or bad? If you're tilted, you're probably annoyed that you don't get a chance to come back immediately. But from a larger perspective, Tanya, you'd probably agree with this. I think it's a good thing. Vidit gets that day to recover, reset mentally. I mean, you're only on -1, right? A disaster happened in the short term, but not in the long term. You've got plenty of time to recover. We know that he's capable of it mentally. He's one of the strongest players from a mental point of view. And there's no question that we will hear from Vidit again in this tournament, and probably more than once.
Really good point there. I think he really needs to switch up his mind state right now. And for that, a rest is exactly what the doctor ordered. So he can come back afresh. And I saw them pointing at the C6 square. And I think it's around this calculation of the end game that they're actually discussing right now. That move that Vidit chose with king to C6 and eventually the final mistake of bishop to E8. And it was so complicated with little time on the clock. The players continue to discuss. And I have a feeling that they're analyzing the end game. The complexities that we saw with trying to get that piece sacrifice in more than what happened in the opening stage of the game.
Yes, I perfectly agree. I feel all the emotions. Yeah, I also see from some hand movement like, okay, you have to take that E7 pawn from Jan. Yeah, then also I saw like Vidit was mentioning, yeah, but the knight is coming back to F4 and I don't know exactly what. Yeah, it's super tense and such a complex battle with little time on the clock. So easy to see somewhere some ghosts. Yeah, you never know exactly. The players don't have access to the evil bar that highlights that, this is correct or this is wrong. Yeah, you have to rely on your intuition. You have to rely on some 10, 15 moves long calculation with tons of different alternatives for both sides. Yeah, that's it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they get up from their chairs. That means 2 out of 4 games are in the books. A draw between Hikaru and Pragg, and our first decisive game, and perhaps our only decisive game of the day. Jan Nepomniachtchi with a huge win over Vidit. That leaves us with 2 queen end games, one of which we're expecting to end any second now, one of which might drag on for a long time. We'll see. Here's the bird's eye view.
And it's the board on the right with a healthy pawn structure. Well, relatively a healthy pawn structure for the side playing with the extra pawn. If queens are traded, that would be the end of the game, but that's a far way off. It would require a lot of help from Nejat. He's never going to let that happen. But as long as the pawns stay the way they are, I think Alireza will slowly try to improve the position. That pawn from E5 can move to E4, freeing up the queen, eventually trying to get the king all the way around. Most likely result draw, but still a far way off. And Daniel, you were pointing out to Fabiano against Gukesh. This one should be ending Matsuna.
Queen C5, King F4, Queen E5. I think would be up
that would be one way to end it quickly.
It's amazing how many mates there are out of nowhere in queen end games. It's a thing. And, when you've played a 5-hour game, there have been cases at a very high level where skewers and mates can be blundered. But I wanted to add a quick point. We have a little bit of time to burn here about postmortems in general. I think, Peter, maybe you can add your insight in this because I'll tie you in. But postmortems and the idea of the 2 players going to the analysis room and shouting out the moves with spectators watching and all, that's kind of an old school thing because now it's lost a little bit of its charm. Everybody just waits to go back to the hotel room to analyze on the computer. But the first time I saw you, Peter, in real life, and I think the only time, was at the Tall Memorial in 2008. In Moscow, you were. I watched you analyze your game against Kramnik, and there was a big crowd around you. I even snapped a photo with you, which I might try to dig up for the next broadcast. But I remember being absolutely mesmerized just at the speed of referencing certain positions and certain moves, and I still don't think that I can do that. So I really would like to bring that back, the postmortem between the 2 players where they share their thoughts right after they've played the game and they can still remember their thought process. Is a great touch, but maybe is destined to remain in the past, Peter.
Well, those memories, for example, Linares playing against Kasparov, some razor sharp knight of bishop e3, and then going all in from both sides, from Gary and from my perspective, and then the game ending in some giant battle in a draw. And then, in 1999, my very first debut in Linares. Of course, I was like shaking, playing against the creme de la creme in Linares, this incredible atmosphere. We go to the analyzing room. The chess journalists are fighting for their spots, elbowing each other. Yeah, I want to get closer. I want to put my dictaphone. I don't want to miss a single word. and then Gary with his presence and with his incredible feelings, incredible stuff. I remember that how much it helped me also to grow as a chess player. Yeah, so I'm truly in for all these incredible postmortems from the past.
Wow. 2 games remaining. We have the Abasa Faruja game flipped up, and this is really the one where, you know, we don't know the result for sure in the other game. But Tanya, just what is your intuitive take? Any realistic chances for Black here? And what is Abasov's approach? Does he take on f4? Suddenly he's got to make some decisions.
Alireza is trying to create some realistic chances, asking a big question right now. Do you take on f4? If you take on f4, the position still might be level, but you open up your king to perhaps further checks, which could eventually lead to a queen trade. So you're really weakening your king's position, but it's also such a difficult decision to make, to keep that f-pawn alive for Black, which can eventually even move up to f3 or take on g3 at the right moment. So not an easy call. I would be surprised if we put g takes f4 on the board and the bar shoots all the way down. But I do think that should still be fine for White. But it's not an easy call, and he decides to not let the f-pawn live anymore. He does trade on f4.
Yeah.
And Peter, what would you recapture with? Because I would want to keep threatening the move queen g6. E takes f4 would be the move that comes to my mind, but of course Alireza goes for queen takes f4 instead. What do you make of this recapture?
Yeah, because if e takes f4, then I was very happy that White has this very nice move, king to f3, making sure that the pawn on f4 is isolated. I don't have to worry about queen trades anymore, and I'm super confident. And after queen takes f4, I feel like there will be tons of checks. I cannot really imagine Black's king escaping from all this. For example, queen h8 check.
Yeah.
Where do we go? King g6 or king g5? And we keep on checking.
Well, maybe can you go to h4? But no, I mean, will I get mated again?
Yes, let's just highlight that. Then after queen d5, queen d8 check, there is queen g5 check. Let's just very quickly show this motive. Yeah, that this is a chance to try to hide away, because if White keeps on checking, then suddenly queen g5 check wins the game.
It's never too late to blunder. Those aren't just cliches. Those are very true words. So still some intrigue remaining, which means you shouldn't go anywhere. But we are going to go on a quick break, because these 2 games, we don't know exactly how long they're going to take, but we want to be there when the action hits its peak. We congratulate Jan Nepomniachtchi, who wins a big game against Vidit, but there are 2 games still left in round 4 of the candidates, and the games continue on the other side of this short break.
The Chess World Championship has been a prestigious title for well over 100 years, but oftentimes the prize money was lackluster. Chess in the 19th century developed without an international governing body. World championships were negotiated between players, with challengers expected to raise large enough stakes to entice a title holder to compete. The first official World Championship in 1886 had a substantial prize purse, fitting for an inaugural event. Subsequent championships failed to generate substantial purses. It would take 35 years for the World Championship's prize purse to surpass the amount raised for the first championship. Something magical happened in chess. A new challenger from the United States pierced the Iron Curtain and threatened to end Soviet dominance of the sport. Bobby Fischer won the candidates matches in 1971, earning him the right to play Spassky for the world title. Fischer was different than other players of the time. He didn't just want to be the best player, or the most dominant, or even the most famous. He wanted to be paid. Fischer grew up in abject poverty in Brooklyn, New York, and was highly motivated by money and earning what he believed chess players were worth. The storylines were interesting and diverse. USA versus the USSR. West versus East. Capitalism versus communism. The world was ready to see these two superpowers battle it out on the chess table. Fischer's demands continued to impact almost every variable of the event, including the location, the chessboard and pieces, and of course, the prize purse. Fischer even had the audacity to demand a share of the ticket sales and broadcast royalties for the players. At one point, it looked like the event might not even happen. Fischer claimed the prize money was too low, despite it already being the highest in history. Fischer's calculated moves paid off when a wealthy business owner doubled the prize purse, raising it to $250,000 or $1.7 million today. Fischer and Spassky shared a prize purse bigger than all the previous World Championship prizes combined. After their match, Boris Spassky stated to the press how grateful he was for Bobby Fischer and how the money from this event was going to change his life. Bobby Fischer single-handedly raised the profile and catapulted chess into a mainstream sport followed by millions of people. Fischer had ensured that not only he and Spassky, but every World Championship competitor after them earned a deserving prize.
Approaching the home stretch and the fifth hour of action at the 2024 Candidates in Toronto. We've had action to last us a lifetime so far, with Jana Pomnishi scoring a victory over Vidit, who's now suffered 2 losses in a row, and a draw between Hikaru and Pragg. But it seems Fabi and Gukesh will soon be signing the peace accords, but we don't know when. Fabi's still trying to press. I am Tanya Sachdev, GM Peter Leko, GM Daniel Naroditsky, covering the round for you today. It's been a fun one. And let's start with our bird's eye view. Looks like the game with kind of more clarity is Fabiano versus Gukesh. Peter, it feels like this game has been a draw for a long time. Fabi isn't just putting on a show. He is genuinely trying to create chances. He is up a pawn, but there's just nothing to be found here, it seems.
Yeah, well, there is only one danger in the position. Yeah, for example, if White gets the chance of playing g5, let me just highlight it. Yeah, that, okay, Black makes some pass. Of course, Black will keep on checking, but just to highlight, yeah, Black plays Queen b4, White plays g5, and Black plays a move like Queen b1. And all of a sudden, you get checkmated. Queen h5 check, King g8, Queen a8 check, King h7, g6 check, King h6, Queen h8 checkmate. Yeah, so suddenly there are scenarios where the double pawns can actually help White. So that's the reason why we are saying that it's a draw, because Black will keep on harassing White's king. If Black will never allow this g4, g5 break to happen. But this is also some illustration why Fabi is still continuing the game. There is some remote hope for something, but it's not realistic.
Well, the one square that the white king can hide on is h3. With the queen f3 and the king h3 construction, it's not that easy for Gukesh to continue giving checks. So he needs to make sure that he keeps the g5 square under control. I think that's why queen d2, it's a nice square for the queen. G5 is still not possible. I'm just wondering your idea, can he try to get this with the move queen Actually, it's Gukesh right now. King h3. Gukesh needs to play a move. Maybe it's just time to shuffle around with the king. Keep your queen on d2. Just don't allow g5.
Well,
yeah. Sorry, Daniel. Is
No,
King
no,
h6 completely crazy? Am I running into some mating net, or is it a possible move?
G5 maybe, and Queen C6, Queen G6. But even in that situation, it's still a perpetual. But maybe at least you can put on a show for the fans.
Yes, and King h6 feels so strange. I don't like the move. I just wanted to highlight that there is some intrigue. Yeah, let me just put it. King h6, g5 check, f take g5, queen c6 check suddenly, king h7, queen g6 check, king moves back probably to h8, and probably nothing has happened. Everything is still fine. Black will give millions of checks against white's king, but just to highlight that there is still some life in the position.
King h6 is just too brave for me. When I said shuffle around with the king, I just meant fall back to either g8 or h8 and keep the balance in the position. King h6, someone would have to pay me a lot of money to make that move in this position.
Well said. Also, Queen C1 could be a way to wait. But then again, yeah, G5. Okay, he's played Queen C1 because after G5, you could play FG, Queen H5, King G8, and at the end you give a perpetual with a queen coming to E3. So there's just nothing, no juice left to squeeze for Fabi. He plays Queen F2 instantly. And will we see a check on H1? Will we see a repetition coming shortly?
Queen H1, King G3, no checks.
True.
Yeah, but where is the progress? By the way, I think that Anish Giri was commenting now the Granke tournament brilliantly. Yeah, Anish is always brilliant. It was so nice. I was listening. I was supposed to be doing the commentary in the tournament, but I had just no voice. I was just so sick. I'm so happy that I can talk now. I can do the commentary. But yeah, in any case, Anish was making this wonderful point that when you think that it's kind of a draw, but you feel like you want to keep on playing, then you do it instantly. And this is what we see in Fabi's case. He doesn't want to burn any energy on this game. He wants to continue, but he is making sure that he plays a tempo. Yeah, it's a very instructive Anish method.
How does Fabi feel, Tanya? Sorry to cut you off. Just throwing it out there, his kind of state of mind going to the first rest day. But please take this in whichever direction you were intending to.
I think he's got to be feeling pretty good. He started off in round 1 against Hikaru, had his chances, but couldn't convert it, but a good start. He then bagged a victory against Abasov, another draw, and even if this does end in a draw, it was on Fabi's terms. He did get that pawn. He's putting the pressure. He's the one who's trying to keep the game going, and we do see this position. Now Gukesh comes back with the queen. I think he doesn't have any reasons to feel too disappointed with this draw. Gukesh did sacrifice the pawn, found a way to keep the balance in a dynamic way, and it just was never enough with Fabi's pawn structure to create something more. Going into the first rest day, yes, he saw Jan just take the win against Vidit and leapfrog the standings to first place. But the tournament is just so long. Peter, what do you think? According to me, Fabi's got reasons to be pleased with the first part of the candidates.
Well, actually, I disagree. And you know why I disagree? Because actually he's creating chances for himself. Yeah, he created chance against Hikaru in the very first game when Hikaru was playing a slightly dubious line in order to surprise Fabi. Fabi mastered it beautifully. Yeah, he handled the situation very nicely, outplaying Hikaru, having a real chance. That game ending in a draw. Now today he also managed to put the pressure, and I think it adds to the frustration. Yeah, that I'm playing good, but I'm not able to capitalize on my chances. Yeah, and at the same time, Jan is extremely effective with his games. So there is some frustration there, but on the other hand, it's clear that Fabi is in good shape. Yeah, he is playing good chess. He's putting the pressure, but still some missed chances there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I think there's a case to be made that both things can be true. Maybe also some annoyance at the fact that Gukesh did not capitalize yesterday against Nepo. I mean, that would have been, not to suggest that Gukesh himself can't win the candidates, but in terms of curbing Jan's run, we know that Jan, he can get really hot. He can go on streaks. Fabi knows something about long winning streaks too, and so does Gukesh. But yeah, that was a big part of Jan's successful run in the first part of this tournament. okay, are we seeing some sort of repetition? King back to h2 by Fabi, still shuffling, still trying, but no, I mean, queen d1, Gukesh now playing very, very quickly. Your idea, Tanya, just shuffling back to g8 so that queen h4 doesn't come with check.
Goes back, and then Fabi does make a move. He puts the queen, I think he just played queen to f3. Queen to g3. He wants to get g5 in, and Gukesh, can he start checking now with the even from the c2 square? Because once the king moves up to h3, you still don't get g5 with the f pawn hanging. Gukesh keeps the pressure on. King h7, g5 runs into queen c2, f5 falls.
Yeah, not able to get that move in. And even if he does, it's still a draw, but Gukesh doing this very clinically. Really nice technique. Yesterday had the frustrating side of the game. Today, really able to hold his own in a position that did seem a little bit concerning at some point.
Yeah, and we did talk about this. Yeah, I think that Gukesh actually, when he gets the confidence and he has a good tournament, he is capable of playing some incredible chess. And this is exactly what I'm getting from his games, that he's in total control. Yeah, okay, because also in this game, I don't feel like he was really in danger. Yeah, it looked unpleasant, but he handled it perfectly. Yesterday, he was squeezing. Wow. Draw agreed.
Yeah, a handshake.
And quite a fighting game this was as well. A sacrifice by Gukesh, giving up a pawn. It wasn't clear where his compensation was. And then once again, we see the players analyze. It's always such a great sight. I mean, this is what, their over 4 hours of play. And a complicated game, a dynamic game, kept in balance with piece activity for that compensation. And then Gukesh with a confident hold against Fabi. Quite a result for the 17-year-old, the youngest player against the world number 2. And these two have so much history between each other. They've traded some punches, starting from that Olympiad win by Gukesh against Fabi. Fabi getting his revenge in the Tata Steel. And this time, their first matchup in the candidate ends peacefully.
Tanya, did I hear you correctly? Did you just announce that Gukesh is 17 years old? It's just incredible. I know it's true. I absolutely know it's true. But when you look at his games, you look at him, how he's focused there at the board. You just feel like he's already a superstar. Yeah, it cannot be like he's just 17. It's just impossible.
He is already a superstar. He's a super talent. And you're absolutely right. It's not just his play, but also his level of maturity off the board, his composure. It doesn't even matter what the result has been. He's just always so calm, nerves of steel. And you can even see it in him right now with the calmness with which he's readjusting, just putting the pieces back. It's incredible amount of maturity from Gukesh, and it's one of his biggest strengths.
I definitely second that. Gukesh is 17, Pragg is 18. Gukesh, I think, looks a little bit older, but I think that impression is also created when we just consider his behavior and, you know, his maturity on and off the board. It's all part of the same package, and it's an amazing time. It's really the first time in chess history when we see this young generation not only thriving at the top level, but doing it in a way that you won't be able to distinguish their style in too many ways from that of the older players. It's almost as if they play with decades of experience. Just really amazing to see. But we will also see how the younger generation in this tournament handles the stress of such a long event. This is the longest event on the chess circuit, 14 rounds. Tata Steel's 13 rounds. But, I mean, nothing compares to the grueling, strenuous nature of this tournament toward the end. That remains to be seen. We have one game remaining. Are they also, I think it's just a forced draw here. Abasov has like the sundial method where essentially you skewer the king to the queen no matter where it goes, like king f5, queen d5, king f4, queen d2. And if the king hides on h4, that's actually where the king came from. Abasov puts his queen on d6. And because of the mate threat on g3, I think Firouzja is potentially out of ideas here. Peter, am I missing anything? I think we might be seeing a forced draw.
I think you are spot on. Yeah, this is what we also talked about, that simply the isolated pawns. Yeah, if that pawn instead of h5 would be on f5 or f4, yeah, some connected pass pawns, it's still objectively a draw, but there is something to talk about. Like this, it's just impossible for Black to hide with his king effectively. Abasov is also showing a lot of confidence. Look at this, he still has 24 minutes on the clock, indicating that he's super confident. He knows exactly that this is a walk in the park. This isn't a problem.
Really nice defense by Abasov in this one as well. And Alireza, kudos to him to create his chances with the black pieces. He was able to actually win a pawn and get this imbalance going. And he pushed to the maximum, but even the maximum wasn't enough. And Abasov, and that's it. We've got handshakes. Abasov holds against Alireza.
And 3 white games out of 4. That Abasov has been fortunate. He's got good colors the first part of this tournament, and he's going to have more black games. But still, let's shout him out. 3 draws with the white pieces. Yes, he's playing more solidly, and I don't think he needs any excuses to do that. He doesn't need to be embarrassed that he's playing solidly. I mean, I can't imagine the pressure on him. He might not be a tournament favorite. People might not be looking at him to win, but still, I mean, you're the lowest rated by 100 points. You're at the Candidates tournament, for goodness sake. And I think he's done a great job of handling his nerves today. There was a point at which things got concerning. Held his composure, found that H4 move, and really, really nicely defended down a pawn. So Peter, he's at -1, but I think Abasov has to be pretty happy, and hopefully he's feeling better. That rest day might help him get his health fully back.
Yes, exactly. Because this is the big question. How does he really feel? What we have seen from today's game, it looked like he had things under control. It wasn't an easy game. Alireza, true to his style, true to his creativity, was creating problems. It was a very well played game by Alireza, but was not enough. And there we have the results.
Yeah, 3 draws out of 4 games. Jan scoring the only victory, and that means he is in clear first. Tanya, great performance by Jan going into round 5. He's got to feel good going to that rest day. He will sleep a long, peaceful sleep tonight. His opponent, Vidit, 2 losses in a row, not so much, but he will need all the rest that he can get if he is to rebound in the second third of this tournament.
Jan's got to be the happiest guy in Toronto right now. He gets a rest day, he gets a win for the rest day. But once again, I think we can't state this enough, that the Candidates is just getting started. We are going to be going into round 5. There are 14 total rounds to be played. And we've seen so many turnarounds. I remember in the last Candidates as well, Fabi had this incredible run in the first half, and it all seemed to go wrong in the second half. We see this happen time and time again. For Jan as well, in the 2020-21 Candidates, the first half was not great, the one that happened in 2020, and then going on to crush the field when the Candidates resumed. And we've got the standings going into the rest day, and Daniel, Jan at pole position.
Indeed, Jan is in clear first right now. If the tournament ended here, he would be challenging the World Championship title for the 3rd time in a row. He would like nothing more than that. Unfortunately, there's quite a few more rounds left to play. Gukesh and Fabi closely behind with 2.5. Peter, I second Tanya's point. Too early to make any big conclusions, but what jumps out at you as we look at the standings and then review the pairings for Tuesday?
Well, I think that Jan got rewarded for his courage. Yeah, he was ready to face the Berlin defense. We know exactly, or at least I know exactly how much work and dedication it requires. We have also seen that these Berlin endgames are completely crazy, completely wild. He went on to win a fantastic game that will also boost his confidence, will give him tons of energy. But as you said, it's just the beginning. 10 more rounds to be played, and everybody is so close to each other.
Wow. And Firouzja versus Naka, Gukesh versus Abasa, Vidit versus Caruana, and the 2 players of the most exciting prep, Tanya, Pragg, who trotted out that deferred Schliemann. Well, how fitting that he faces Jan Nepomniachtchi, who played some incredible Berlin prep today. Another juicy round coming your way, not tomorrow, tomorrow's a rest day, but on Tuesday.
What a match that's going to be. Pragg against Jan. Pragg, of course, making his debut at the Candidates. His first time there, but he's playing like he's quite the veteran already. Absolutely solid performance by Pragg so far, and he's going to be playing the tournament leader. We can expect, I think, some exciting surprises in the opening, as Pragg will be playing with the white pieces. What a day of chess it's been. We've had just fantastic play, and we can look forward to more of that once the players have had their rest, Daniel.
Indeed. Once again, tomorrow, rest day for the players, rest day for the commentators, but the action continues on Tuesday, April the 9th. The games start same time every day, 2:30 p.m. in Toronto, in New York, and of course later if you're across the world in Europe and elsewhere. Speaking of late, Tanya, we know it's incredibly late for you, so I'm just going to go back one more time to Peter for your final thoughts on today's round before we wrap up for good.
Well, I think we have said it all. Yeah, the candidate speaks for itself. Incredible fights, brilliant preparation, no holding back, challenging the players, the opponents to the maximum. And the players need the rest day. They need to recharge. They also have to make sure to come up with those ideas, yeah, because those ideas don't really just pop up out of nowhere, yeah. They require some tons of work from the dedicated seconds. And then also the players have to get accustomed to all this craziness that the trainers' seconds are showing to them, get ready to go for it. Yeah, and this is what we see in the candidates, that all of the players are going for it. That's how we want the tournament to continue.
Well said, Peter. And on that note, ladies and gentlemen, it's a 5-hour round. Tanya, I just want to shout you out for keeping up the energy, keeping up the professionalism in the ungodly hours of the morning. I think people take that for granted, and they definitely shouldn't. So I don't take for granted my amazing commentary crew. GM Peter Leko, you're a legend. I am Tanya Sachdev, GM Daniel Nerditsky, and as well as our amazing production team, Bick, working behind the scenes, showing up hours in advance, and everybody else making this production what it is, as well as the fans. Thank you for watching. We hope you've enjoyed spending your weekend with us at the 2024 Candidates. Tomorrow's a rest day, but you won't have to wait long because round 5 coming your way Tuesday at 2:30. We will see you then, but for now, have a good rest of the weekend. So long.